Gosvamai, when he is proud to be able to embrace Krishna, the devotee's affection is called Gauravapriti. When the affection present in this rasa is increased by the Vibhavas and other bhavas, it becomes Gauravapriti. Lord Hari and the servants Lord Hari loves are the alambanas of this love. In Gauravapriti the devotee thinks that Krishna is more important, more famous, more intelligent, and more strong than the devotee. The devotee thinks Krishna is his protector and affectionate parent. In this way Krishna becomes the object, Visaya, of the devotee's love. The affectionate devotees are of two kinds, one the devotees proud to be younger associates of Krishna, and two the devotees proud to be Krishna's sons. Strana, Gata, and Subhadra are among the devotees proud to be younger associates of Krishna. Pradyumna, Karadesna, and Samba are among the devotees proud to be Krishna's sons. Sri Krishna's parental affection, gentle smiles, and other activities are the udapanas of this love. These affectionate devotees sit on a seat below that of Krishna. They respectfully follow behind Krishna. They renukni their own wishes and fulfill Krishna's wishes. These are the anubhavas of this relationship. The sankaras and vyabhikaras of this relationship are like those already explained. Vrajanatha, what does the word Gaurava mean? Gosvamai, the word Gaurava, means the situation where the devotee is proud to have Krishna as his father or superior, guru. Love that is mixed with pride to have such a relationship with Krishna is called Gauravapriti. That is the stayabhava of this rasa. Vrajanatha, O Master, now understand the Pridharasa, Dejirasa. Now please explain the rasa that is called Pridhabhaktirasa or Sakyarasa. Gosvamai, in this rasa Krishna and his friends are the alambanas. Krishna, who is the prince of Braja, and who holds the flute in his two hands, is the Visaya. Krishna's friends are the Asraya. Vrajanatha, I wish to understand the different kinds of friends Krishna has and their qualities and features. Gosvamai, their forms, qualities, and garments are like those of Krishna's servants. However, Krishna's friends are confident to approach Krishna as equals. They are not filled with awe and veneration like Krishna's servants. These friends are of two kinds, one friends in Dvaraka, and two friends in Vraja. Arjuna, Bhimasena, Draupadi, and Sridama Vipra are among the friends in Dvaraka and the other cities. Among them, Arjuna is the best. The friends in Vraja are always eager to see Krishna. Krishna is their very life. They are the best of Krishna's friends. In Vraja, Krishna has four kinds of friends, 1 Sarite, well-wishers, 2 Seka, friends, 3 Priya Seka, confidential friends, and 4 Priyanarmavayasya, intimate friends. Krishna's well-wisher friends are a little bit older than Krishna, and they have some parental affection for him. Because of their being older than Krishna, they always try to protect him from any harm. As such, they sometimes bear weapons so that they can chastise any mischievous persons who want to do harm to Krishna. Counted among the well-wisher friends are Subhadra, Mandalabhadra, Bhadravardhana, Gabhada, Yaksa, Indrabhada, Bhadrangha, Virabhadra, Mahaguna, Vijaya, and Balabhadra. Among these friends Balabhadra and Mandalabhadra are the best. Friends who are younger than Krishna, who are always attached to him, and who give him all kinds of service are called ordinary friends, or simply friends. Such ordinary friends are called Sakas, and the names of some Sakas are Visala, Vrsabha, Ojasvi, Devaprastha, Varithapa, Miranda, Kusumapada, Manabandha, and Karandhama. Among them Devaprastha is the best. The more confidential friends are called Priya Sakas and are almost Krishna's age. Because of their very confidential friendship, their behavior is only on the basis of pure friendship. Some confidential friends are as follows: Sridama, Sudama, Dhamma, Vasudama, Kinkani, Stokakrishna, Amsu, Bhadrasena, Vilasi, Pundarika, Vitanksa, and Kalavinka. There are other friends who are more confidential than the Sarite, Seka, and Priya Seka friends. They are called Priyanarma, or intimate friends. Counted among the Priyanarma friends are Subala, Arjuna, Gandharva, Vasanta, and Ajay asterisk among them. Ajay, who is always eager to speak joking words, is the best. Among these friends some are Nityasiddha, eternally perfect, others are Surakara, demigods who eventually attain this rasa, and others are Sadhaka, human beings who by performing devotional service eventually attain this rasa. The friends serve Krishna in many different ways. Thus they perform a wonderful variety of different activities. Vrajanatha, what are the udapanas of this rasa? Gosvamti, Krishna's age, his beauty, his bugle, his flute, his conch shell, his pleasing attitude, his exceptional joking abilities, his great power, and his playful activities all provoke, udapana, love and friendship for him. When Krishna is spending his days as a cowherd boy, he is in the Kamara and Paganda ages. In the Kaisara age, when Krishna appeared in Gokula, he acted as a cowherd boy, and then, when he was 16, he went to Mathura. Vrajanatha, request that you explain to me the anubhavas of Krishna's friends. Gosvami, Krishna played with his intimate friends sometimes by fighting or wrestling with their arms, sometimes by playing ball, and sometimes by playing chess. Sometimes they carried one another on their shoulders, and sometimes they exhibited their expertness at whirling logs. And the cowherd friends used to please Krishna by sitting together with him on couches or on swings, by lying together on their beds, by joking together, and by swimming in the pool asterisk by playing with the monkeys and other animals, and by dancing, singing, and other activities. All these activities are called anubhava. The Sarite friends used to sit together and advise one another what to do, sometimes inducing one another to be engaged in welfare work. The Seka friends would offer betel nuts to one another, decorate one another's faces with tilaka, or smear pulp of candana on one another's bodies. The Priya Seka friends wanted to defeat Krishna. Sometimes they used to snatch his clothing or snatch away the flowers from his hands. Sometimes they would try to induce one another to decorate his body for him, and failing this, they were always ready to fight, challenging one another to combat in wrestling. The Priyanarma Seka friends would make arrangements for Krishna's Madhura Lila. Like the servants, these friends also decorated Krishna with forest flowers and fanned him. Vrajanatha, what are the Sattvika bhavas and Sankari bhavas of this rasa? Gosvami, they are like those for Daiji rasa, only a little more. Vrajanatha, what is the Sthai bhava for this rasa? Gosvami, Srila Gosvami explains, Bhakti-rasamrita Sindhu 3.3.105 Vimita Samramaya Sydd Visram Hatmi Ratird Veo Praya Samamaya Atra Se Sakyam Sthai Sabdabak. When there are dealings between Krishna and his friends, which are completely devoid of any feelings of respect and they all treat one another on an equal level, such ecstatic love in friendship is called Sthai. Asterisk. Vrajanatha, what does the word Visramha mean here? Gosvami, it is said, Bhakti-rasamrita Sindhu 3.3.106 Visramho Gadhavis Vasavasiso Yantrano Jayita asterisk. Visramha means firm confidence that one is equal to his friend. Vrajanatha, how does this kind of friendship develop? Gosvami, the stages of Sakyarasa are, Prema, Sneha, Raga, and Pranaya. Vrajanatha, what are the qualities of Pranaya? Gosvami, in this kind of love awe and veneration are completely absent, even in situations where they might be appropriate. Sakyarasa is very wonderful and unprecedented. Sakyarasa is very different from either Daijirasa or Vatsalyarasa. Among all the rasas, Sakyarasa is especially dear to Krishna. And why not? Krishna and his friends have a very close relationship. In some ways the spiritual ecstasy of Sakyarasa is almost similar to the ecstasy of Madhurya rasa. Chapter 30 Rasavikara. The rasas today, after honoring Kikari Prasadam, Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha saw the samadhi of Haridasa Thakura. Then they saw the temple of Sri Totagopinatha, and then they went to the temple of Sri Radhakanta. There they offered Dandavat Obi Sanchez to Sri Gopalaguru Gosvami and then sat down. They discussed many things with Sri Dhyanakandra Goswami. Meanwhile, $11 Gopalaguru Goswami honored prasadam and then also sat down on his seat. Vrajanatha humbly asked him about Vatsala Bhakti Rasa. Sri Golalaguru Goswami said, in Vatsalya Rasa, Krishna is the Vasaya, and his elder relatives and superiors are the Asraya. Krishna's body is dark and handsome. He has all virtues. He is gentle, a pleasing speaker, honest, sincere, shy, humble, respectful, and generous. The king and queen of Braja, Rohini, the elder gopis, Devaki, Kunti, Vasudeva, and Sandipani Muni are included among the devotees in Vatsalya Rasa. Nanda and Yasoda are the best among them. The Uttapanas include Krishna's Kamara age and other ages and his form, garments, childhood, restlessness, talking, joking, and pastimes. Vrajanatha, what are the anubhavas in this rasa? Gosvami, the anubhavas include smelling Krishna's head, massaging his limbs, offering blessings to him, giving orders to him, caressing him, protecting him, and giving good advice to him. Kissing Krishna, hugging him, and calling his name are also included among these activities. Vrajanatha, what are the sattvika ecstatic symptoms in this rasa? Gosvami, the sattvika ecstatic symptoms in this rasa include milk flowing from the breasts and the 8 ecstatic symptoms that begin with becoming stunned. Vrajanatha, what are the vyabhikara bhavas in this rasa? Gosvami, the vyabhikaras in Vatsalya rasa are like those in Pradarasa, Dejirasa. Vrajanatha, what are the stai bhavas in this rasa? Gosvami, the stai bhavas are mercy and love that is free from awe and veneration. The parental love felt by Yasoda and other great devotees is naturally very strong. The stai bhava in this rasa proceeds from prema, to sneha, to raga. Lord Balarama's rasa is a mixture of Dejya rasa and Vatsalya rasa. King Yudhishthira's rasa is a mixture of Vatsalya, Dejya, and Sakya. King Ugrasna's rasa is a mixture of Vatsalya and Sakya. The rasa of Nakula, Sahadeva, Narada Munis, and many others is a mixture of Sakya and Dejya. The rasa of Siva, Garuda, Uddhava, and many others is a mixture of Dejya and Sakya. Vrajanatha, O Master, now we have heard your description of Vatsalya rasa. Please be merciful now and describe Madhura rasa, the most exalted of the rasas. By hearing your description we will become fortunate. Gosvami, Madhura rasa is said to be the most important of the bhakti rasas. A living entity who has taken shelter of the material rasas may become devoted to the Supreme Lord and may thus gradually turn from the things of the material world and thus attain renunciation. A person who is not renounced in this way is not qualified to understand the spiritual rasas. Therefore the people in general are not qualified to understand the Madhura rasa. Madhura rasa is very difficult to understand. It is not easy to find a person qualified to understand it. This rasa is very confidential. Therefore it is appropriate to keep it hidden from general view. Therefore, even though many things could be said about Madhura rasa, I will describe it only briefly. Vrajanatha, O Master, I am a follower of the cowherd boy Sri Subala. Please consider what I am qualified to hear, and tell me only that much. Gosvami, the Priyanarmasaka friends of Krishna are to a certain extent aware of the activities of Madhura rasa. Taking this into consideration, I will tell you what is right for you to hear, and I will not tell you what is not appropriate for you to hear. Vrajanatha, what are the alambanas of this rasa? Gosvamt, in this rasa the Vasaya is Sri Krishna, the hero whose handsomeness has no equal. The transcendental Asraya is the devotees who relish pastimes with him. Therefore the Vraja gopis are the Asraya in this rasa. Of all the dear gopis, Sri Radha is the best. Of the many Uttapanas in this rasa, the sound of Krishna's flute is the first. The anubhavas of this rasa include sidelong glances and smiles. All the sattvika bhavas are gloriously present in this rasa. All the vyabhikaras, except for laziness and ferociousness, are also present in this rasa. Vrajanatha, what are the stai bhavas of this rasa? Gosvamai, the appropriate vibhavas act to increase the love present in Madhura Rasa. No Vijatiya or Svahatiya bhavas can ever break the love that Sri Radha and Sri Madhava feel for each other. Vrajanatha, how many are the different varieties of Madhura Rasa? Gosvamai, Madhura Rasa is of two kinds, one Vipralamha, separation, and Samaga, meeting. Vrajanatha, what is Vipralamha? Gosvamai, Vipralamha is of many kinds, including Trivaraga, the beginning of love, Mana, jealous anger, and Pravasa, the beloved goes far away. Vrajanatha, what is Tirvaraga? Gosvamai, pure Viraga is said to be the situation before the lovers have met. Vrajanatha, what are Mana and Pravasa? Gosvamai, Mana is well known. Pravasa is when the lover loses the association of the beloved. Vrajanatha, what is Samaga? Gosvamai, when the two lovers meet and enjoy bhaga together, that is called Samaga. Will not say anything more about Madhura Rasa. Persons qualified to understand Madhura Rasa should study the confidential description of it in the book Sri Ajay Valanilamani. Vrajanatha, now please briefly describe the Ganabhakti Rasa, the secondary rasas of devotional service. Gosvamai, the 7 Ganarasas are, laughter, astonishment, chivalry, lamentation, anger, dread, and ghastliness. When one of these secondary rasas becomes very powerful, it occupies the place of the primary, mukhya, rasas. In this situation it seems to be independent of the primary rasas. Seemingly independent in this way, the secondary rasa then becomes nourished by its own sthayi bhavas, vibhavas, and other bhavas. However, the truth is that the 5 rasas beginning with Santarasa are the only primary rasas. The 7 secondary rasas, which begin with hajya, laughter, are considered vyabhikaras in relation to the 5 true primary rasas. Vrajanatha, from my study of rhetoric, alankara, I have learned all these things about the rasas. I know all this about the secondary rasas, which begin with hajya, laughter. I wish to know how these secondary rasas are related to the primary rasas of devotional service. Please be merciful and explain this. Gosvamai, it is said that among the 5 rasas some are friends, compatible, and some are enemies, incompatible. The friends of Santarasa are Daisya, ghastliness, Dharmavira, chivalry in performing pious deeds, and astonishment. The friends of astonishment are Daisya, Sakya, Vatsalya, and Madhura Rasa. The enemies of Santarasa are Madhura Rasa, Yadavira, chivalry in battle, anger, and dread. The friends of Daisya Rasa are ghastliness, S4 Antarasa, Dharmavira, chivalry in performing pious deeds, and Danavira, chivalry in giving charity. The enemies of Daisya Rasa are Madhura Rasa, Yadavira, chivalry in battle, and anger. The friends of Sakya Rasa are Madhura Rasa, laughter, and Yadavira, chivalry in battle. The enemies of Sakya Rasa are Vatsalya Rasa, ghastliness, anger, and dread. The friends of Vatsalya Rasa are laughter, compassion, and dread. The enemies of Vatsalya Rasa are Madhura Rasa, Yadavira, chivalry in battle, Daisya Rasa, and anger. The friends of Madhura Rasa are laughter and Sakya Rasa. The enemies of Madhura Rasa are Vatsalya Rasa, ghastliness, Santarasa, anger, and dread. The friends of Hajya Rasa, laughter, are ghastliness, Madhura Rasa, and Vatsalya Rasa. The enemies of Hajya Rasa are compassion and dread. The friends of Adbhuta Rasa, astonishment, are chivalry, Santarasa, Daisya Rasa, Sakya Rasa, Vatsalya Rasa, and Madhura Rasa. The enemies of Adbhuta Rasa are anger and ghastliness. The friends of Vira Rasa, chivalry, are astonishment, laughter, Sakya Rasa, and Daisya Rasa. The enemy of Vira Rasa is dread. Some think that Santarasa is also an enemy of Vira Rasa. The friends of Karuna Rasa, compassion, are anger and Vatsalya Rasa. The enemies of Karuna Rasa are chivalry, laughter, astonishment, and the Samaga, meeting, part of Madhura Rasa. The friends of Raudra Rasa, anger, are compassion and chivalry. The enemies of Raudra Rasa are laughter, Madhura Rasa, and dread. The friends of Bhayanika Rasa, dread, are ghastliness and compassion. The enemies of Bhayanika Rasa are chivalry, Madhura Rasa, laughter, and anger. The friends of Bibhatsa Rasa, ghastliness, are Santarasa, laughter, and Dajya Rasa. The enemies of Bibhatsa Rasa are Madhura Rasa and Sakya Rasa. All the other rasas are closely related. Vrajanatha, please explain the result of these rasas meeting with each other. Gosvami, when the friendly rasas meet, the result is very palatable. It is good when an Angarasa, part, meets with an Angirasa, whole. The rasas may be primary or secondary, an Angirasa should meet with a friendly Angarasa. Vrajanatha, please explain the difference between Angik whole, and Anga, part. Gosvami, whether it is a primary rasa or a secondary rasa, when one rasa dominates another, the dominating rasa is called Angi. The Angarasa, dominated rasa, then becomes a Sankari bhava that nourishes the Angi rasa. In the Visnudharmatara Purana is said, Rasnam samavetnam yajurayapam babe bahu sa mantavio rasa stay isesa sankarino mata. When rasas meet, the dominating rasa becomes the stay bhava and the others become the Sankari bhavas. Vrajanatha, how is it possible for one of the secondary, Gana, rasas to become an Alaji rasa, a dominating rasa? Gosvami, Srila Gosvami explains, Bhaktirasamrita Sindhu April 8, 45 Protean Vibhavanatkar Sat Pustam Mukhayan Alamita Kumkatnija and Thina Gano Pi Anjitvam Asnut Mukyas TV Angitvam Asadi Apusanan Indram Upendravat Ganam Evanginam Kriva Nigdidanijavabhava Anadivasanod Bazavasite Bhaktikata Si Body Eva Na2 Linasyad Esa Sanctari Ganavat Anji Mukyasvamatrain Gair Bhavatair Abhivardhayan Svahati Yair Vijati Ya Isvatantrasan Virajat Yajya Mukyajya Yo Bhakto Bhavan Nitya. Nijazraya Ngsa Eva Tatrasyan Mukya Pi Neo and Gatam Vrajet. Lord Vamanadeva is actually the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but he appeared to have been born as one of the brothers of Indra. Although Vamanadeva is sometimes taken as a less important demigod, he is actually the maintainer of Indra, the king of the demigods. Thus, although sometimes Vamanadeva is considered to be a subordinate demigod, his actual position is that of the Supreme Whole, the source of the entire demigod system. In the same way, a rasa which is actually prominent may sometimes appear to be manifested in a subordinate way, although its actual position is as the main or prominent loving feeling of a devotee. Asterisk. Vrajanatha, what happens when two inimical rasas meet? Gosvami, it becomes like sweet nectar when something salty or sour is mixed in. This mixing of incompatible rasas is called rasabhasa. Vrajanatha, is the mixing of incompatible rasas never good in any situation? Gosvami, Srila Gosvami explains, Bhaktirasamrita Sindhu 4.8.63-64 Dvairikataras Badyat Ventpavarnain Smaryamanatarapi Uktau Samayina Vakain Pi Ca Razantarana Vyavadhau Tatasthina Prayana Va Vasayasray Abad Ca Gonnadvisatazaha Ity Adisu Na Varajiarm Varano Janate Yuddha. When an opposing argument is to be refuted, or when remembering something, or when speaking impartially, or in a favorable way one stands between two rasas, or when there is a difference of the lover, Asraya, and beloved, Visaya, then the meeting of incompatible rasas does not produce an unpalatable result. In this way it is seen that even though Dajya rasa and Vatsalya rasa are enemies, when they are present, at different times, in the relationship of King Yudhisthira with Lord Krishna, there is no incompatibility. Although these two rasas are enemies, they are not present simultaneously. Sometimes, when the ecstasy of bhava is very intense, there is no incompatibility when incompatible rasas meet. Srila Gosvami explains, Bhaktirasamrita Sindhu April 8, 83 Vapiasanpumahasakhtau Madapirasasikar Rastvali Samdvesas Vadayavapajayat. Sometimes, when they are present in very exalted and powerful personalities, many different incompatible rasas join to become compatible. Vrajanatha, heard from the Vaisnavas that Lord Mahaprabhu was not very happy to hear words contaminated with rasabhasa, and he would not agree to hear songs contaminated with that defect. Now I understand the fault of rasabhasa. Now please kindly explain the different kinds of rasabhasa. Gosvamai, rasabhasa, or incompatible mixtures of mellows, may be classified as uparasa, false expression, anurasa, imitation, and aparasa, perverted or misrepresented mellows. In this way there is great, intermediate, or lesser expression of rasabhasa. Vrajanatha, what is uparasa? Gosvamai, pushed by sthai bhava, vibhava, anubhava, and the other bhavas, the 12 rasas may become uparasas. When sthai bhava, vibhava, or anubhava are manifested in a distorted way, then uparasa is manifested. Vrajanatha, what is anurasa? Gosvamai, when the 12 secondary rasas are manifested, but they have no relation to Krishna, then they are anurasa. When chivalry and other like rasas only approach the borderline of having a relationship with Krishna, they are also considered anurasa. Vrajanatha, if these sentiments have no relationship with Krishna, then they are not rasas at all. They are only material. What is the distinguishing feature of anurasas that makes them different from material feelings? Gosvamai, anurasas do not have a direct relationship with Krishna. Some examples of anurasas are the gopis laughing, hajirasa, when they saw a monkey dance, and Narada's astonishment, adbhutarasa, when he heard two parrots debating Vedanta in Bandairavana. In these examples one can see a relationship with Krishna, but it is distant. One cannot see a direct relationship with Krishna. In such a situation there is anurasa. Vrajanatha, what is aparasa? Gosvamai, if Krishna becomes the object of his enemy's laughter or other unfavorable sentiment, that is called aparasa. When he saw Krishna flee from the battlefield, Jarasandha laughed again and again. That is an example of aparasa. Srila Ripa Gosvamai explains, Bhaktirasamrita Sindhu Bhavasarv Tadabasarast Basas Ca Kekana Ami Praktarasabhijane Sarv Pi Razanad Rasa. Some call these incompatible mellows Tadabasa and other call them rasabasa. But persons who know the truth about the rasas use the word rasa to refer to the compatible, pleasing rasas only. After hearing these words, Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha, tears in their eyes and their words choked up, at once fell before the lotus feet of their spiritual master and said, Ajhanatimarained Hajyakaksar Unmalatamyana Tasmai I Sri Gurave Nama El. Offer my respectful obeisances unto my spiritual master, who with the torchlight of knowledge has opened my eyes, which were blinded by the darkness of ignorance. Asterisk. Filled with the bliss of spiritual love, Sri Gopalaguru Gosvamai embraced the two disciples. With a sincere heart he blessed them, may the truth of the rasas be manifest before you. Every day Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha discussed the spiritual truth with Sri Dhyanakandra Gosvamai. They would always accept the Karanamrita from Sri Gopalaguru Gosvamai's feet and the nectar remnants of the prasadam foods that had touched his lips. Some days they stayed in their own Bhajana Kutira. Other days they would visit Sri Haridasa Thakura's Samadhi. Other days they would visit the temple of Sri Gopinatha. Other days they would see the many pure Vaisnavas performing devotional service under the Siddhabakula tree. In these ways the two devotees became plunged in the nectar ocean of devotional service. Sometimes they would see the places where Lord Mahaprabhu was overcome with ecstatic love, places described in Srila Ripa Gosvamai's Stavamala and Srila Raghunatha Dasa Gosvamai's Stavavala. Sometimes they would join the pure Vaisnavas in chanting the holy names of Lord Hari. In this way Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha gradually became advanced in devotional service. Vijayakumara thought, Sri Gopalaguru Gosvamai briefly described Madhura Rasa to us. One should hear a more detailed explanation of it from his mouth. Let Vrajanatha remain plunged in his mellows of Sakyarasa. We'll go alone and learn all the truths of Madhura Rasa. By the kind help of Dhyanakandra Gosvamai, Vijayakumara got a copy of Sri Ajay Valanilamani. He studied that book. When any doubts arose, he placed his questions before Sri Gopalaguru Gosvamai. One afternoon Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha were sitting by the seashore, looking at the waves, and observing how the wave-filled ocean was like life. Vijayakumara said, "No one could say what would happen next in life. We should learn about the patha of Ragamarga, Raganuga Bhakti, from Sri Gopalaguru Goswami." Vrajanatha said, "Sri Dhyanakandra Goswami has written a book about Ragamarga. I have seen it. If our spiritual master teaches us that book, we will gain a great result. Good. I will make a copy of that book." After coming to this conclusion, he approached Sri Dhyanakandra and requested a copy of the book. Sri Dhyanakandra replied, "I cannot give you a copy. You must first get permission from Sri Gopalaguru Goswami." Then the two of them approached Sri Gopalaguru Goswami and placed their request before him. He said, "Good. Get a copy and then return." With these words as their permission, Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha got a copy of the book. They thought that at appropriate times they would approach Sri Gopalaguru Goswami and learn the book under his guidance. Sri Dhyanakandra Goswami was learned in all the scriptures. Especially in the scriptures that describe devotional service to Lord Hari, he had no equal. He was the foremost of Sri Gopalaguru Goswami's disciples. Thinking them good candidates for devotional service, he taught Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha everything about the path of devotional service. Again and again they approached Sri Gopalaguru Goswami's holy feet, and again Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha had all their doubts answered. They learned about Lord Mahaprabhu's daily activities and Lord Krishna's daily pastimes. Following these pastimes, they worshipped the Lord during the 8 portions of the day. Chapter 31 Madhura Rasa Vikara Madhura Rasa Autumn came. After 5 hours of night, the moon rose. Vijayakumara thought, "I should see Sradavali and Sundarakala." Vijayakumara had studied the method of worshipping the Lord in pure Madhura Rasa. He liked only Lord Krishna's pastimes in Vraja and nothing else. He was always wrapped in thinking of Lord Krishna's pastimes with the gopis in Vraja. He had heard that Lord Mahaprabhu saw Sundarakala as the land of Vraja. Vijayakumara set out for Sundarakala. He crossed the Balagandi and began to proceed towards Sradavali. As he walked he saw gardens on both sides. Finally Vrindavana appeared before him. Plunged in an ocean of spiritual love, Vijayakumara said, "Ah! How fortunate I have become today. Today can see Vrajapuri, which even Brahma and the demigods cannot easily attain. Here is a forest garden. Here, in a bower of Maladi and Madhavi vines, Sri Krishna, the master of my life, is joking with the gopis." Pushing aside all feelings of awe and veneration, agitated Vijayakumara ran to that place. As he was running, Vijayakumara fainted and fell unconscious to the ground. A gentle breeze blew of Vijayakumara. After a short time Vijayakumara became conscious again. He looked in one direction and then another. Not seeing the Lord's pastimes, he became unhappy at heart. Eventually Vijayakumara returned home. He went to bed. He did not tell anyone what he had seen. The sight of Lord Krishna's pastimes in Vraja made Vijayakumara's heart blossom with joy. In his heart Vijayakumara thought, "Today I have seen something very confidential. Tomorrow I will tell my spiritual master." After a few moments he remembered that a person who sees the Lord's confidential pastimes should not reveal that fact to anyone. Thinking about this again and again, he gradually fell asleep. When he rose in the morning he could think of nothing else. He honored prasadam, went to the home of Kasi Misra, and offered Dandavat obeisances to his spiritual master. His spiritual master respectfully embraced him and asked about his welfare. Vijayakumara kept his eyes on his spiritual master's lotus feet. With a steady heart he asked about the Madhura Rasa. Vijayakumara said, "O Master, you have been merciful to me without limit. Would like to ask a question about the confidential truths of the splendid Madhura Rasa. I have been reading Sri Ajay Valanilamani, and some parts of it I do not understand." Hearing this, the spiritual master replied, "Baba, You are a very dear disciple of mine. You may place your questions before me. I will answer as far as am able. Vijayakumara said, O Master, it is said that among the 5 primary rasas, the Madhura rasa is the most confidential. And why not? Madhura rasa eternally possesses all the virtues present in Santa, Dajya, Sakya, and Vatsalya rasas. Madhura rasa is the most wonderful and beautiful of all rasas. How can there be any doubt? Persons who follow the path of dry renunciation are completely unqualified to understand the truth of Madhura rasa. On the other hand, the path followed by the materialists is not a good path to follow. The Vraja Madhura rasa is completely different from material sexual activities. The Madhura rasa cannot be understood very easily. If the Madhura rasa is so wonderful, why is it so much like the affairs of ordinary men and women in the material world? Gosvami, Baba Vijayakumara, you know very well that the wonderful variety present in the material world is only a perverted reflection of the wonderful variety present in the spiritual world. The confidential truth here is that in a reflection everything is the reverse of the original. Thus what is highest in the original is lowest in the reflection, and what is lowest in the original is highest in the reflection. When we look in a mirror, we see our limbs reflected in reverse. That is easy to understand. In the same way, when the shadow of the Supreme Lord's inconceivable potency is reflected in the material world, that reflected image is in reverse. Thus when the spiritual rasas are reflected in the material world, that reflected image is in reverse. The Absolute Truth has a great variety of unprecedented and wonderful happinesses. The highest stage of those happinesses is the rasas. The conditioned souls think of these rasas only in terms of their material reflections. Some thinkers claim that the spiritual truth has no variety. These persons try to become one with the Supreme. They think variety exists only in the material world, and in the world of spirit there is no variety. These persons cannot understand the truth about the spiritual world. However, a person who takes shelter of logic and simple common sense can easily understand the truth. The reality is that the Supreme is the resting place of all rasas. Therefore wonderful variety exists in him. The great variety of material rasas are all reflected from him. Therefore, by looking at the material rasas we can understand something of the original spiritual rasas, which cannot be perceived by the material senses. A great variety of rasas exist within the Supreme. That much may be understood. The lowest rasa in the spiritual world is the peaceful rasa called Santarasa. Above that is Dajya rasa. Above Dajya rasa is Sakya rasa. Above Sakya rasa is Vatsalya rasa. Then, above them all, is Madhura rasa. However, when these rasas are reflected in the material world, their positions are all inverted. Thus, in the material world the Madhura rasa is in the lowest position. Above that is Vatsalya rasa. Above Vatsalya rasa is Sakya rasa. Above Sakya rasa is Dajya rasa. Then, above them all, is Santarasa. They who analyze the different rasas in the material world come to the conclusion that Madhura rasa is the lowest of all. That is why the activities of Madhura rasa in the material world are very unimportant and are a source of embarrassment. However, in the spiritual world the Madhura rasa is the most pure of all rasas. It is filled with purity, splendor, and wonderful sweetness. In the spiritual world when Krishna, the Supreme Male, meets with his potencies, who are all female, their activities are supremely pure. Their activities are the root of spiritual reality. However, the perverted reflection of those activities in the material world is degraded and a source of embarrassment. The truth is that Krishna is the only male, and his potencies are all female. Therefore, in this rasa in the spiritual world there is nothing that is impious or goes against the teachings of religion. In the material world one individual soul is the enjoyer and another individual soul is the enjoyed. In this way the material Madhura rasa contradicts the original spiritual reality. That is why the material Madhura rasa is the resting place of revulsion and embarrassment. The truth is that it is not possible for one individual soul to be the enjoyer of another individual soul. All individual souls are meant to be enjoyed, and Lord Krishna is the only enjoyer. It is because it is so much in opposition to the true nature of the individual soul that the material Madhura Rasa is so abominable, repulsive, and embarrassing. How can there be any doubt? Look, consider the nature of a reflection in a mirror. There must be some similarity between the reflected material couples in the material world and their origin in Lord K's supreme pure transcendental pastimes. However, the difference between them is that one is the most abominable and the other is the most exalted. Vijayakumara, O Master, now my life is a success. I fully accept your very pleasing conclusion. Now my doubt is destroyed. Now I am able to understand the Madhura Rasa present in the spiritual world. Ah, the very word Madhura Rasa is sweet. LT is spiritual and free from the touch of matter. It is the source of supreme transcendental bliss. Who is so unfortunate that he will prefer the happiness of Santarasa to the sweet happiness of Madhura Rasa? O Master, am very eager to understand the Madhura Rasa. Please be merciful to me. Gosvami, Baba, please listen carefully, and I will speak. In Madhura Rasa Krishna is the Vasaya and his beloveds are the Asraya. Their meeting is the Alambana. Vijayakumara, what are the features of Krishna when he is the Vasaya in Madhura Rasa? Gosvami, that is a very pleasing question. Krishna's complexion is the color of a new rain cloud. He is charming. All his features are sweet and charming. He is the strongest. His youthfulness is always new and fresh. He speaks eloquently and sweetly. He is intelligent, glorious, sober, wise, clever, cheerful, grateful, expert, controlled by love, profound, the best, famous, charming to all women, always new and fresh, the enjoyer of incomparable transcendental pastimes, handsome, the most dear, and expert at playing the flute. The supreme male Krishna has many transcendental qualities like these. The glory of all the Kamadevas is at once eclipsed by a mere glimpse of the glory of Krishna's feet. Lord Krishna's sidelong glance enchants the hearts of all. Krishna is the great treasure of transcendental pastimes. He is the good fortune attained by the gopis. Vijayakumara, Krishna has a great host of wonderful spiritual qualities. Krishna is the only hero of the wonderful and spiritual Madhura Rasa. Now can fully understand all this. Previously I studied many scriptures. I had praise only for material logic. Even though I would sometimes meditate on Lord Krishna, I did not have firm faith in him. But now, by your mercy, a little bit of devotion that is the root of attraction to Krishna, has risen in my heart. Now that my heart has become purified by devotion, have attained the direct perception of Lord Krishna. Turned away from Krishna. But still Krishna never left my heart. Ah, how merciful he is. Now I can understand these words. Bhaktirasamrita Sindhu 2.5.131-132 Sarvadaiva Duratho Yam Abhaktire Bhagavadrasa Tatpadam Bhuja Sarvasvar Bhaktire Vanu Rajiate non-devotees cannot understand the transcendental mellows experienced between the devotee and the Lord. In all respects, this is very difficult, but one who has dedicated everything to the lotus feet of Krishna can taste the transcendental mellows *Vyatitya Bhavanavartma Yas Kamat Karabarabhithirti Sattva Javal Badam Svadate Sa Raso Mata. When one transcends the status of ecstatic love and thus becomes situated on the highest platform of pure goodness, one is understood to have cleansed the heart of all material contamination. In that pure stage of life, one tastes this nectar, and this tasting capacity is called rasa, or transcendental mood. O Master, now I can directly understand that the true rasas are the splendid spiritual rasas in the heart. The so-called rasas in the material world are not the true rasas. The true rasas are in the spiritual world. Each living being is a tiny particle of spirit, a soul. When the soul becomes wrapped in the meditation of devotional service, bhakti samadhi, then the spiritual rasas are manifested in him. By the mercy of the spiritual master one is able to understand both the soul's pure original, spiritual identity and the soul's conditioned existence in the material world. One who understands this has no doubts. Gosvami, Baba Vijayakumara, all you say is true. To further remove any doubts you may still have, I will explain more about the spiritual truth. Tell me, what is the relationship of pure truth and mixed truth? Vijayakumara, offering Dandavat obeisances to his spiritual master's feet, O Master, only by your mercy will be able to speak properly. If my explanations are faulty, then please be merciful and correct me. That which truly exists is called existence, satta. Thus it is said that there is true existence of a particular place, sthiti satta, true existence of a form, rupa satta, true existence of certain qualities, guna satta, and true existence of certain activities, kriya satta. True existence, satta, has neither beginning nor end. True existence is manifested in an eternal present, uncontaminated by past or future. It is filled with many great wonders and it is perfectly pure in nature. That is pure existence, Suddhasattva. Pure existence is manifested by the Lord's pure spiritual potency, Suddha-Cit Sakti. The material world of Maya, where past and future are manifested, is only a shadow of the original spiritual potency, Cit Sakti. When something is seen to begin its existence in the world of Maya, that beginning comes from the material mode of passion. When something is seen to come to an end in the world of Maya, that ending comes from the material mode of ignorance. These kinds of existence are all mixed. The pure spirit soul, however, is unmixed, pure existence, Suddhasattva. The form, qualities, and activities of the pure soul are all pure existence, Suddhasattva. However, when the individual spirit soul is imprisoned by Maya, the soul's qualities are seen to be mixed with the material modes of passion and ignorance. Gosvami, Baba, your analysis is very subtle. Now please tell me, how does the living entity's heart become enlightened with pure existence? Vijayakumara, as long as he remains imprisoned in the material world, the soul does not manifest its original, pure existence. Only is the soul's original, pure form manifested. The soul's original form is not manifested as a result of impersonal speculation, jnana-cesta, or fruitive work, karma-cesta. How can one become clean if he washes himself with dirt? Spiritual knowledge is like fire. With the fire of knowledge one should burn away the contamination of materialism. How does one attain the spiritual happiness that comes from washing away the contamination of matter? By the mercy of Krishna and the Vaisnavas one attains devotional service. By engaging in devotional service one regains his original spiritual identity. When that original identity is regained, the heart becomes effulgent with pure spiritual existence. Gosvami, Baba, am very happy to teach a qualified student like you. What other questions do you have? Vijayakumara, previously you said that there are 4 kinds of heroes, Dhira Edita, Dhira Lalita, Dhira Prasantat, and Dhiradhata. Which kind of hero is Krishna? Gosvami, Krishna is all 4 of these heroes. If one asks how a personality can be beheld in 4 quite opposing ways, the answer is that the Lord is the reservoir of all transcendental qualities and activities. Therefore, his different aspects can be analyzed according to the exhibition of his limitless variety of pastimes, and as such there is no contradiction. Vijayakumara, if you are merciful, then please kindly explain all this. Speaking these words, Vijayakumara fell, with tears in his eyes, at the feet of his spiritual master. The saintly Gosvami lifted him up, embraced him, and, tears flowing from his own eyes, began to speak. Gosvami, in Madhura Rasa Krishna assumes 2 roles, that of husband and that of paramour. Vijayakumara, O Master, Krishna is our eternal husband. How can he be a paramour? Gosvami, this is very confidential. In the realm of spiritual activities, Madhura Rasa is a secretly hidden jewel. Among the many jewels of Madhura Rasa, the jewel where Krishna assumes the role of paramour, parakya, is the best, the Kaustubha jewel. Vijayakumara, the devotees who have taken shelter of Madhura Rasa worship Krishna as their husband. What is the secret, that Krishna can be a paramour? Gosvamti, if the Supreme is impersonal and without qualities, then there is no possibility of a rasa with him. If he is impersonal, the Vedas declaration, Raso Vaisa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the reservoir of transcendental rasas, has no meaning. If the Supreme has neither qualities nor happiness, then he cannot have any contact with rasa. Only if he has qualities may he have contact with rasa. The rasas are manifested in the heart. The rasas cannot be manifested in relation to an impersonal qualityless Supreme. They are manifest only in relation to the Supreme Person. In Santarasa the Lord's supreme power and opulence are prominent. The Dejirasa, where the Lord's position as the Supreme Master is prominent, is above Santarasa. The Sakyarasa, where the idea that one is the Lord's equal is prominent, is above Dejirasa. The Vatsalyarasa, where the idea that one is the Lord's superior is prominent, is above Sakyarasa. The Madhura Rasa is above the Vatsalyarasa. It is above all the other rasas. In Madhura Rasa, Parakya is above Svakya. These two are based on Atma, myself, and Para, another person. The one means that one is Krishna's, and the other means that one belongs to another. These two opposites are both manifested in relation to the Supreme Person. In one part of Krishna's pastimes, Svakya love is manifested, and in another part of his pastimes Parakya love is manifested. When the hero and heroine passionately meet, that is the wonderful Parakya Rasa. Parakya Rasa is much greater than Svakya Rasa. The Svakya Rasa is dry in comparison, and the Parakya Rasa is blossoming with happiness. When Krishna is the hero, Parakya Rasa is not at all abominable. If an individual soul is the hero, then one can consider whether his actions follow the path of religion or oppose it. If an individual soul is the hero in Parakya love, then that is very abominable. Therefore philosophers affirm that an individual soul who becomes a paramour is very reprehensible. Srila Rapa Goswami explains that in books of ordinary material rhetoric, Alankarastra, it is accepted that a paramour is in an inferior position. This is true for a material paramour, but it is not true for Sri Krishna, the spiritual Supreme Personality of Godhead, the origin of all incarnations. Vijayakumara, Lord Krishna then appears as both husband and paramour. Please first explain his role as husband. Gosvami, when he accepts a girl's hand in marriage, then he is the husband. Vijayakumara, what is the nature of his role as paramour and his parakya rasa? Gosvami, when love becomes everything for him, and when, passionately desiring another's wife, he jumps over the rules of religion, then he is a paramour. When he ignores the religious rules that govern this life and the next, and when he has only contempt for the institution of marriage, and when he thus offers himself to a girl, then Lord Krishna enjoys the parakya rasa. In parakya rasa there are two kinds of heroines, one an unmarried girl, and two the wife of another. Vijayakumara, what is the nature of Svakya rasa? Gosvami, when he accepts a girl's hand in marriage, becomes her husband, and protects her, and when she is always faithful to him, that is Svakya rasa. Vijayakumara, when does Sri Krishna accept the Svakya and Parakya rasas? Gosvami, when he marries the queens in Dvaraka, he accepts Svakya rasa, and when he becomes the lover of the girls of Braja, he accepts the Parakya rasa. Vijayakumara, what is the position of these two kinds of beloveds in Lord Krishna's unmanifest pastimes? Gosvami, that is very confidential. You know that Lord Krishna's opulences are 4 quarters. 3 quarters are the spiritual world, and 1 quarter is the material world. Within that 1 quarter of the Lord's opulences exist the material universes that have 14 planetary systems. On the boundary that divides the material and spiritual world flows the Viraja river. On the farther shore of the Viraja is the spiritual world. The spiritual world is enclosed by a wall of light called the Brahmajyoti. Beyond that wall may be seen the spiritual sky of Vaikuntha. In Vaikuntha the Lord's opulence is prominent. There Lord Narayanakandra, the King of Kings, is served by numberless spiritual opulences. In Vaikuntha the Lord accepts only the Svaki Yarasa. There Sri, Bha, Neela, and the other wives serve their husband, Lord Narayana. Above Vaikuntha is Goloka. In Vaikuntha the Dvaraka queens serve Krishna according to Svaki Yarasa. In Goloka the girls of Vraja serve Krishna according to their own rasa. Vijayakumara, if Goloka is Lord Krishna's highest abode, why is Vraja glorified as the most wonderful place? Gosvamti, Vraja, Gokula, Vrindavana, and many other places are all situated within Madhuramandala. Goloka is the highest abode. When it is manifested within the material world, Goloka is called Madhuramandala. They are both the highest abode. Vijayakumara, how is that possible? I don't understand. Gosvami, it is possible by the power of Lord Krishna's inconceivable potency. Lord Krishna's inconceivable potency cannot be understood by material thought processes or material logic. When Lord Krishna manifests his transcendental pastimes in the material world, the spiritual realm called Goloka comes to the material world and is then called Madhuramandala. In the Lord's unmanifest pastimes, Aprakatalila, that same world is called Goloka. Lord Krishna's transcendental pastimes are eternal. When one is qualified to see pure spirit, then he can see the world of Goloka. Then he sees that the Gokula present in the material world is the same as Goloka in the spiritual world. However, when a person's intelligence is tortured by material ideas, he cannot see that Goloka is the same as Gokula. He sees that they are different. He sees that Gokula is part of the material world. Vijayakumara, how does one become qualified to see Goloka? Gosvami, Sri Sukadeva Gosvami explains, Srimad Bhagavatam 10.28.14-15 iti Sansantya Bhagavan Mahakaraniko Vibhudarsayam Dasas Vamlokam Gopanam Tamasa Param Satyam Yahanam Anantam Yad Brahmajyota Sant Anam Yad Dipasayanti Munayo Guna Paye Samahita Krishna immediately thought that his devotees in Vrindavana should be informed of the spiritual sky and the Vaikuntha planets therein. Thus Krishna showed them the eternal, ever-existing spiritual sky, which is unlimited and full of knowledge. Information of the spiritual sky can be had only from great sages and saintly persons who have already surpassed the influence of the three material modes of nature. Asterisk. Baba, with Krishna's mercy, no one can see Goloka. It was by his mercy that the people of Vraja were able to see Goloka. Goloka is the supreme spiritual abode, far beyond the material world. It contains all wonders. It is eternal and spiritual. It is the home limitless spiritual pastimes. The spiritual effulgence called Brahmajyoti is the eternal effulgence emanating from Goloka. The devotees who have completely renounced the material world are able to see Goloka as it is. Vijayakumara, are all liberated souls able to see Goloka? Gosvami, among millions and millions of liberated souls it is hard to find a single devotee of the Supreme Lord. Persons who follow the path of Astanga Yoga or the path of impersonal speculation may attain liberation, but in that kind of liberation they forget their original spiritual identity in the spiritual world of Vraja. Devotees who are attracted by the Supreme Lord's opulences also cannot see the world of Goloka. Following their hearts, they go to Vaikuntha and there they serve the Supreme Lord in his form of opulence and majesty. Among the devotees who worship Krishna according to the rasas of Vraja, only they who by Lord Krishna's mercy are released from Maya's prison are able to see Goloka. Vijayakumara, well, if only these few liberated souls can see Goloka, then why is Goloka described in $11 Brahma Samhita, Harivarnya, Padma Purana, and other scriptures? Simply by worshipping him in Vraja one can easily attain Lord Krishna's mercy. Why, then, do all these scriptures describe Goloka? Gosvami, a Rasika devotee who worships Krishna according to the rasas of Vraja Lord Krishna lifts from the material world and places in Goloka. Such a person can see Goloka in full. Among the pure devotees who worship Krishna in Vraja, some very few are also able to see Goloka. There are two kinds of devotees, Siddha, perfect devotees, and Sadhaka, aspiring devotees. The Sadhaka devotees are not qualified to see Goloka. The Siddha devotees are of two kinds, Vastusiddha, perfect in reality, and Svartapasiddha, perfect in conception. The Vastusiddha devotees are persons who by Lord Krishna's mercy are taken directly to Goloka. The Svartapasiddha devotees are persons who, although they are not taken, by Lord Krishna's mercy, from the material world and placed in Goloka, can still see the true form of Goloka. There are many kinds of devotees whose eyes of devotional service are gradually opened, by Lord Krishna's mercy. Some can see a little of Goloka, some can see more of Goloka, and some can see a great deal of Goloka. According to the degree they have attained Lord Krishna's mercy, to that degree they can see Goloka. In the stage of sadhana, the devotee can have a brief glimpse of Goloka in Gokula in the material world. When a devotee leaves the stage of sadhana bhakti and attains bhava bhakti, then he can see Goloka to a greater extent. When a devotee attains the stage of prema, then he can see Goloka to a very great extent. Vijayakumara, O Master, what is the difference between Goloka and Vraja? Gosvami, whatever can be seen in Vraja can also be seen in Goloka. However, persons with different kinds of qualification may see Vraja differently. The truth is that Goloka and Vrindavana are not different in any way. However, there may differences in different persons' ability to see. A person tightly bound by the mode of ignorance will see Vraja as just another place in the material world. A person influenced by the mode of passion will see Vraja as a pleasant place. A person in the mode of pure goodness will see Vraja more clearly than the others. In this way different people are more or less able to properly see the land of Vraja. Vijayakumara, O Master, I can understand a little. Please give one or two examples to help me understand. Examples comparing things in the spiritual world to things in the material world are always imperfect. Still, they can be useful, for the nature of one thing can be hinted by comparing it to another. Gosvamti, this is a very difficult topic. If one has a direct spiritual vision, he is forbidden to reveal it to others. If by Krishna's mercy one is able to see directly, one must keep that revelation always a secret. I will repeat to you what the previous acharyas have taught about this. Anything more than that you will soon see for yourself by Lord Krishna's mercy. Pure spiritual perception exists in Goloka. Material ideas do not exist there at all. To nourish the rasas, the Lord's spiritual potency, Cit Sakti, manifests all wonderful states of being, bhava. In this way many ideas and conceptions are manifested. In Goloka Krishna is beginningless. He is never born. Still, to help the Lord's pastimes, the Lord's spiritual potency convinces Nanda and Yasoda that they are Krishna's parents. In this way the Vatsalya rasa is manifested. In Madhura rasa the wonderful varieties of Vipralamha, separation, and Samaga, enjoying pastimes together, are also manifested by the Lord's spiritual potency. In this way the Parakya rasa and Svakya rasa are manifested in an eternal present, Nityavardhamana. Look, in this way many different ideas and beliefs are manifested by Yogamaya in Vraja. Yogamaya convinces Yasoda that Krishna was born in her maternity room. Yogamaya convinces the gopis that they were married to Abhimanyu, Govardhanagopa, and others. In this way the Parakya rasa is nourished. These various ideas and beliefs created by Yogamaya are not really untrue. They are part of the total reality of Goloka. Thus the different residents of Goloka do indeed see things differently. Vijayakumara, should one purify his thoughts by meditating on TB Lord's pastimes in the 8 periods of the day, Astakalinalila, and in this way be able to see the Lord in meditation? Gosvami, it is not like that. One first sees the Lord's pastimes in Vraja, and then one remembers those pastimes of the 8 periods of the day. By engaging in devotional service one obtains Krishna's mercy, and then the Lord's pastimes are manifested before one. There is no need to first purify one's thoughts by meditating on the Lord's pastimes. Vijayakumara, it is said, Yadrasi Bhavand Yajya Siddhar Bhavati Tadrasi, one attains a perfection that corresponds to his meditation. Does this mean that when one attains perfection he will obtain what he meditated on during the period of sadhana bhakti? Therefore one should strive to meditate purely on Goloka. Gosvami, what you say is true. All the ideas and beliefs present in Vraja are pure truths. There is nothing imperfect or wrong about them. If there were anything untrue about them, they would be faulty. When one perfectly practices sadhana bhakti, he attains perfection. What one purely meditates on during the practice of sadhana bhakti, one directly sees when one attains perfection. Try to perform the duties of sadhana bhakti nicely. Do not try to purify these activities. To purify them is beyond your power. With his inconceivable potency, Lord Krishna himself will purify them. If you try to purify them yourself, you will be pricked by the thorn of material ideas. If Krishna is merciful to you, the fruit you pick will not be bitter. Vijayakumara, today I have become fortunate. I have one more question. Do the Lord's wives in Dvaraka reside in Vaikuntha? If not, do they reside in Goloka? Gosvami, all bliss is found in Vaikuntha in the spiritual world. There is no attainment higher than Vaikuntha. Dvaraka and all the cities where the Lord resides are manifested in Vaikuntha. Each in her own abode, the Lord's wives in these different cities serve the Lord there. As far as Madhura Rasa is concerned, only the girls of Vraja reside in Goloka. Whatever pastimes were manifested in Vraja in the material world are all manifested in Goloka. Also, in the Gopaladapani Upanishad it is seen that Rukmini Devi, following the Svaki Rasa, enjoys pastimes in Mathurapuri in Goloka. Vijayakumara, O Master, the activities of Parakya Rasa are manifested in a certain sequence in Vraja in the material world. Are they all manifested in exactly the same sequence in Goloka? Gosvami, they are all exactly the same. They are all spiritual. Only the beliefs created by Yogamaya are absent. Those beliefs do not remain there. Only the pure spiritual part remains there. Cannot explain that any more clearly. By the power of your devotional activities you will come to understand what I mean. Vijayakumara, at the time of cosmic devastation the entire material world disappears. How, then, is it possible that the Supreme Lord enjoys pastimes eternally in his abode of Vraja in the material world? Gosvamti, the Lord's pastimes in Vraja are eternal in two ways. Traveling in a great circle through the numberless material universes, the Lord manifests all his pastimes, one after another. In this way the Lord's pastimes are manifested eternally. Also, the Lord's pastimes always exist in the spiritual eternal present, Nityavartamana, even they may be invisible to materialize, aprakata. Vijayakumara, if the Lord openly manifests, prakatalila, his pastimes in every material universe, does that mean that every universe has its own land of Vraja? Gosvami, yes, it does. Goloka has the power to manifest itself anywhere. In every material universe the abode of the Lord's pastimes is manifested. The world of Goloka also manifests itself in the heart of every devotee of the Lord. Why does the land of Mathura, Mathura Mandala, continue to exist in the material world, even though the Lord no longer manifests, prakata, his pastimes there? Vijayakumara, the Lord continues to enjoy pastimes there eternally, even though those pastimes cannot be seen by material eyes, aprakata. Also, to show mercy to the devotees, the Lord keeps his abode manifested in the material world. In that way the day's conversation ended. Again and again thinking of the Lord's pastimes during the 8 periods of the day, Astakalya Seva, Vijayakumara returned to his residence. Chapter 32 Madhura Rasa Vikara Madhura Rasa Vijayakumara honored prasadam and took rest at night. Vrajanatha completed his devotional activities, chanted the holy names of Lord Hari on his beads, and went to sleep. Vijayakumara did not sleep. He used to think that Goloka was a different place. No, he could understand that Goloka and Gokula were not different. The Parakya Rasa has its root in Goloka. However, how could Krishna be a paramour? That was his only doubt. Now he thought, Krishna is the absolute truth. The potency and the master of potencies are not different. If Krishna and his potency are not different, then how can Krishna be the husband or the paramour of his potency? Once he thought, tomorrow will place this question before my spiritual master, and he will remove my doubt. Again he thought, it would not be good to ask the master again about Goloka. Still, I must throw this doubt far away. Thinking very seriously about all this, he fell asleep. Asleep, he dreamed that he met his spiritual master and placed this question before him. In the dream his spiritual master resolved the doubt. The spiritual master said, Baba Vijayakumara, Krishna's desires are not dependent on the wishes of others, pushed here and there like an elephant prodded with a goad. He eternally desires to conceal his own opulence and divine power, and instead manifest his charming sweetness. He makes his potency exist as a separate entity. Then his potency manifests herself as millions and millions of beautiful girls. In this way his potency serves him very diligently. Krishna is not very pleased when his potency serves him in the mood of opulence. With the wonderful power of his potency, he makes these manifestations of his potency into married girls. Then he becomes their sole paramour. Desiring to enjoy the Parakya Rasa, Krishna rejects his own natural self-sufficiency, Atmarama Dharma, and enjoys the Rasa dance and other wonderful pastimes with his potencies, who are all convinced that they are the wives of others. In all these activities, his flute becomes a dear friend. In this way the Parakya Rasa is eternally perfect in the realm of Goloka. It is for this purpose that the pastime forests of Goloka and Vrindavana exist. Vraja's Rasamandala, Yamuna shore, Govardhana hill, and other pastime places all exist in Goloka also. In this way Svakya Rasa and Parakya Rasa both exist in Goloka. Pure Svakya Rasa is splendidly manifested in Vaikuntha. Svakya Rasa and Parakya Rasa, which are simultaneously one and different from each other, are both seen in Goloka. Look! This is very wonderful. Although the Parakya Rasa in Vraja seems to be material and Krishna seems to be an ordinary paramour, the truth is that it is not material and Krishna is not a paramour at all. And why not? Krishna has been enjoying the company of his potencies from a time without beginning. Their relationship is actually the perfection of Svakya Rasa, of the love of a husband and wife. That his potencies are married to others and Krishna is their paramour is only an idea created to nourish the bliss of their pastimes in Vraja. This same idea also nourishes the Lord's pastimes in Goloka, which is far from the world of matter. In Gokula, which is manifested within the material world, Yogamaya creates the idea that Krishna's potencies are married to others and Krishna is their paramour. Hearing this explanation in his dream, Vijayakumara threw all his doubts far away. He became fully convinced that Goloka beyond the material world, and Gokula situated within the material world are indeed the same place. Then the bliss of the rasas of Vraja appeared in his heart. He became firmly convinced of Krishna's eternal pastimes in Vraja during the 8 periods of the day, Astakalina. Rising the next morning, he thought, my spiritual master has been merciful to me without any limit. From that time he had full faith in his spiritual master's descriptions of the rasas. Vijayakumara honored prasadam, and, at the appropriate time, shedding tears of love, fell down before his spiritual master's lotus feet. Filled with spiritual love, the spiritual master picked him up and said, Baba, you have attained Lord Krishna's mercy. Simply by seeing you, I have become fortunate. He hugged Vijayakumara, and then he began to sing these verses from Prema Vivarta, Prasanahya Krishna Jayar Kripakora Se Janadhanya Ei Samstrabhidare. A person who has attained Lord Krishna's mercy is the most fortunate person in the entire world. Golokara Paramabhavatara Sitsvur Gokul Goloka Payamaya Upadhyayar. The spiritual love of Goloka is manifest in his heart. He sees Goloka and Gokula. Maya flees from him. After singing this song for many minutes, the spiritual master again became aware of the external world. Then Vijayakumara offered Dandavat obeisances to him. Vijayakumara, O Master, I do not know anything about Lord Krishna's mercy. I only know that everything has come from your mercy. Stopping all efforts to see Goloka directly, am now content to place my eyes on Gokula. For now it is good that try to understand the wonderful variety of rasas in Vraja. Now we'll return to the original topic we were discussing. O spiritual master, may it be said that the gopis who thought of Krishna as their husband are situated in Svaki Yarasa. Gosvamai, the gopis who thought of Krishna as their husband may at that time be situated in Svaki Yarasa. However, the natural position of the girls in Gokula is Parakya Rasa. Although their natural position is not Svaki Yarasa, because they may marry Krishna by the Gandharva rite or another rite, they may for some time be situated in Svaki Yarasa. This is manifested in the Lord's Gokula pastimes. Vijayakumara, O Master, I have many questions. I shall ask them according to the sequence presented in Sri Ajay Valanilamani. Now I would like to learn about the Nayakas, heroes. There are 4 kinds of Nayakas: Anukula, friendly; Daksina, sincere; Satha, deceptive; and Drista, arrogant. What is the nature of the Anukula hero? Gosvamai, a hero who is attached to one heroine and does not desire any other, is an Anukula hero. Lord Ramachandra has that kind of love for Sita. Lord Krishna has Anukula love for Sri Radhika. Vijayakumara, I wish to learn how the Anukula hero is manifested in the 4 personality types that begin with Dhirodata. Please be merciful and describe the Dhirodata Anukula hero. Gosvamai, the Dhirodata Anukula hero is grave, humble, tolerant, merciful, true to his word, averse to praising himself, modest, and generous at heart. However, the Dhirodata Anukula hero will renounce these qualities in order to secretly meet with his beloved. Vijayakumara, what is the Dhiralalita Anukula hero? Gosvamti, the Dhiralalita hero is naturally very funny, always in full youthfulness, expert in joking, and free from all anxieties. If he always enjoys pastimes with the same heroine, the Dhiralalita hero becomes a Dhiralalita Anukula hero. Vijayakumara, what is a Dhiraprasanta Anukula hero? Gosvamti, a Dhiraprasanta Anukula hero is very peaceful, forbearing, considerate, and obliging. Vijayakumara, what is a Dhirodata Anukula hero? Gosvamai, a Dhirodata Anukula hero is very envious, proud, easily angered, restless, and complacent. Vijayakumara, what is a Daksina hero? Gosvamai, the word Daksina means honest. A hero who does not stop feeling respect, awe, and love for his previous beloved, even after he becomes attached to a new beloved, is a Daksina hero. A Daksina hero treats his many beloveds equally. Vijayakumara, what is a Satha hero? Gosvamai, a hero who is affectionate to his beloved when she is present, but blasphemes her when she is not present, is a Satha hero. Vijayakumara, what are the qualities of a Drista hero? Gosvamti, a Drista is expert at fearlessly speaking lies, even when his body clearly bears many marks showing how he enjoyed with another beloved. Vijayakumara, O Master, how many different kinds of heroes are there? Gosvamai, as far as we are concerned, there is no hero but Krishna. In Dvaraka he is perfect. In Mathura he is more perfect. In Vraja he is most perfect. In each of these places he is both husband and paramour. In this way he is 6, 3x2, heroes. In each of these 6 different situations he is also the 4 kinds of heroes that begin with Dhirodata. In that way he becomes 24, 2x3x4, different kinds of heroes. In each of these 24 situations he is also an Anukula, Daksina, Satha, and Drista hero. In this way he becomes 96, 2x3x4x4, kinds of heroes. Thus there are 24 Svakiya heroes and 24 Parakiya heroes. The Svakya heroes are less prominent, and the Parakya heroes are more prominent. In the rasas and pastimes of Braja, the 24 kinds of Parakya heroes are manifested eternally. In different kinds of pastimes a different kind of hero is required. In this way Krishna assumes the roles of these different kinds of heroes. Vijayakumara, O Master, now I can understand the different qualities of the hero and heroine. Now request that you teach me about the hero's different assistants. Gosvamti, the hero has 5 kinds of assistants. They are, Sita, confidential messenger, Vita, valid, Vitasaka, comedian, Pithamardaka, constant companion, and Priyanarmaseka, dear friend. All these assistants are expert at speaking joking words, always bound by ties of strong friendship, an expert judge of time and circumstances, expert at speaking confidential words to pacify the gopis when they become angry. Vijayakumara, who are the Sitas? Please say. Gosvami, the Sitas are expert at arranging Krishna's rendezvous with the gopis. The Sitas are naturally bold and arrogant. Bangura and Baitarangara are prominent among Krishna's Sita companions in Gokula. Vijayakumara, who are the Vitas? Please say. Gosvami, te Vitas are expert in dressing and decorating Krishna. They are clever, skilled in conversation, and expert in bringing other under their control. Kadara and Bharatibandhu are prominent among the Krishna's Vita companions. Vijayakumara, who are the Vidisakas? Please say. Gosvami, th Vidsakas are fond of eating, fond of quarreling, and expert at inducing laughter by means of their funny gestures, expert jokes, and funny appearance. Vasanta, Madhumangala, and many other gopas are prominent among Krishna's Vidisaka companions. Vijayakumara, who are the Pithamardakas? Gosvami, the Pithamardaka has qualities like those of the hero. He is the hero's constant companion. Sridama is Krishna's Pithamardaka companion. Vijayakumara, what are the qualities of the Priyanarmaseka? Gosvami, the Priyanarmaseka companions have taken shelter of friendship with Krishna. They know Krishna's closest secrets. Subala and Arjuna are prominent among Krishna's Priyanarmaseka friends. The Priyanarmasekas are the best of these 5 kinds of assistants. Among these 5 assistants the Sitas, Vitas, Vidsakas, Pithamardakas, and Priyanarmasekas Sitas are in Dajirasa, the Pithamardakas are in Virarasa, chivalry, and the others are in Sakyarasa. The Sitas are servants, and the other 4 kinds of assistants are friends. Vijayakumara, are there women among the assistants? Gosvami, yes. There are. They are the deities, messengers. Vijayakumara, how many different kinds of deities are there? Gosvami, there are 2 kinds of deities, Svayamditi, messengers of their own accord, and Aptaditi, they who are appointed as messengers. The Svayamditis are Krishna's sidelong glance and the sound of his flute. Vijayakumara, who are the Aptaditis? Gosvami, Vira, who is expert at speaking bold and outrageous words, and Vrinda, who speaks sweetly, are Krishna's 2 Aptaditis. The Svayamditis and these 2 Aptaditis are extraordinary. In addition there are many ordinary deities, such as Lingini, Devafya, and Silpakarani. It is better that I describe them later, when we discuss the heroines and messengers. Vijayakumara, now I understand Sri Krishna's natures, qualities, and other features as a hero. I have also learned that Krishna eternally enjoys pastimes as both a husband and a paramour. As a husband he enjoys pastimes in Dvaraka, and as a paramour he enjoys pastimes in Vraja. Our Krishna is a paramour. Therefore we must learn about the beautiful girls of Vraja. Gosvami, almost all of Krishna's gopi beloveds in Vraja are in the Parakya Rasa. And why not? In Madhura Rasa nothing is higher than Parakya. The Svakya Rasa felt by the queens in Dvaraka is dull and stunted in comparison. Therefore the Parakya Rasa gives the most pleasure to Lord Krishna. Vijayakumara, what is the meaning of all this? Gosvamt, Lord Siva, who is expert at understanding the mellows of Madhura Rasa, explains that when women are very contrary or hard to find, or when they are protected by a host of obstacles, then Kamadeva uses his most powerful weapons. Visnugupta also explains that when the hero is forbidden to meet his beloved, or when his doe-eyed beloved is unapproachable, then the hero's heart is very strongly attracted to his beloved. Look, even though he is always self-satisfied, at Marama, Krishna expanded into as many forms as there were gopis in the rasa dance pastime. A sadhaka devotee should try to understand the rasa dance pastime of the Lord. The instruction is given that if a sadhaka devotee desires to attain auspiciousness, then with devotion he should enter into an understanding of the rasa dance pastimes. Of course, he should not be so foolish as to try to imitate Lord Krishna's activities in the rasa dance. The meaning is that the devotee should try to understand how much the gopis love Lord Krishna. Vijayakumara, please clearly describe the love the gopis feel for Lord Krishna. Gosvami, Krishna is a gopa, he is the son of Nanda. He enjoys the pastimes of Madhura Rasa only with the gopis. He does not enjoy these pastimes with no other girls. A devotee who is qualified for Madhura Rasa, and who is either a sadhakabhakta or a bhavabhakta, should worship Krishna as the gopis do. In your meditation you should serve Sri Sri Radhakrishna as the fortunate gopis of Vraja do. If you cannot think of yourself as a gopi married to someone other than Krishna, then you will not be able to attain the Parakya Rasa. To think that they are married to someone less is the nature of the gopis in Vraja. Srila Rupa Gosvami has written, Sri Ajay Valanilamani, Krishna Vallabha Prakarana 19 Maya Kalita Tadrake Strizalan Ananyasti Yubhit Na Jata Vrajadevanam Patibhis Saha Saragama. The Vraja gopis never meet with their husbands, nor do their husbands ever feel jealous, for the gopis' husbands are all creations of Yogamaya. The gopis' weddings and husbands are both creations of Yogamaya. The gopis never had any husband but Krishna. Still, in the eternal present, Nityavartamana, that is the feature of time in the spiritual world, the gopis eternally think that they are married to someone other than Krishna. If this were not the case, then the wonderful rasas where the beloved is contrary, unattainable, surrounded by obstacles, and forbidden, would not be possible. It is because she refuses to accept Parakya Rasa that goddess Lakshmi in Vaikuntha cannot become one of Krishna's beloveds in the rasas of Vraja. Vijayakumara, how does a gopi think herself married to someone other than Krishna? Gosvami, a gopi thinks, I was born in a gopa's house. At the appropriate time I was given in marriage to a certain gopa. Thinking in this way, AG develops a strong yearning to enjoy pastimes with Krishna. In this way the gopis think that they are married to a certain gopa, and that they have no children. This is called gopabhava, the assumptions of the gopis. Vijayakumara, how does a male attain this conception? Gosvami, it is only because of the power of Maya that a soul residing in the material world imagines that it is male. In the understanding of pure spirit, Krishna is the only male and all others are female. In spirit there is no sign of material male or female. Still, if one intently meditates on this rasa, one can become qualified to become a gopi in Vraja. A person who yearns to attain the Madhura Rasa will become qualified to become a gopi in Vraja. By again and again desiring in this way, one attains that perfection. Vijayakumara, what is the glory of being a gopi married to a gopa other than Krishna? Gosvami, when the Vraja gopis married to other gopas yearn to enjoy pastimes with Krishna, then the greatest splendor and the greatest virtues decorate them with the beauty of pure love. Their rasa is sweeter than the rasas of Lakshmi and all the goddesses of fortune. Vijayakumara, how many different kinds of beautiful girls are there in Vraja? Gosvami, there are 3 kinds, sadhana persons who became gopis by performing sadhana bhakti, Devi, demi-goddesses who became gopis, and nityapriya, eternally dear gopis. Vijayakumara, are the sadhana para gopis divided into different groups? Gosvami, the sadhana para gopis are divided into yathaki and ayathaki. Vijayakumara, Who are the Yautaki gopis? Gosvami, persons who performed sadhana bhakti in order to enter this rasa in Vraja, take birth in Vraja and become Yautiki gopis, that is gopis who belong to certain groups. Vijayakumara, which sages in this way took birth in Vraja? Gosvami, some sages found that even after dutifully worshipping Lord Gopala, they still could not attain their desired perfection. However, when they were able to personally see the glorious handsomeness of Lord Ramachandra, they diligently performed sadhana bhakti in order to attain their desire. As a result they attained ecstatic love, bhava, and they took birth in Vraja as gopis. This is described in the Padma Purana. In the Bradvamana Purana it is said that some of these gopis attained their desired perfection at the beginning of the rasa dance. Vijayakumara, how did the personified Upanishads take birth as gopis? Gosvami, when they saw the gopis' good fortune, the intelligent Upanishads became filled with wonder. They faithfully performed austerities, and as a result were born in Vraja as gopis filled with spiritual love, Premavati. Vijayakumara, who are the Ayathaki gopis? Gosvami, persons who, seeing the gopis' passionate love for Krishna, yearn to become like them, and to attain this end engage in sadhana bhakti, become the Ayathaki gopis, which are divided into two groups, Prasena, elderly, and Navina, young. In this way 1, 2, or 3 of these gopis are born in Vraja. The Prasena Ayathaki gopis eventually attain Salokyamati, and in the spiritual world they associate with the eternally dear, Nityapriya, gopis. After a lifetime as demigoddesses, human beings, or other kinds of beings, the Prasena Ayathaki gopis take birth in Vraja. Eventually they become Prasena gopis and at the end attain the Salokyamati I have just described. Vijayakumara, can understand this description of the sadhana para gopis. Now please describe the Devis. Gosvami, when Lord Krishna took birth as an Aitniya incarnation among the demigods in Svargaloka, some eternally dear, Nityapriya, gopis took birth as Atunsa incarnations among the demigoddesses to please him. When Krishna took birth in his original form in Gokula, they took birth as daughters of the Gopas. They became the dear friends, Pranasakya, of the eternally dear, Nityapriya, gopis. Vijayakumara, O Master, when did Lord Krishna take birth as an Arnsa incarnation among the demigods? Gosvami, taking birth from Aditi's womb, Lord Krishna appeared as the Atunsa incarnation Vamana. The demigods are also Vibhanarnsa manifestations of Lord Krishna. Siva and Brahma were not born from a mother's womb. Brahma and Siva possess 50 of Lord Krishna's qualities, as do the ordinary souls. However, Brahma and Siva are not counted among the ordinary souls, for they are Vibhanarniyas. In addition to the 50 qualities all individual souls possess, Brahma and Siva also possess 5 other qualities. Therefore they are called the best of the demigods. Gain Ssa and Surya are also considered on the same level as the millions of Brahmas. All other demigods are considered ordinary individual souls. All the demigods are Vibhanatsas manifested from Lord Krishna. The wives of the demigods are also Vibhanatsas of the Lord Cit Sakti, spiritual potency. Before Krishna's appearance on the earth, Brahma ordered the demigoddesses to take birth on the earth in order to please Krishna. Following Brahma's order, they took birth in different places in Vraja according to their own inclination and their activities in sadhana bhakti. These demigoddesses born in Vraja became dear friends, Pranasakya, of the Lord's eternally dear, Nityapriya, gopis. They yearned to attain the association of Lord Krishna. Vijayakumara, O Master, the personified Upanishads took birth as gopis. Did the goddesses who rule over any other scriptures also take birth in Vraja? Gosvami, in the Padma Purana, Srishti Kanda, it is said that Gayatri Devi, the mother of the Vedas, took birth as a gopi and attained Lord Krishna's association. It was at that time that she manifested the form of Kamagayatri. Vijayakumara, is the Kamagayatri not beginningless? Gosvamit, the Kamagayatri is certainly beginningless. However, There is a time when this beginningless Gayatri first appeared in the form of the goddess Gayatri, who is the mother of the Vedas. Because of her engagement in sadhana bhakti, the goddess Gayatri could understand how fortunate the Upanishads were to have become gopis. Then, accompanied by the Gopalatapani Upanishad, she took birth in Vraja. In this way it is understood that the Kama Gayatri is eternal, and the goddess Gayatri, who is the mother of the Vedas, is eternally distinct from the Kama Gayatri. Vijayakya, all the Upanishads took birth as gopis in Vraja. They all accepted the Gopa hero Krishna as their husband, Pati. Following the marriage ritual of the Gandharvas, these gopis then accepted Krishna as their husband. This much understand. However, the Nityapriya, eternally dear, gopis associate with Krishna from time without beginning, and in that relationship Krishna is their paramour. Is this relationship created by Maya? Gosvamai, it may be created by Maya, but it is not created by the Maya of the material world. The Maya of the material world has no power to touch Lord Krishna's pastimes. Even though it may be manifested within the material world, Lord Krishna's Vraja pastimes are far beyond the touch of the material Maya. Another name of the Lord Cit Sakti, spiritual potency, is Yogamaya. She arranges Lord Krishna's pastimes so that ordinary people influenced by Maya see them as material. She makes the Nityapriya gopis in Goloka think they are married to persons other than Krishna, and she also brings those gopis to Vraja in the material world. She arranges the Nityapriya gopis' wedding ceremonies, and she arranges that Krishna becomes their paramour. The all-knowing supreme male, Krishna, and his all-knowing spiritual potencies voluntarily accept the rasa roles Yogamaya gives them. Thus it is seen that this is the best of all rasas. Lord Krishna is supremely independent, all his desires are at once fulfilled, and his Ikasakti, the potency that fulfills his desires, is supremely glorious. The great glory of this rasa is not seen in Vaikuntha, Dvaraka, and other places. When they attain Salokya liberation, the Pranaseka gopis and the Nityapriya gopis leave behind any idea that Krishna may be their husband. Then their idea is that he is their paramour. That is their final attainment. Vijayakya, this conclusion is very wonderful. Now I am fully satisfied. O Master, please teach me about the Nityapriya gopis. Gosvamai, if you were not qualified to hear these explanations, would Lord Gaurakandra make these confidential truths appear in my mouth? Look, all-knowing Srila Jiva Gosvamai kept these truths hidden in his heart, although in some places in his commentaries, in his Krishna Sandarbha, and in other books he did reveal them. Srila Jiva Gosvamai was always anxious that if unqualified persons heard these confidential truths, they would take shelter of irreligion. Seeing how the Vaisnavas mostly misunderstood the rasas and accepted Rasabhasa, Srila Jiva Gosvamai became anxious. For this reason he took great care not to write anything that would support any false conclusion. You are qualified to hear these things. Do not reveal these truths to unqualified persons. Now I will describe the Nityapriya gopis. Vijayakya, who are the Nityapriya gopis? Although I have studied many scriptures, still yearn to drink the nectar words that come from my spiritual master's saintly mouth. Gosvamai, the Nityapriya gopis in Vraja, among whom Radha and Kandravala are the most important, possess transcendental beauty, intelligence, and a host of virtues. In this way they are like Lord Krishna himself. They are described in these words of Brahma Samhita, 5.37 Anandasinmay Arasa Pratibhavatavis Tabhirya Eva Nijarapatata Kalabha Galoka Eve Nivasadi Akalatma Bhayato Govinda Madi Ipurasam Tamaham Bajamai worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who resides in his own realm, Galoka, with Radha, who resembles his own spiritual figure and who embodies the ecstatic potency, Hladani. Their companions are her confidants, who embody the extensions of her bodily form, and who are imbued and permeated with ever blissful spiritual rasa. Asterisk. In these words of Brahma, which are the essence of all the Vedas, the Nityapriya gopis are described. The Nityapriya gopis are said to be Nitya, eternal, because they are the Lord's spiritual potency, and therefore they are beyond the limitations of time and space imposed by the material energy. They are an eternal spiritual reality. The word kalabha here may refer to the 64 arts practiced by the Nityapriya gopis in their eternal pastimes. Or, this word may have another meaning. The commentary of this verse explains, Kalabha svamsarayapabha saktibha. Here the word kalabha means with the potencies who are expansions of her form. What I have explained to you are the opinions of Srila Svartapa Damodara Goswami. Please know that these confidential explanations are the great treasure that Srila Ripa Goswami, Srila Sanatana Goswami, and Srila Jiva Goswami keep hidden in the vaults of their hearts. Vijayakumara, my ears yearn to hear the names of the Nityapriya gopis. Goswami, Radha, Kandravali, Visakha, Lalita, Syama, Padma, Saibhya. Bhadrika, Tara, Visitra, Gopali, Dhanastha, and Pali are among the names of the Nityapriya gopis written in the Skanda Purana, Prahlada Samhita, and other scriptures. Kandravali is also known by the name Somabha. Radha is also known by the name Gandharva. Kanjanaksi, Manorama, Mangala, Vimala, Lila, Krishna, Sari, Visarada, Taravala, Kakoraksi, Sankari, Kunkuma, and many other gopis are also famous in this world. Vijayakumara, how do these gopis relate to each other? Gosvami, all these gopis are Yutsvaras, leaders of groups of gopis. There are hundreds and hundreds of groups, and in each group there are hundreds of thousands of gopis. From Radha to Kunkuma, all these gopis are Yutsvaras. Visakha, Lalita, Padma, and Saibhya are also mentioned here. Among the Yutsvaras, 8 gopis, headed by Radha, are considered the most fortunate. They are called the Pradhana, most important, gopis. Vijayakumara, Visakha, Lalita, Padma, and Saibhya are all Pradhana gopis. They are all very expert in making Lord Krishna's pastimes especially glorious. Why were they not clearly mentioned as Yutsvaras? Gosvami, they have all transcendental virtues and they are certainly very qualified to become Yutsvaras. However, Lalita and Visakha are so overcome with bliss simply by associating with Sri Radha that they have no desire to become independent Yutsvaras themselves. Some gopis are followers of Srimati Radha, and other gopis are followers of Kandravali. This is described in the scriptures. Vijayakumara, still, I have heard that Lalita does indeed have a group. What is it like? Gosvami, Srimati Radha is the foremost of all group leaders. Out of special affection and respect some gopis are said to belong to Lalita's group or Visakha's group. However, Lalita, Visakha, and the other 8 principal friends, Astasakha, of Sri Radha are considered the leaders of different factions in Sri Radha's group. By great good fortune one may be able to enter Srimati Lalita's group. Vijayakumara, O Master, in which scriptures are the names of the gopis found? Gosvami, all these names are found in the Padma Purana, Skanda Purana, and Bhavijya Purana Uttarakanda. In the Satvata Tantra many other names are also found. Vijayakumara, Srimad Bhagavatam is the crest jewel of all scriptures in the world. If all these names were found in Srimad Bhagavatam, that would be a source of great bliss. Gosvami, Srimad Bhagavatam is a scripture that teaches the highest truth. It is an ocean filled with the nectar of the spiritual rasas. Persons expert at relishing the spiritual rasas, Rasika, can see that all the truths of the rasas are described in Srimad Bhagavatam. The name of Sri Radha and the names of all the gopis are secretly written in Srimad Bhagavatam. If you carefully read the verses of the 10th canto, you will see them all. To keep unqualified persons far away, Srila Sukadeva Goswami described all these things very secretly. O Baba Vijayakumara, what will happen if you give japa beads to a person who will wear them only as an ornament around his neck? The more the reader is exalted in devotional service, the more he will understand the secrets hidden in Srimad Bhagavatam. Here the skill of Srila Sukadeva Goswami was shown in his power to explain very confidential truths in a way that the people in general could not understand. Only a reader qualified to understand these secrets properly has the power to understand them at all. The truth is that without taking shelter of the disciplic succession, Guru Parampara, no one can understand these truths. A person studying on his own cannot understand them. Carefully study Ajay Valanilamani, and you will become able to see how all the rasas are described in Srimad Bhagavatam. After talking for a long time, they ended the day's conversation about the Lord, Istagasti. Again and again thinking about the transcendental hero and heroines in the spiritual world, Vijayakumara walked to Harakandi Sahi's place. As he thought about the Vidisakas, Pithamardakas, and other associates of the Lord, he tasted many different kinds of happiness. As he thought about Krishna's flute and the other Svayamditi messengers, tears came from his eyes. The spiritual love, bhava, of Braja rising in his heart, Vijayakumara blissfully danced. The pastimes and gardens he saw last night splendidly rose again in his heart. Chapter 33 Madhura Rasa Vikara Madhura Rasa. Today Vijayakumara and Vrajanatha bathed in Indradai Saravara, honored prasadam, and returned home. After eating, Vrajanatha went to see the samadhi of Haridasa Thakura. Vijayakumara went to the temple of Sri Radhakanta and offered obeisances to his spiritual master. At appropriate time Vijayakumara asked about Sri Radhika. Vijayakumara said, "O Master, Sri Radha is the be-all and end-all of my life. How can I describe it? When I hear the name Radhika, my heart melts. Even though Sri Krishna is the only goal of my life, still I like to taste only the descriptions of his pastimes with Sri Radha. I do not like to hear descriptions of Sri Krishna if Sri Radha is not included in them. O Master, I would like to say that I no longer wish to call myself Vijayakumara Bhattacharya. Wish to be known as a maidservant protected by Sri Radha. I do not wish to speak the wonderful descriptions of Braja to materialists. When persons unqualified to understand the transcendental rasas, Arasika, discuss the glories of Sri Radha, I yearn to flee from that place. Gosvami, you are fortunate. As long as you did not have full faith in the gopis, you were not qualified to understand the pastimes of Radha and Krishna. Descriptions of those pastimes are far beyond what ordinary human beings can understand. Even the demigoddesses in Devaloka are not qualified to understand them. O Vijayakumara, I have already described the gopis who are dear to Lord Krishna. Among them Radha and Kandravali are the most important. Each of them presides over millions and millions of groups of beautiful gopis. At the time of the great Rasa dance, the Rasa dance circle is beautiful with many hundreds of millions of beautiful gopis. Vijayakumara, O Master, Kandravali may preside over millions and millions of groups of gopis. Still, I wish that the glories of Sri Radha will be the only sweet nectar to flood and purify my contaminated ears. 1 am Your surrendered disciple. Gosvami, between the two of them Radha and Kandravali, it is Radha who is the personification of the highest ecstatic love G, Mahabhavasvartipa. It is she who has the greatest spiritual qualities. She is superior to Kandravali in every way. Look. The Gopaladapani Upanishad calls her by the name Gandharva and glorifies her. In the RK Parasista it is said that Lord Madhava is glorious because Radha stands by his side. In the Padma Purana, Narada declares, as Radha is dear Krishna, so her pond, Radhakunda, is also dear to him. Of all the gopis, Radha is the most dear to Lord Krishna. And why not? What is Radha's nature? She is the great Hladani Sakti, the best of Lord Krishna's potencies. Radha is the essence of the Hladant Sakti, Hladani Sarabhihava. Vijayakumara, these descriptions are very wonderful. What is Sri Radha's nature? Gosvami, my Radhika is the most beautiful, Sischakantasvartipa. She is the daughter of King Vrasabhanu. She is glorious with the 16 ornaments. She is also decorated with 12 other kinds of ornaments. Vijayakumara, what do you mean by the word Sischakantasvartipa? Gosvami, it means that her form is so beautiful that even the most exquisite garments and ornaments are insignificant in comparison to her and therefore powerless to make her any more beautiful. Her hair is gracefully curly, her face is a blossoming lotus flower, her large eyes are beautiful, and her large breasts are wonderfully beautiful. Her waist is slender, her shoulders are graceful, and her fingernails shine like a row of jewels. In the three worlds there is no festival of beauty that compares with her. Vijayakumara, what are the 16 ornaments? Gosvamti, the 16 ornaments are, 1. Her pleasant bath, 2. The glistening jewel decorating the tip of her nose, 3. Her blue garments, 4. Her belt, 5. Her braids, 6. Her earrings, 7. The sandal paste anointing her limbs, 8. The flowers placed in her hair, 9. Her necklace, 10. The lotus flower in her hand, 11. The betel nuts in her mouth, 12. The musk dot on her chin, 13. The mascara around her eyes, 14. The colorful designs and pictures drawn on her cheeks, 15. The red lac on her feet, and 16. The tilaka markings on her forehead. Vijayakumara, what are the 12 ornaments? Gosvamti, 1. The wonderful jewel that crowns her head, 2. Her golden earrings, 3. The belt around her hips, 4. The golden locket around her neck, 5. Her golden salaka earrings, 6. The bracelets on her wrists, 7. The ornament on her neck, 8. The rings on her fingers, 9. Her pearl necklace, 10. Her armlets, 11. Her ankle bells, and 12. The rings on her toes are the 12 ornaments decorating Sri Radha's limbs. Vijayakumara, please describe the most prominent transcendental qualities of Sri Radha. Gosvami, like the qualities of Sri Krishna, the qualities of Vrindavana's Queen Radha are limitless and cannot truly be counted or listed in full. Among them these 25 may be considered prominent. She is very sweet. She is always freshly youthful. Her eyes are restless. She smiles brightly. She has beautiful, auspicious lines. She makes Krishna happy with her bodily aroma. She is very expert in singing. Her speech is charming. 9. She is very expert in joking and speaking pleasantly. 10. She is very humble and meek. 11. She is always full of mercy. 12. She is cunning. 13. She is expert in executing her duties. 14. She is shy. 15. She is always respectful. 16. She is always calm. 17. She is always grave. 18. She is expert in enjoying life. 19. She is situated at the topmost level of ecstatic love. 20. She is the reservoir of loving affairs in Gokula. 21. She is the most famous of submissive devotees. 22. She is very affectionate to elderly people. 23. She is very submissive to the love of her friends. 24. She is the chief gopi. 25. She always keeps Krishna under her control. *GOWAMBWNE Vijayakumara, I would like to hear an explanation of 5. She has beautiful, auspicious lines. Gosvami, the Varaha Purana, Jyotisastra, Kasi Kanda, Matsya Purana, and Garuda Purana describe the auspicious lines. These lines are, I on the left foot, 1 a barley corn mark at the root of her left toe, equals LOAMRBWNHOMARWNAIL. Below that toe a kakra. Below the middle toe a lotus flower. Below the lotus flower a banner. Below the banner a flag, a Dardvarakar line extending from the middle toe to the middle of the sole. Below the small toe an elephant goad. On the right foot, at the root of the right big toe a conch shell. On the heel a fish. Below the small toe an altar. above the fish a chariot, a mountain. An earring, a club. The mark of a Sakti weapon, underscore on the left hand, a long lifeline beginning at the meeting of the forefinger and middle finger, and extending to below the little finger. 2 below that another line going from below the lifeline to the middle of the space between the forefinger and thumb, from below the thumb a curving line rises from the wrist and goes to the space between the thumb and forefinger. 4 to 8 on the tips of each of the 5 fingers is a chakra, 0. 10 11. 12 13. 14 15 16 17. 18. 4 below the ring finger is an elephant. Below the lifeline is a horse, below the middle line is a bull, below the small finger is an elephant goad, a fan, a sri tree, idiapa. An arrow, a tamara weapon, a flower garland. On the right hand, 1 to 8. In the right hand, like the left, there are 3 prominent lines including the lifeline, and on the tips of each finger a chakra. 9 below the forefinger a camara, 10 1 I 12 13 14. Below the small finger an elephant goad. A palace, a dundub high drum, a lightning bolt. 2 carts, 15. An archer's bow, 16. A sword, 17. A water pot. Thus on the left foot are 7 signs, on the right foot 8 signs, on the left hand 18 signs, and on the right hand 17 signs. Altogether there are 50 auspicious lines. Vijayakumara, others cannot have all these auspicious qualities. Gosvamt, an individual soul may have a drop of some of these qualities, but Sri Radha has them all in perfect fullness. The demigoddesses may have them slightly more than others. Still, Sri Radha has them all, and in her they are all perfectly spiritual, untouched by matter. And why not? In the material world these qualities are never manifested in purity, perfection, and completeness. Gauri and other demigoddesses may have these qualities, but in these demigoddesses the qualities are not pure, perfect, or complete. Vijayakumara, Srimati Radhika's beauty and qualities are inconceivable. Only by her mercy can one see or understand them. Gosvami, gazing at Sri Radha's beauty and qualities, even Lord Krishna himself is bewildered and enchanted. How can I properly describe them with my words? Vijayakumara, O Master, please be merciful and describe Sri Radha's friends, Sakhis. Gosvamti, Sri Radha's group is the best of all. The girls in her group are all decorated with all transcendental qualities. Their charming playfulness always attracts Lord Krishna. Vijayakumara, how many different kinds of friends, Sakhis, does Sri Radha have? Gosvamti, they are of 5 kinds, 1 Sakhi, friends, 2. Nitya Sakhi, eternal friends, 3. Pranasakhi, life friends, 4. Priya Sakhi, dear friends, and 5. Paramapristha Sakhi, most dear friends. Vijayakumara, who are the Sakhis? Gosvami, the Sakhis include Kusumika, Vrinda, and Dhanastha. These gopis are famous among the Sakhis. Vijayakumara, who are the Nitya Sakhis? Gosvamti, the Nitya Sakhis include Kasturi, Mani Manajari, and many others. Vijayakumara, who are the Prana Sakhis? Gosvami, the Prana Sakhis include Sasamukha, Vasanti, Lasika, and many others. In many ways they are like the Queen of Vrindavana herself. Vijayakumara, who are the Priya Sakhis? Gosvamti, the Priya Sakhis include Karangaksi, Sumadhaya, Madanalasa, Kamala, Madhurai, Manahukisi, Kandarpasundari, Madhavi, Malati, Kamalata, Sasikala, and many others. Vijayakumara, who are the Paramapristha Sakhis? Gosvami, the Paramapristha Sakhis include Lalita, Visakha, Citra, Kamapakalata, Tungavidya, Indulekha, Rangadevi, and Sudevi. These 8 are the most important of all the gopis. Therefore they are called Paramapristha Sakhis. They are situated in the topmost love for Sri Radha and Krishna. Sometimes they show more love to Sri Krishna, and other times they show more love for Sri Radha. Vijayakumara, I understand what the word itha, group, means. What does thu or gana, subgroup, mean? Gosvamai, every aditha is divided into subgroups, which are called ganas. For example, Lalita is a member of Sri Radha's group. However, Lalita herself has followers, and they are called the members of Lalita's Gana, subgroup. Vijayakumara, that the gopis are married to gopas other than Krishna is one of the most important characteristics. Still, it does not look good. Gosvamai, in this material world woman and man are only external designations. Because of past material activities one soul becomes a woman and another soul becomes a man. In the material world of Maya, many people are filled with petty or sinful desires. For this reason the great sages have forbidden, except within the institution of marriage, contact with women. Writing about the rasas, poets have generally avoided describing the love of a woman for a paramour. However, in the Lord's spiritual pastimes this kind of love is one of the rasas. The sexual affairs of men and women in the material world is a perverted reflection of that original rasas in the spiritual world. Therefore material sexual activities are very dull, pathetic, and a breeding ground for a host of anxieties, kuntha. Also, the rules of religion place many restrictions on these activities. For these reasons men in the material world are enjoined to avoid approaching the wives of others. However, if Lord Krishna, whose form is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss, is the only male and the only hero, and he accepts this activity to increase the sweetness of his spiritual rasas, he is never contaminated and he is not to be criticized. He is independent of the material institution of marriage. When Sri Krishna, who enjoys pastimes in Goloka, came to the material world from Goloka, he took the transcendental Parakya rasa with him. Therefore no one should criticize him for enjoying the Parakya rasa with the gopis who have come from Goloka. Vijayakumara, what exalted symptoms of love did the gopis from Goloka display? Gosvamti, before the gopis Lord Krishna appears only in his form as the son of Nanda. The non-devotee philosophers are far from understanding the gopis' exalted love for Krishna. Even the devotees find it difficult to understand that love. When Krishna manifests his form as Nandanandana, his opulence never eclipses his sweetness. One time, as a joke, Krishna manifested his four-armed form before the gopis, who were not at all impressed. However, when Sri Radha approached, the four-armed form at once disappeared. Because of the greatness of Radha confidential Parakitya love, Krishna again became two-handed Vijayakumara, now my desires are all fulfilled. O Master, please describe the different kinds of heroines, Nayakas. Gosvamai, there are three kinds of heroines, Nayakas 1 Svakya, 2 Parakya, Nad 3 Samanya. Have already described the spiritual Svakya and Parakya heroines. Now I will describe the Samanya heroines. Students of material rhetoric, Alankara, explain that the Samanya heroines are prostitutes, interested only in money. If their lover has no good qualities, then they hate him, and if he is virtuous, still they do not really love him. Therefore their so-called love is only a perverted reflection of love. It is not true love. Sometimes it is said that Kubja in Mathura was such a Samanya heroine who does not really love her hero. Do not agree. Place her among the Parakya heroines. Vijayakumara, how did she become qualified to become a Parakya heroine? Gosvamai, when Kubja was an ugly, disfigured woman, she never loved any man. However, when she saw Krishna and desired to place sandal paste on his limbs, then she thought of him as her beloved. For this reason I say her love in the Parakya rasa. However, the desire to please only Krishna, a desire possessed even by the queens at Dvaraka, was absent in Kubja. Therefore her love was inferior to the love of the queens. When she tugged at Krishna's upper garment and begged that he enjoy amorous pastimes with her, her love for him was mixed with her own selfish desires. Therefore her love is considered sadharani, ordinary. Vijayakumara, because Kubja is considered in the Parakya Rasa, can see that the Svakya and Parakya heroines are both divided into two subgroups. How many different subgroups are there? Please describe them. Gosvami, in the spiritual rasas the Svakya and Parakya heroines are of three kinds, 1 Mugdha, 2 Madhya, and 3 Pragalbha. Vijayakya, O Master, when by your mercy I think of the spiritual rasas, I naturally think of myself as a gopi in Vraja. At that time do not think of myself as a male in the material world. When hear of the different kinds of heroines, my heart becomes agitated. And why not? Do not know what should do so that someday I may love the Lord as the gopis do. So that someday I may attain this kind of service to Lord Krishna, I now place this question before your holy feet, what is the nature of the Mugdha heroines? Please describe them. Gosvami, these are the qualities of the Mugdha heroine, she is in the bloom of youth, Navayavana, amorous, Kamini, contrary in love, Ratidanvama, and submissive to her girlfriends, Sakavasibhita. Although externally she is shy to enjoy amorous pastimes, within her heart she secretly and diligently labors to make various arrangements to enjoy with her lover. When her lover offends her, tears flow from her eyes. At that time she neither speaks sweetly, speaks harshly, nor becomes angry. Vijayakya, what are the qualities of the Madhya heroine? Gosvami, these are the qualities of the Madhya heroine, she is equally amorous and shy, she is in the full bloom of youth, and all her words are touched with a small amount of arrogance. She enjoys amorous pastimes until she faints unconscious. Sometimes her heart is gentle. Sometimes it is hard. Sometimes she is jealous, sometimes peaceful, and sometimes agitated. Sometimes she is both peaceful and agitated, Dhiradhira. A heroine who, when her lover offends her, mocks him with crooked words, is called Dhira Madhya. A heroine who in that situation attacks her lover with merciless angry words is called an Adhira Madhya heroine. A heroine who in that situation sheds tears, speaks sweetly, and then also speaks crooked words to mock her lover is called a Dhiradhira Madhya Gopi. In a Madhya heroine the natures of the Mugdha and Pragalbha heroines are mixed together. The Madhya heroine is the best of the three kinds of heroines. Vijayakya, what are the qualities of the Pragalbha heroine? Gosvami, these are the qualities of the Pragalbha heroine, she is in the full bloom of youth, blinded with pride, and very eager to enjoy amorous pastimes. She is very passionate. Pushed by the rasas, she attacks her lover. Her words and deeds are very passionate. When her jealousy is aroused, she becomes very harsh. The Pragalbha heroines are of three kinds, 1 Dhira, Adhira, and Dhiradhira. The Dhira Pragalbha heroine pretends to be disinterested in enjoying with her lover. Externally she is polite and respectful. She carefully conceals the passion in her heart. The Adhira Pragalbha heroine beats her lover with cruel words. The Dhiradhira Pragalbha heroine is like the Dhiradhira Madhya heroine. The Madhya and Pragalbha heroines are also divided into Jyestha, older, and Kanistha, younger. In this way there are Jyestha Madhya and Kanistha Madhya heroines and also Jyestha Pragalbha and Kanistha Pragalbha heroines. The differences of Jyestha Kanistha are considered according to the nature of the heroine's love for the hero. Vijayakya, O Master, how many kinds of heroines are there altogether? Gosvami, there are 15 kinds of heroines. Very young heroines are always Mugdha. The three basic kinds of heroines are Mugdha, Madhya, and Pragalbha. The Madhya and Pragalbha heroines are further divided into Dhira, Adhira, and Dhiradhira. Thus there are 7 kinds of Svakya heroines, 7 kinds of Parakya heroines, and 15 kinds of heroines in all. Vijayakya, what different conditions of life do the heroines experience? Gosvamti, the 8 different conditions of life are, 1 Abhisarika, going to meet her lover, 2. Vaisakhasaja, dressed and decorated to meet her lover, 3. Utkanthita, yearning to meet her lover, 4. Kanditak Vaos meeting with her lover is broken, 5. Vipralabdha, separated from her lover, 6. Kalahantarita, quarreling with her lover, 7. Prosiddhabhartrika, her lover has gone far away, and 8. Svadhinabhartrika, she dominates her lover. The previously described 15 kinds of heroines all experience these 8 conditions of life. Vijayakumara, what is the nature of the Abhisarika heroine? Gosvami, a heroine who arranges that her lover meet her, or who goes to meet her lover is called Abhisarika. If, going to meet her lover, she wears white clothing when he moon is bright, she is called Jyotsnabhisarika. If, going to meet her lover, she wears dark clothing when the moon is dark, she is called Tamobhisarika. She is so shy she seems to hide behind her own body. Silent, nicely decorated, and her head carefully covered, she goes, accompanied by a dear friend, to meet her lover. Vijayakumara, what is the nature of the Vaisakhasaja heroine? Gosvami, a heroine who, anxious to meet her lover, carefully decorates both her body and the meeting place is called Vaisakhasaja. She yearns to enjoy amorous pastimes, keeps her eyes fixed on the path her lover will walk, discusses with her friends the pastimes of love, and again waits for her messenger's return. These are her activities. Vijayakumara, what is the nature of the Utkanthita heroine? Gosvami, a heroine who is filled with longing and anxiety when her lover is, though no fault of his own, late in coming to the rendezvous, is called Utkanthita by persons learned in the different bhavas. Her heart is feverish, she trembles, she speculates about why her lover has not yet come, she becomes irritated, and she sheds tears. These are her activities. She is not like the Vaisakhasaja heroine. She worries that her lover, now under the control of some other girl, will not come to meet her. Vijayakumara, what is the nature of the Kandita heroine? Gosvami, when, the time of rendezvous long past and the night almost over, the lover finally comes, his body bearing the clear marks of his having enjoyed pastimes with some other girl, the heroine is called Kandita. This heroine's activities are anger, long sighs, and silence. Vijayakumara, what is the nature of the Vipralabdha heroine? Gosvamt, a heroine who becomes anxious when, somehow or other, her lover does not come to their rendezvous, is called Vipralabdha. Unhappy at heart, she laments, weeps, faints, sighs, and performs other like activities. Vijayakumara, what is the nature of the Kalahantarita heroine? Gosvami, a heroine who will not forgive her lover, even when, surrounded by all her friends, he humbly falls before her feet, and who manifests lamentation, grief, withering, and sighing, is called Kalahantarita. Vijayakumara, what is the nature of the Prosiddhabhartrika heroine? Gosvami, a heroine whose lover has gone to a faraway place is called Prosiddhabhartrika. She praises the virtues of her lover, is humble, becomes thin and emaciated, suffers insomnia, and becomes melancholy, restless, stunned, and anxious. Her activities are like that. Vijayakumara, what is the nature of the Svadhinabhartrika heroine? Gosvami, a heroine whose lover always stays with her and is submissive to her is called Svadhinabhartrika. Her activities are to enjoy pastimes with him in the forest, in the water, while picking flowers, and in other like situations. Vijayakumara, the Svadhinabhartrika heroine must be very happy. Gosvami, if her lover is completely controlled by his love for her and if he cannot leave her even for a moment, the Svadhinabhartrika heroine is called Madhavi. Among the 8 kinds of heroines, 3 kin Svadhinabhartrika, Vaisakhasaja, and Abhisarika are happy at heart. They are nicely decorated with garments and ornaments. However, the other 5 kinds of heroine Skandita, Vipralabdha, Utkanthita, Prosiddhabhartrika, and Kalahantarita do not wear ornaments. A hand resting on their left cheek, they lament. Vijayakumara, their love for Krishna brings them unhappiness. What does that mean? Gosvamai, love for Krishna is spiritual and always blissful. These seeming sufferings are actually included among the wonderful variety of blissful spiritual emotions. In the material world these emotions are suffering, but in the spiritual world they are different kinds of bliss. A person who has the power to taste spiritual bliss can understand. Other cannot. Vijayakumara, among the different kinds of heroines, what are the different degrees of love? Gosvamai, according to the intensity of their love for Krishna, the heroines are of three kinds, 1 Uttama, high, 2 Madhyama, intermediate, and 3 Kanistha, low. As the heroines love him, so Krishna loves them in the same degree. This is well known. Vijayakumara, what is the nature of the Uttama heroine? Gosvamai, the Uttama heroine is willing to renounce any activity in order to please her lover, even for only a moment. Even if he makes her unhappy, she never is displeased with him. If someone lies that her lover is unhappy, her heart becomes ripped to shreds. Vijayakumara, what is the nature of a Madhyama heroine? Gosvamai, when she hears that her lover is unhappy, she becomes sad at heart. Vijayakumara, what is the nature of a Kanistha heroine? Gosvamai, the Kanistha heroine is anxious that obstacles will prevent her from meeting her lover. Vijayakumara, how many kinds of heroines are there? Gosvamai, there are 360 kinds of heroines. The first mentioned 15 kinds of heroines are each divided according to the next mentioned 8 kinds of heroines. In this way, 15x8, there are 120 heroines. These 120 kinds of heroines are each divided according to the last mentioned 3 kinds of heroines. In this way there are 360 kinds of heroines. Vijayakumara, now I have heard about the heroines. Now I wish to hear about the different kinds of Yathesvaras, group leaders. Gosvamti, according to friends and enemies, the Atithesvaras are of 3 kinds, 1 Svapaksa, allies, 2 Vipaksa, enemies, and 3 Tatastha, neutrals. According to their good fortune they are of these kinds, 1 Adhika, great, 2 Sama, moderate, and 3 Lakvisite. They are also of these 3 kinds, 1 Prakhara, harsh, 2 Madhya, moderate, and 3 Merdvi, sweet. Here Prakhara is a synonym for Pragalbha. When the quality of harshness is manifested only very slightly, the Yathesvari is considered Merdvi. When sweetness and harshness are equally present, she is considered Madhya. The Atithesvaras are also divided into 1 Atyantaki, great, and 2 Apexiki, less. When a Yathesvari has no equal in any sphere, she is considered Atyantakadhika, the best of Atyantakas. This refers to Sri Radha alone. She is a Madhya, and in Vraja she has no equal. Vijayakumara, who are the Apexikadhikas, the second level of the great. Gosvamai, a Yathesvari who accepts another Yathesvari as her superior is called Apexikadhika. Vijayakumara, who are the Atyantaka Lagu, or Atyantaki Apexiki. Gosvamai, a Yathesvari who is not inferior to the other heroines is called Atyantaka Lagu. In relation to the Atyantaka Adhika Yathesvari, the greatest Yathesvari, Sri Radha, all the heroines are Lagu, inferior. Aside from the Atyantaki Lagus, all the Yathesvaris are Adhikas. Still, the Atyantaki Adhika Yathesvari, the greatest Yathesvari, Sri Radha, should never be considered their equal or inferior. Also, the Atyantaki Lagu Yathesvaris should not be considered equal to the Adhika Yathesvaris. There is but one kind of Samalagu Yathesvari. Divided according to the qualities of Madhya, Adhika, Prakhara, and the like, there are 12 kinds of Yathesvaris. They are, 1 Atyantaka Adhika, 2 Samalagu, 3 Adhika Madhya, 4 Sama Madhya, 5 Lagu Madhya, 6 Adhika Prakhara, 7 Samaprakara, 8 Lagu Prakhara, 9 Adhika Merdvi, 10 Sama Merdvi, 11 Lagumerdvi, and 12. Atyantikalagu. Vijayakumara, I wish to hear about the different kinds of daitas, messengers. Gosvamti, the heroines thirsting for association with Krishna need the help of the daitas. The daitas are of two kinds, one Svayamditi, messengers who act on their own initiative, and 2. A 4 Pdaditi, messengers given a specific order. Vijayakumara, what is the nature of the 4 Pdaditi messengers? Gosvami, when great enthusiasm breaks apart any shyness she may have possessed, and, bewildered with love, she openly declares her love for the hero, that is a Svayamti messenger. These messengers are three kinds, 1 Kayaka, bodily gestures, 2. Vasika, words, and 3. Kaksusa, glances. Vijayakumara, what is the nature of the Vasikik words, messenger? Gosvamti, hints, Vyanga, expressed in words are of two kinds, 1 Sabda Vyanga, the hint is present in the sound of the words, and 2. Artha Vyanga, the hint is present in the meaning of the words. Sometimes the hints are directly related to Krishna, and other times the hints pretend to be about some other topic. Vijayakumara, what are the hints directly related to Krishna? Gosvami, they are of two kinds, 1 hints to Krishna himself, and 2. Hints spoken on some pretext. Vijayakumara, what are hints to Krishna himself? Gosvami, speaking proudly, lamenting, and begging are some of the many ways hints may be expressed before Krishna himself. Vijayakumara, what is the hint in the form of a lament? Gosvamti, a lament expressed by the sound of the words, Sabdavyanga, is one kind of lament hint, and a lament expressed by the meaning of the words, Arthavyanaga, is another kind of lament hint. You studied rhetoric, Alankara. Need not give many examples. Vijayakumara, yes. That is good. What is the nature of a hint in the form of begging? Gosvamti, begging is of two kinds, 1 begging for oneself, and 2 begging on behalf of another person. Then begging may again be divided into these two kinds, begging expressed by the sound of the words, Sabdavyanga, and 2. Begging expressed by the meaning of the words, Arthavyanga. The begging described here is all hints. When the begging is for oneself, the heroine tells her own story. When the begging is on behalf of another person, the speaker tells another's story. Vijayakumara, understand these direct hints. In them the heroine may directly accuse Krishna of something. These hints are also Sabdavyanga, according to the sound, and Arthavyanga, according to the meaning. Many poets have expertly placed such clever hints in the mouths of actors and actresses. Now please explain Vyapadesa, a pretext. Gosvami, in the Alankara Sastra it is said the Apadesa and Vyapadesa are synonyms. Apadesa means to indicate one thing while speaking of another. In this way one speaks words that clearly mean one thing while hinting a request to serve Krishna in a certain way. This is called Vyapadesa. Vyapadesa should be spoken by a messenger, Datai. Vijayakumara, Vyapadesa is then a kind of trick where a request has a hidden meaning. Now please describe Parasthavasayagatavyanga, the hint of talking about something before one's eyes. Gosvami, when one thinks, Krishna has heard, but he did not hear, and when Krishna changes the subject, talking instead about some nearby animal or something else, that is the hint called Parasthavasayagatavyanga. This hint is of two kinds, 1. Sabda, sounds, and 2. Artha, meaning. Vijayakumara, by your mercy I understand everything. Now please describe the hints given by bodily gestures. Gosvamti, gesturing with the fingers, moving quickly on some pretext, covering the body are of fear and shyness, scratching the ground with one's foot, scratching the ear, making a gesture of applying tilaka, dressing in a certain way, moving the eyebrows, embracing a gopi friend, hitting a gopi friend, biting one's lips, playing with one's necklace, making one's ornaments tinkle, moving one's shoulders, writing the name Krishna, and twining a vine around a tree are all included among the hints given by bodily gestures. Vijaykumara, now please describe the hints given by the eyes. Gosvami, laughing and smiling with the eyes, half closing the eyes, moving the eyes, looking in the distance, crooked glances, glancing with the left eye, and sidelong glances are some of the hints given by the eyes. Vijaykumara, now understand the Svayamditas. You have only given some hints. But that is good enough. There are limitless kinds of such messengers. Now please describe the Aptaditas. Gosvami, the messenger who is a beautiful Vrajagopi, who is affectionate and eloquent, and whom one can trust to faithfully keep a secret, even to the end of life, is this kind of messenger, Aptaditi. Vijaykumara, how many kinds of Aptaditas are there? Gosvami, the Aptaditas are of 3 kinds, 1 Amitartha, 2 Nisrastartha, and 3 Patrahari. A messenger, understanding the meaning of various hints and signs, brings the lovers together, is called an Amitartha Diti. A messenger who uses the persuasive power of her eloquent words to bring the lovers together is called a Nisrastartha Deti. A messenger who carries letters is called a Patrahari. Vijaykumara, are there any other Aptaditas? Gosvamti, the Silpakarani, artists, Devahaya, astrologers, Lingani, Brahmana girls, Parikarika, maidservants, Ditriai, nursemaids, Vanadevi, goddesses of the forest, Sakais, Gopi friends, and many others are also counted among the Aptaditas. The Silpakaranis included girls who use their skill at drawing pictures to arrange for the meeting of the lovers. The Devahayas use their knowledge of astrology to arrange the lovers' meeting. The Linganis dress in the garments of Brahmana ascetics, like Purnamdasai. There are many Parikarika messengers, such as Lavangamanjari and Bhanumati. The Datriyas are the women who had been nursemaids to Radha and the other gopis. The Vanadevi is the goddesses of Vrindavana forest. The Sakais have already been described. They also become messengers. These girls carry messages, either direct and clear messages, or messages filled with hints and suggestions, hints that may be either Sabdavayanga or Arthavayanga, both of which I have already described. In this situation there may be Vyapadisa, statements with a hidden meaning, Arthamila, Prasathunsa, words of praise, Aksipa, words of lamentation, and many other kinds of words also. After hearing all these explanations, Vijaykumara offered respectful obeisances to his spiritual master's feet, and then took his leave. Thinking of all these descriptions, he walked home. Chapter 34 Madhurarasa Vikara Madhurarasa quickly honoring Prasadam, and then walking by the sea coast, Vijaykumara went to Kasi Misra's home. As he looked at the waves in the ocean, the thought of the ocean of rasas entered his heart. He thought, ah! This ocean reminds me of ecstatic love, bhava, for Lord Krishna. Even a material thing can remind one of spiritual love. This ocean is like the ocean of rasas my spiritual master described. Someday will throw this gross and subtle material body far away, will attain the form of a Maniyari, will go to the shore of the ocean of rasas, and will taste the sweetness of the rasas. Lord Krishna, who is dark like a monsoon cloud, is the only master of my life. Sri Vrisabhanunandini, Sri Radha, who stays by his side, is the queen of my life. This ocean is like the ecstatic love Sri Radha and Krishna feel for each other. Their rasas and bhavas are an ocean garlanded with waves. When bhava arises, then there are wonderful waves in this ocean. Then Ama Sakya, Gopi, standing on the shore. Then I float in the ocean of Premarasa, the rasas of spiritual love. Lord Krishna is the ocean of rasas. Krishna is dark like the ocean. Sri Radha is the waves of love, Prema, in that ocean of Krishna. She is beautiful with a fair complexion. The many great waves in that ocean are her friends, Sakais. The smaller waves are her maidservants, Parikarikas. Am very far from them all. Am a maidservant of Radha's maidservants. Thinking and thinking in this way, Vijayakumara fell unconscious. Soon he regained consciousness. Slowly he approached his spiritual master and offered Dandavat obeisances to his feet. Humbly he sat down. Gopalaguru Gosvami embraced him and said, "O Vijayakumara, is everything well with you?" Vijayakumara replied, "O Master, your mercy is the root of all auspiciousness. I am a follower of the Sakais, Gopi friends of Sri Radha. Therefore I will to clearly understand about the different kinds of Sakais." Gosvami, O Vijayakumara, to properly glorify the Sakais is beyond the power of the individual souls. You are a follower of Srila Rapa Gosvami, so you can understand all this. The beautiful girls of Braja who are Sakais are expert in manifesting many, Vistarini, pastimes of love, Premalila. They are great reservoirs filled with faith in Braja's divine youthful couple. A person who wishes to clearly understand them is certainly very fortunate. When describing the different groups of gopis, I have already described the different kinds of Sakais, namely the Sakais who are Adhika, Sama, and Lakvi, and the Sakais who are Prakhara, Madhya, and Merdvi. Explained all these divisions yesterday. Here is the evidence for them, from Srila Ripa Gosvami, Ajay Javalanilamani, Sakaprakarana, 3-5 Premasabhajya Sadgundayat Hikyadad Hika Saka Sama Tat Samayato Javiatal Lagut Vat Tathi Lago. In the matter of spiritual love, good fortune, and spiritual virtues, and in other matters also, the Sakais are divided into 3 groups, 1 Adhika, 2 Sama, and 3 Lagu. Durlangavakya Prakara Prakyatagwarabo Sita Tadamad Bhavan Merdvi Madhya Tat Samayam Agata. A Prakharaska speaks heavy words that are difficult to counter. A Merdvi Saka does not speak harshly at all. A Sama Saka stands midway between the Prakhara and Merdvi Saka. Atyantik Hikatvadabhita Tirvavadatra Sasvayathyath and Thivasyad Atratyantikadhika. The Sakais may be divided into different types, beginning with the Atyantadhika. In each group of Sakais, the leader is Atyantadhika. Sakvapi Prakhara Yathvapi Madhya Merduk Vasid. Some of the Atyantadhika Sakais are Prakhara, some are Madhya, and some are Merdvi. Vijayakumara, the Yathesvari is the leader of a particular group. You have already described how the Yathesvaris are Atyantika and how they are divided into 3 kinds, Prakhara, Madhya, and Merdvi. In this way they are either Atyantadhika Prakhara, Atyantadhika Madhya, or Atyantadhika Merdvi. This you have already explained. Now please describe the different kinds of Sakais. Gosvamti, in each group the Yathesvari is the only Atyantadhika Saka. The other Sakais are all Apexikadhika, Apexika Sama, or Apexika Lakvi. Then again, these are also divided into Prakhara, Madhya, and Merdvi. In this way the 3 groups are multiplied by 3 to bring 9 groups altogether. They are, 1 Apexikadhika Prakhara, 4 Apexika Sama Prakhara, 7 Apexika Lakvi Prakhara 2. Apexikadhika Madhya, 5. Apexika Sama Madhya, 8. Apexika Lakvi Madhya 3. Apexikadhika Merdvi, 6. Apexika Sama Merdvi, and 9. Apexika Lakvi Merdvi. The Antyantika Lakvi is of 2 kinds, 1 Atyantika Lakvi, and 2 Sama Lakvi. To this 2 is added the preceding 9, and to them is added the Yathesvari. In this way there are 12 types of heroines in each group. Vijayakumara, O Master, which famous gopis are examples of each of these different kinds of Sakais? Gosvami, Lalita and many other Sakais in Sri Radha's group are Apexikadhika Prakhara Sakais. Visakha and many other Sakais in that same group are Apexikadhika Madhya Sakais. Citra, Madhurika, and many other Sakais in that group are Apexikadhika Merdvi Sakais. However, Lalita and the other Asta Sakais, 8 closest friends of Sri Radha, are all Apexika Lakvi when compared to Sri Radha herself. Vijayakumara, are the Apexika Lakvi Prakhara Sakais and the other groups of Sakais like them further divided into other kinds of Sakais. Gosvami, the Lakvi Prakhara Sakais are of 2 kinds, 1 Vama, left wing, and 2. Daksina, right wing. Vijayakumara, what are the qualities of Vimasekais? Gosvamai, they are always very proud. If there is some slackening in the respect shown to them, they become angry. They are not submissive to their lover. Such a Sikh.I is called Vima. In Radha's group, Lalita and many others are considered Vimaprakhara Sekais. Vijayakumara, what are the qualities of Thw Daksina Sekais? Gosvamai, these heroines cannot tolerate pride. These heroines speak sweetly to their lover and they are conquered by his sweet words to them. Such a Sekha is called Daksina. In Sri Radha's group, Tungavidya and many others are Daksina Prakhara Sekais. Vijayakumara, who are the Atyantika Lakvi Sekais? Gosvamai, these Sekais are always sweet. They are less important than the other Sekais. Kusumika and many others are said to be Atyantika Lakvi Sekais. Vijayakumara, how do the Sekais carry messages? Gosvamai, the Sekais bring the hero, who has come a great distance, to meet the heroine. That is the message they carry. Vijayakumara, are the Sekais ever heroines? Gosvamai, the Atithvaris are heroines eternally. The Apexikadhika Prakharas, Apexikadhika Madhyas and Apexikadhika Merdvis may be either heroines or Sekais. They have both natures. When gopis of an inferior status are present, they may assume the role of heroine. When a gopi of superior status is present, they assume the role of Sekha. The gopis of inferior status consider them heroines, and the gopis of superior status consider them Sekais. Therefore they are called Nayakapriya, almost heroines. The Apexika Prakhara, Apexika Madhya and Apexika Merdvis also play double roles. They become Sekais when superior gopis are present, and heroines when inferior gopis are present. The Apexika Prakhara, Apexika Madhya and Apexika Merdvis are most often Siklis. Because the Yuthsvari and the previous described 3 classes of gopis are superior to them, the Atyantika Lakvi gopis are considered here as a 5th category. They are always Sekais. In the presence of the Yuthsvari, the Apexika gopis are all Sekais and Daitas, messengers. Then they are not heroines. The Atyantika Lakvi gopis are always Sekais. They are never heroines, and they are never Daitas. Vijayakumara, who are the Sekais that act as Daitas? Gosvamai, the Atithvaris are always heroines. Everyone always honors them. They do not carry messages. However, the Athesvari entrusts to her favorite Sekha the task of carrying messages. However, when one of her Sekais becomes the object of the hero's love, the Athesvari will become a Gana, secondary, kind of messenger on her behalf. Here Gana means that the Athesvari does not come and go for long distances carrying messages. This kind of carrying messages is of 2 kinds, 1 when Krishna is present, and 2 when Krishna is not present. Vijayakumara, in what different ways are messages carried when Krishna is present? Gosvamai, these messages are of 2 kinds, 1 hints, and 2 direct statements. Vijayakumara, what are the hints? Gosvamai, when, by a sidelong glance, an eyebrow movement, a movement of the forefinger or another part of the body, or another kind of hint, a Sekha sends Krishna to the heroine, that is called the message in the form of a hint. Vijayakumara, what are the direct statements? Gosvamai, when, either directly to Lord Krishna or secretly behind his back, the messenger speaks appropriate words, that is called a message in the form of a direct statement. Vijayakumara, what are the messages when Krishna is absent? Gosvamai, here one Sekha brings another Sekha to Krishna. There are many ways a message can be carried in this way. These are all considered carrying a message when Krishna is not present. Vijayakumara, what are messages carried for the Nayakapriya, almost heroine? Gosvamai, when an Apexikadhika Prakhara, Apexikadhika Madhya or Apexikadhika Merdvi carry a message for a gopi of inferior status, this is called carrying a message for a Nayakapriya. The Sama-Sakais and Madhya-Sakais are naturally friends. Their friendship is mostly sweet and for the most part they have no differences between them. Panditas learned in the science of spiritual love, prema, can understand all this. Vijayakya, what is a message carried by a Sakapriya, one who is amost a Saka? Gosvamai, these are messages carried by a Lajaprahara, Lagumadhya, or Lagumardvi Gopi. When they are engaged in carrying messages they are called Sakapriya, Amzat Saka. Vijayakya, what is a Nitya Saka, always a Saka? Gosvamai, gopis who only wish to be a Saki and never desire to become a heroine are called Nitya Saka. The Nitya Sakais are of two kinds, one Atyantika Lakvi and two Apexika Lakvi. Vijayakya, do the Sakais eternally possess certain specific qualities, like the quality of being prakhara, harsh, qualities that they always manifest and never abandon? Gosvamti, although certain qualities are part of the eternal nature of each gopi, sometimes, according to time, place, and circumstances, the gopis manifest other qualities, even qualities that are the opposite of their ordinary nature. An example of this is Lalita's attempt to calm Radha's jealous anger. Vijayakya, it seems to me that Radha takes great care to arrange the meeting of Lord Krishna with her friends. Gosvamti, O Vijayakya, can say something about that. When a Saka sent with a message meets Krishna in a secluded place, and he requests that she enjoy with him, she will not agree. She will not break the trust of the gopi friend who sent her with the message. Vijayakya, what are the Sakai's activities? Gosvamai, the Sakais have 16 kinds of activities. 1. To praise the virtues of the hero before the heroine and to praise the virtues of the heroine before the hero. 2. To make the hero and heroine attached to each other. 3. To arrange for the rendezvous of the hero and heroine. 4. To give the heroine to Krishna. 5. To speak eloquent jokes. 6. To give consolation. 7. To decorate the heroine in her room. 8. To reveal to the hero the love in the heroine's heart and to reveal to the heroine the love in the hero's heart. 9. To hide faults. 10. To teach the heroine how to deceive her husband and other superiors. 11. To bring the hero and heroine together at the appropriate time. 12. To fan with a camera and perform other like services. 13. To reproach the hero or heroine when it is appropriate. 14. To carry a message. 15. To save the heroine's life. And 16. To be careful and diligent in everything. Many examples could be given to illustrate each of these. What more shall I say? Vijayakya, O Master, I understand these brief explanations. Later we'll see the examples given in the book Ajay Valanilamani. Now have learned a great deal. O Master, now I would like to learn about the Sakai's affection for each other and love for Lord Krishna. Gosvamai, the Sakais are of two kinds, one the Sakais whose love for Krishna and their own Yathesvari is not equal, and two the Sakais who love Krishna and their own Yathesvari equally. Vijayakya, what Sakais have love for Krishna and their own Yathesvari that is not equal? Gosvamai, these gopis, who are called the Samasnaha Sakais are of two kinds. Some love their Yathesvari more than they love Krishna. Others think, I am a maidservant of Krishna. These gopis will not leave their group to join another, still, they love Krishna more than they love their Yathesvari. A gopi who is proud to serve her Atithesvari, and who loves her Yathesvari more than Krishna, is called Sakhi Zenhadhika. Vijayakya, who are they? Gosvamai, among the 5 kinds of Sakais I have already described, those who are simply called Sakais love Krishna more, Krishna Snehadhika. The previously described Nitya Sakais and Prana Sakais love their Yathesvari more, Sakhi Zenhadhika. Vijayakya, who are the gopis that love Krishna and their Yathesvari equally? Gosvamai, the gopis that love Krishna and their Yathesvari equally are called Samasnaha. Vijayakya, of these Sakais who are the best? Gosvamai, the Sakais who love Radha and Krishna equally, and who think, Lama follower of Radha are the best of all. They are called Priya Sakais and Paramapristha Sakais. Vijayakumara, O Master, please describe the rivalries of the different groups of Sakais. Gosvami, all the groups of Brajagopis are divided in 4 ways, 1 Svapaksa, one's own group, 2 Saritpaksa, friends, 3 Tatasthapaksa, neutral parties, and 4 Paradpaksa, enemies. The Gopi groups associate with the Saritpaksas and Tatasthapakshas, and they avoid the Pratipaksas. In this way there is exchange of rasas. Vijayakumara, please describe the Svapaksa, Pratipaksa, and the others. Gosvami, the Svapaksa I have already explained. Now I will explain how the Saritpaksas and the other groups differ. The Saritpaksas are of 2 kinds, one is Tasadhaka, friends pushed together to do something favorable, and Anistasadhaka, friends pushed together to do something unfavorable. The Tatasthapaksa is friendly to both the Svapaksa and the Pratipaksa. Vijayakumara, please describe the Pratipaksas. Gosvami, the Vipaksas are enemies. They destroy what is good and bring what is evil. The Vipaksas manifest trickery, malice, restlessness, envy, spite, mercilessness, pride, and a host of other like qualities. Vijayakumara, how is pride manifested? Gosvami, false ego, self-importance, arrogance, mocking, conceit, and haughtiness are the 6 manifestations of pride. Vijayakumara, what is the nature of false ego? Gosvami, when one praises the Svapaksa and reviles the Pratipaksa, that is false ego. Vijayakumara, what is self-importance? Gosvami, when one explains how one's own group has the most exalted spiritual love, that is self-importance. Vijayakumara, what is arrogance? Gosvami, when one is convinced that one's own group enjoys the most exalted spiritual pastimes, that is arrogance. Vijayakumara, what is mocking? Gosvami, when one laughs at the other group, that is mocking. Vijayakumara, what is conceit? Gosvami, when pride improves one's devotional service, that is conceit in this context. Vijayakumara, what is haughtiness? Gosvamti, to openly declare one's own superiority is called haughtiness. To criticize other Sakais and speak sarcastically about them is also haughtiness. Vijayakumara, do the Itasvaras show malice directly? Gosvami, no. The Itasvaras always keep their gravity and decorum. They do not openly express malice. Even if a Prakhara Saka speaks maliciously in her presence, the Itasvari continues to speak pleasantly. Vijayakumara, O Master, the Itasvaras in the Lord's Vraja pastimes are all eternally perfect. They are one of the Lord's potencies. What does it mean that malice and other inauspicious qualities are present among them? Seeing these qualities, non-devotee philosophers will criticize the Lord's Vraja pastimes. They will say, if malice and other inauspicious qualities are present in the spiritual world, then why do the devotees criticize or renounce the material world? O Master, I am a resident of holy Navadvipa, where, by the will of Lord Krishna Chaitanya, many materialists may be seen. Some are followers of Karmakanda. Some are barren logicians. Some are impersonalists. In this way there are many offenders. They condemn the Lord's pastimes. They claim that the Lord's pastimes are material and are filled with imperfections. Gosvamti, persons, Arazika, who cannot understand the Lord's spiritual rasas claim that it is not right for the Lord's personal associates manifest malice or other seemingly inauspicious qualities. When one is at last able to understand the spiritual truth, then one can see Vraja's Madhura Rasa, which is the dear friend of Lord Krishna, the Lord who destroys all sins and whose transcendental form enchants a multitude of Kamadevas. Malice and other seemingly inauspicious emotions felt by Lord Krishna's personal associates are meant to enhance Lord Krishna's transcendental pleasure when the associates are in his company. Apart from these pastimes with Krishna, these seemingly inauspicious qualities are not manifested. At that time there is only love. Vijayakumara, O Master, 1 am a tiny creature. These confidential truths do not easily enter my heart. Please be merciful and explain it very simply and clearly. That will be auspicious for me. Gosvamti, the rasas of spiritual love, Premarasa, are like a great ocean of milk. However, material logic is bitter like cow's urine. One who can understand the spiritual rasas obtains an auspicious life. And why not? It is after a person performs many pious deeds that Bhakti Devi, the goddess of devotional service, places the fruit of the Haladani Sakti in his heart. Thus a person who shuns the study of material logic obtains the final truth. On the other hand, persons who use material logic to understand the truth cannot understand the spiritual truth, which is inconceivable, beyond the understanding of the material mind. The so-called truth they accept is filled with misconceptions. However, you are a fortunate soul. Therefore by the grace of Bhakti Devi you understand everything. However, to make the truth very clear, must answer your question. You are not a material logician, nor a follower of Karmakanda, nor a follower of Jaivanakanda, nor a doubter. You are a sincere devotee engaged in Vaidhi Bhakti devotional service. Will explain the truth to you. One have no objection. You ask two kinds of questions. One kind of question takes shelter of dry material logic. The other kind of question may be satisfied by faith in devotional service. You should not answer the question posed by the impersonalist. Why not? Because they have no faith in the actual truth, and thus they will not believe what is the true answer. Without taking shelter of the Lord Cit Sakti, spiritual potency, a soul imprisoned by Maya cannot understand the inconceivable spiritual truth merely by using the instrument of material logic in a great series of debates. That is the fate of persons who have no faith in the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Many different kinds of persons engage in devotional service. Persons who are qualified to understand the Madhura Rasa can understand all these truths from their spiritual master. O Vijayakumara, the Lord's pastimes and rasas in Vrindavana are very wonderful. The Lord's Madhura Rasa is very different from the amorous pastimes of the material world. By studying Srimad Bhagavatam's 5-chapter description of the Lord's Rasa dance, a devotee will uproot the disease that grows in his heart. What disease grows in the heart of the souls imprisoned by Maya? The disease is material lust. A soul who has taken shelter of the subtle material body consisting of mind, intelligence, and false ego, who is filled with material desires, who identifies with the gross material body made of 7 elements beginning with flesh, and who thinks it is a man or a woman, does not have the power to throw material lust far away very easily. Only by hearing about the Lord's Vraja pastimes will that soul be able to throw material lust far away. In the end, such a person is able to see the great wonder that is the Lord's Madhura Rasa pastimes in Vrindavana. When he throws the impersonalist philosophy far away, then the spiritual Madhura Rasa is eternally manifest before him. When he understands the lesser importance of the Lord's majestic feature in Vaikuntha, the soul can understand the supreme glory of the Lord's eternal and splendid rasas. The soul is filled with intense transcendental bliss. Then the dry happiness of impersonalism and the dull pleasures of the material world become very unimportant for him. Then he is filled with a bliss that is perfect and complete. This perfect and complete bliss is manifest in many places and in many ways. In some bhavas it is manifested as affection and other like emotions, and in other places it is manifested as malice and other so-called inauspicious emotions. Material malice and material inauspicious emotions are all abominable. These spiritual emotions are not like them. They are all various transformations of spiritual bliss. They are like waves in the great ocean of the spiritual rasas. They make that ocean glorious. The conclusion of Srila Rapa Goswami is that these different rasas show the wonderful variety of ecstatic love, bhava. In the Svapaksa, these bhavas are all the same. In the Saritpaksa the bhavas are slightly different. In the Tatastapaksa, the bhavas are slightly similar. In the Vipaksa, the bhavas are completely different. Look. When the bhavas are not compatible, the situation is not pleasant. In that situation, the supremely blissful rasas produce malice and other seemingly inauspicious emotions. Vijayakula, why do svapaksas and vipaksas exist? Gosvami, when two heroines have the same nature, svapaksa and vipaksa are manifested. In this way friends and enemies are manifested from the spiritual rasas. The purpose of these emotions is to increase the sweetness of the Lord's spiritual Madhura rasa. Vijayakula, are Radha and Khandravali equally powerful? Gosvami, no. No. Sri Radha is full of the highest ecstatic love. She is the essence of the Hladani Sakti. Khandravali is manifested from a tiny particle of Sri Radha's transcendental form. Still, in order to increase the premarasa, loving pastimes, of Sri Radha, Khandravali is manifested as if she were Radha's equal and rival, Vipaksa. Look, it is not possible for these two Yatesvaras to be completely alike. If these two seem sometimes to be equals, it is only an accident, like the path of a bookworm accidentally forming the shape of a certain letter of the alphabet. In truth, the svapaksas and vipaksas are needed to make the rasas glorious. Vijayakula, O Master, now have no doubts. The nectar of your words flows into my ears and enters my heart, where it destroys all the bitterness that was there. In my heart can now understand the transformations of Madhura rasa. Lord Krishna is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss. He is the only hero, Nayaka. One meditate on his form, qualities, and activities. He is Dhirodata, Dhiralalita, Dhiraprasanta, and Dhiradhata. His qualities are Anukula, Daksina, Satha, and Drista. He is always served by his Arsita, Vita, Vitasaka, Pithamardaka, and Priyanarmasaka companions. He likes to play the flute. Lord Krishna, who enjoys the Madhura rasa, is manifest in my heart. I have also understood the descriptions of the beautiful girls of Braja who have taken shelter of the Madhura rasa. They are heroines, Nayaka. The heroines are of two kinds, one Svakiya, and two Parakiya. The best rasa is that of the Parakiya heroines in Vraja. These heroines are of three kinds, one Sadhanapara, two Devi, and three Nityapriya. Divided into many different groups, the girls of Braja serve Lord Krishna. There are many millions and millions of such girls of Braja, each one of them subordinate to one of the many Yatesvaras. Radha and Khandravali are the most important of the Yatesvaras. There are 5 kinds of Sakis, 1 Sakya, 2 Nitya Sakya, 3 Pranasakya, 4 Priya Sakya, and 5 Parama Pristha Sakya. In Radha's group the 8 Sakis headed by Lalita are Parama Pristha Sakis. These 8 Sakis headed by Lalita are qualified to become Yatesvaras themselves, but they do not form separate groups, for they prefer to remain followers of Sri Radha. Still, many other girls of Braja consider themselves followers of these 8 Sakis. The heroines are divided in different ways, as Mugdha, Madhya, and Pragalbha, as Dhira, Adhira, and Dhiradhira, and as Kanya, Svakiya, and Parakiya. In this way there are 15 different kinds of heroines. The heroines have 8 different conditions of life, which begin with Abhisarika. The heroines are also divided into Uttama, Madhyama, and Kanistha. In this way there are 360, 15x8x3, different kinds of heroines. Knowledge of the friendship and other emotions felt by the Yatesvaras is now also present in my heart. Knowledge of the messengers and Sakis is now also manifested in my heart. Now I am able to understand the shelter in whom the rasas rest. Now understand the Vasaya and Asraya, and, included within them, the Vibhava and Alambana. Tomorrow will take shelter of your feet and learn from you about the Uttapanas. Lord Krishna been very kind to me, to give me such a kind spiritual master. Tomorrow I will be very well nourished by drinking the nectar words that flow from your mouth. Sri Gopalaguru Gosvami embraced Vijayakula and said, Baba, I am very fortunate to have you as a disciple. You like to ask many questions, and Lord Chaitanya himself has placed all the answers in my mouth. Then the two of them wept tears of love. After that they were both stunned and motionless. Seeing how fortunate Vijayakumara had become, Dhyanakandra and the other great souls there became plunged into great transcendental bliss. At that moment some pure Vaisnavas came to visit the Sri Radhakanta temple. They began to sing the song of Kandidasa, Se Kebasunala Syamanam Kanarabidara Diamarampasila Go Akula Kerala Mora Pran. O friend, whom did I hear pronounce the name Syama? That name entered my ears. Then it travelled to my heart. Now my life breath trembles. Ndi yani katka madusyamanama ek go badana chatidna he pair japite nama abazakora lago kamain pabasitir. I do not know why the name Syama is so sweet. My mouth cannot renounce saying it. Say it again and again. My senses are all overwhelmed. What will become of me? Nama paratape jara ikana kerala go angara paras kaiba he jekane basati tara naya nadeki yago javati dharama ray. If this name makes my senses burn with fever, what would happen if the bearer of this name were to touch my limbs? If I were to see this person with my eyes, how could I continue on the religious path? Pasarite kari main pda sara and dj agoki kariba ki habupe kahade vijakandi de skulavati kulane se pandara javana jakati. In my heart I decide to forget him, but he will not be forgotten. What will one do? Considering the fate of a saintly young girl in danger of destroying her family, the Brahmana Kandidasa speaks these words. Accompanied by Karatalas and Merdanga, everyone sang this song. An hour and a half passed in this way. Everyone was plunged in spiritual love, prema. When the spiritual bliss was a little broken, Vijayakumara offered Dandavat obeisances to Sri Gopalaguru Gosvami and the other Vaisnavas, respectfully bade them farewell, and began walking to Harakandi Sahi's house. Chapter 35 Madhurarasa Vikara Madhurarasa. Again and again Krishna appeared in his thoughts. Vijayakumara's heart was attracted to Krishna. His ordinary dealings were now chaotic. He ate a little of what food was around, and then ran like a madman to his spiritual master, and then fell down before his feet. Gopalaguru Gosvami carefully picked him up and embraced him. Vijayakumara said, O master, wish to learn about the Uttapanas in Madhurarasa. Then the saintly Gosvami carefully spoke. Gosvamti, the qualities, names, activities, decorations, and other things directly and indirectly related to Krishna and his beloved gopis are the Uttapanas in Madhurarasa. Vijayakumara, please describe the qualities. Gosvami, the qualities are of three kinds, 1 mental, 2 verbal, and 3 physical. Vijayakumara, what are the mental qualities? Gosvami, gratefulness, forgiveness, and kindness are included among the many mental qualities. Vijayakumara, what are the verbal qualities? Gosvami, the verbal qualities are words that delight the ear. Vijayakumara, what are the physical qualities? Gosvami, youthfulness, splendor, charm, beauty, delight, sweetness, and gentleness are included among the physical qualities. 4 kinds of youthfulness take shelter of Madhurarasa. They are, 1 Vyasandi, 2 Navyavayasa, 3 Vyaktivayasa, and 4 Pirnavayasa. Vijayakumara, what is Vyasandi? Gosvami, the point where Balya and Yavana meet is called Vyasandi. It is also called Prathama Kaisara. When Kaisara arises, that is Vyasandi. Here Balya and Pagantha are synonyms. The sweetness of the gopis Vyasandi age is an Uttapana that inspires Lord Krishna. Vijayakumara, what is Navyavayasa? Gosvami, it is the beginning of Yavana. In this age the gopis smile gently, their eyes are restless, their hearts are beginning to become agitated, and their breasts are beginning to manifest. Vijayakumara, what is Vyaktivayasa? As this question was spoken, a Sri Vaisnava and Pandita Sannyasi from the Sankara Matha came to see the deity. The Sri Vaisnava considered himself a male servant of the Lord, and the Sankara Sannyasi was plunged in dry meditation on impersonal Brahman. Neither of them were qualified to hear about the Vraja gopis. It is forbidden to discuss Madhura Rasa with persons firmly convinced of their material malehood. Gopalaguru Gosvami and Vijayakumara at once stopped their conversation and made small talk about other things. After a short while the two guests left to see the Siddhabakula tree. Gently smiling, Vijayakumara repeated his question. Gosvami, when the breasts are clearly manifested, 3 folds of skin are manifested on the waist, and all the limbs are splendid, then the age is said to be Vyaktivayasa. Vijayakumara, what is Trunavayasa? Gosvami, when the hips are large, the waist slender, all the limbs splendid with extraordinary beauty, the breasts large, and the thighs like banana trees, the age is called Purnavayasa. Vijayakumara, now I understand these different ages. Now please describe form. Gosvami, when the form is so splendid and glorious that it seems to be decorated even when it is not, is called splendor. When all the limbs are beautiful, that is called splendor. Vijayakumara, what is charm? Gosvami, when all the limbs shine with a splendor like the splendor of pearls, that is called charm. Vijayakumara, what is beauty? Gosvami, when each limb is shaped in the most appropriate way, and when all the limbs are combined together in the most beautiful way, that is called beauty. Vijayakumara, what is delight? Gosvami, when one's wonderful qualities make those nearby also wonderful in the same way, that is called delight. Vijayakumara, what is sweetness? Gosvami, when the body's beauty is so great that it cannot be described, that is sweetness. Vijayakumara, what is gentleness? Gosvami, when the body is so soft and delicate it cannot tolerate even the slightest touch, that is called gentleness. Gentleness is of 3 kinds, 1 great, 2 intermediate, and 3 less. Vijayakumara, O Master, now understand all these qualities. Now please describe the names. Gosvami, transcendental names, such as the name Radha Krishna, are the birthplace of the rasas and bhavas. Vijayakumara, I understand. Now please describe the activities. Gosvami, the activities are of 2 kinds, 1 anubhava, and 2 lila. Anubhava was already described after vibhava. Vijayakumara, please describe 1-1a. Gosvamti, beautiful pastimes, dancing, playing the flute, milking the cows, herding the cows from the hill, and other like activities are all called lila. Vijayakumara, what are beautiful pastimes? Gosvami, the rasa dance, and playing games with a ball are included among the numberless beautiful pastimes that charm the heart. Vijayakumara, what are the decorations? Gosvami, garments, ornaments, garlands, and ointments are the 4 kinds of decorations. Vijayakumara, what are the things directly related to Krishna and the gopis? Gosvami, 2 kinds of things are directly related to Krishna and the gopis. They are, 1 things touching, and 2 things nearby. Vijayakumara, what are the things touching? Gosvami, the sound of the flute, the sound of the buffalo horn bugle, the singing, fragrance, tinkling of the ornaments, footprints, sound of the veena, and artistic skill are included among the things touching. Vijayakumara, what is the sound of the flute? Gosvami, from Krishna's mouth, nectar flute music flows. That music is the best of the Uttapanas. Vijayakumara, please be kind and describe the things nearby. Gosvami, flower remnants, peacock feathers, mineral dyes from the hills, the cows, the stick, the flute, the buffalo horn bugle, the sight of Krishna's dear associates, the dust raised by the cows, Vrindavana, the living entities and things that have their shelter in Vrindavana, Govardhana Hill, the Yamuna, and the Rasa dance arena are included among the things nearby. Vijayakumara, who are the living entities that have taken shelter in Vrindavana? Gosvami, many birds, bees, deer, forest groves, vines, tulasi plants, karnika flowers, and kadamba trees have taken shelter of Vrindavana. Vijayakumara, what are the things indirectly related to Krishna and the gopis? Gosvamai, the moonlight, clouds, lightning, springtime, autumn, full moon, breeze, and birds are included among what is indirectly related. After hearing about all these uttapanas, Vijayakumara was silent for a moment. Pushed by the uttapava, ecstatic love arose in his heart. Then the anubhavas became manifested on his body. With a choked voice, Vijayakumara said, "O Master, please describe the anubhavas. When describing his lilas, you said they were part of Lord Krishna's activities. When understand the anubhavas will be able to know the full outline of Krishna's activities." Gosvamt, the anubhavas are of three kinds, 1 alankara, 2 upasvara, and 3 vasika. Vijayakumara, what are the alankaras? Gosvamai, in their yavana age the beautiful girls of Braja manifest 20 kinds of alankara, ornaments. With these ornaments they conquer their beloved. These ornaments are, ornaments manifested from the body, 1 bhava, 2 hava, 3 hela. Ornaments manifested spontaneously, 4 sabha, 5 kanti, 6 dipti, 7 madhurya, 8 pragalbheda, 9 audarya, 10 dhirya. Natural ornaments, 11. Lila, 12. Viltsa, 13. Vikiti, 14. Vibhitrama, 15. Kilakansita, 16. Matayata, 17. Kutamita, 18. Vibhoka, 19. Lalita, and 20. Vikrita. Vijayakumara, what is bhava in this context? Gosvamai, when the heart is steady in madhura rasa, that state is called ratai. The first manifestation of ratai is called bhava. When the heart is steady in ratai, that state is called sattva. When the heart becomes agitated with ecstatic love, that is called bhava. Vijayakumara, O Master, what is hava? Gosvamai, to tilt the neck, move the eyes or eyebrows, or give other hints of love is called hava. Vijayakumara, what is hela? Gosvamai, when the amorous hints of hava are more openly expressed, that is called hela. Vijayakumara, what is sabha? Gosvamai, the beauty that amorous pastimes use to decorate the limbs is called sabha. Vijayakumara, what is kanti? Gosvamai, when amorous desires are satisfied, the splendor then manifested is called kanti. Vijayakumara, what is dipti? Gosvamai, when youthfulness, enjoyment, place, time, virtues, and other like things bring a great and glorious splendor, that splendor is called dipti. Vijayakumara, what is madhurya? Gosvamti, skill in all activities is called madhurya. Vijayakumara, what is pragalbheda? Gosvamai, to be self-assured and free from doubt is called pragalbheda. This brings great splendor to every limb. Vijayakumara, what is audarya? Gosvamai, to be humble in every situation is called audarya. Vijayakumara, what is dhirya? Gosvamai, when the mind is exalted, that is called dhirya. Vijayakumara, what is lila? Gosvamti, to imitate the beloved's graceful garments and actions is called lla. Vijayakumara, what is vilasa? Gosvamai, when walking, staying still, sitting, the mouth, the eyes, and many other things are all employed to give amorous hints to the beloved, that is called vilasa. Vijayakumara, what is vikiti? Gosvamai, if there is great beauty, even though the ornaments are few, that is called vikiti. In the opinion of some scholars of rasa, when the lover commits an offense, the sakais carefully decorate him, and in spite of all efforts, the girl remains angry, her condition is called vikiti. Vijayakumara, what is vibhitrama? Gosvamai, when, at the time of going to meet her beloved, a girl is so bewildered with amorous desire that she decorates herself with necklace, garland, and other ornaments in the wrong way, that is called vibhitrama. Vijayakumara, what is kilakansita? Gosvamai, pride, desire, weeping, laughing, envy, fear, and anger, when they are manifested as symptoms of happiness when one meets the beloved, are called Kilakinsida. Vijayakya, what is Matayada? Gosvamai, when, by remembering the beloved or receiving news of him, the lover feels love and then desire, that is called Matayada. Vijayakya, what is Kutamita? Gosvamt, when the lover touches the beloved's breast, and the beloved, although actually pleased, puts on an outward show of anger, that is called Kutamita. Vijayakya, what is Vibhoka? Gosvamai, when pride and jealous make the beloved insult the lover, that is called Vibhoka. Vijayakya, what is Lalita? Gosvamai, when the movements of the body and the eyebrows show softness, that is called Lalita. Vijayakya, what is Vikrita? Gosvamai, when shyness, pride, and anger are expressed not by words but by actions, that is called Vikrita. In this way 20 ornaments are manifested from the body and mind. Some scholars of Rasa add 2 more ornaments Magdhaya and Kakatato this list. Vijayakya, what is Magdhaya? Gosvamai, when, even though she already knows the answer, the beloved, as if she didn't already know, asks the lover anyway, that is called Magdhaya. Vijayakya, what is Kakata? Gosvamai, when, even though there is no reason to fear, the beloved tells her lover that she is very afraid, that is called Kakata. Vijayakya, O Master, thus have heard about these alankaras, ornaments. Now please teach me about the Udbasvaras. Gosvamai, when the ecstatic love present in the heart is splendidly manifested in the body, that is called Udbasvara. When in Madhura Rasa the belt, bodice, and braids become loosened, the limbs are agitated, the mouth is opened wide, and, with dilated nostrils there is heavy breathing, that is called Udbasvara. Vijayakya, all these Udbasvaras could easily have been included within Matayada and Vilasa. Gosvamti, they have a different kind of glory. Therefore they are considered separately. Vijayakya, O Master, now please describe the verbal anubhavas. Gosvamai, Alapat, Vilapat, Sathunlapat, Pralapat, Anulapat, Apalapat, Sandhyasa, Atitasa, Apadisa, Upadisa, Nirdasa, and Vyapadisa are the 12 verbal anubhavas. Vijayakya, what is Alapat? Gosvamai, when one speaks pleasing, flattering words, that is called Alapat. Vijayakya, what is Vilapat? Gosvamai, when one laments, that is called Vilapat. Vijayakya, what is Sarnlapat? Gosvamai, pleasing conversations are called Sarnlapat. Vijayakya, what is Pralapat? Gosvamai, meaningless words are called Pralapat. Vijayakya, what is Anulapat? Gosvamti, repeating the same thing over and over is called Anulapat. Vijayakya, what is Apalapat? Gosvamti, to explain something a second time is called Apalapat. Vijayakya, what is Sandasa? Gosvamti, to send a letter to a beloved in a faraway place is called Sandasa. Vijayakya, what is Atitasa? Gosvamai, to say, his words are my words is called Atitasa. Vijayakya, what is Apadisa? Gosvamai, while speaking about one thing to reveal another is called Apadisa. Vijayakya, what is Upadisa? Gosvamai, to give instruction is called Upadisa. Vijayakya, what is Nirdasa? Gosvamai, to affirm, I am that person is called Nirdasa. Vijayakya, what is Vyapadisa? Gosvamai, to misrepresent one's true desire is called Vyapadisa. All these anubhavas are present in all the rasas. However, they are famous for making the Madhura rasa sweet. Vijayakya, O Master, why are these rasa anubhavas considered separately? Gosvamai, when the alambanas and udapanas enter the heart, bhava is manifested. Then the symptoms called anubhavas are manifested on the body. If all the anubhavas were not discussed separately, then it would not be possible to see their natures clearly. Vijayakya, now please describe the sattvika bhavas in Madhura rasa. Gosvamai, the 8 Sattvika bhavas, beginning with being stunned and perspiring, which I had previously described, are also present in Madhura Rasa. However, in this rasa they are manifested in a different way. Vijayakumara, how is it different? Gosvamti, look at the Lord's Vraja pastimes. Being stunned comes from joy, fear, wonder, melancholy, and anger. Perspiration comes from joy, fear, and anger. Standing up of the body's hairs comes from wonder, joy, and fear. Choking up of the voice comes from melancholy, wonder, anger, and fear. Trembling of the body comes from fear, joy, and anger. Becoming pale comes from melancholy, anger, and fear. Shedding tears comes from joy, anger, and melancholy. Devastation comes from either happiness or distress. Vijayakumara, are these sattvika ecstatic symptoms manifested differently in Madhura Rasa? Gosvamai, yes. They are. When before I described the sattvika bhavas I explained that they were manifested as either damayata, smoky, jaivalita, blazing, dipta, shining, or udipta, brightly shining. In Madhura Rasa these bhavas are manifested in only 2 ways, as either udipta, brightly shining, or sudipta, brilliantly shining. Vijayakumara, O Master, please be kind to me. Please describe the Vyabhikara bhavas in Madhura Rasa and make me happy. Gosvamai, the 33 Vyabhikari bhavas or Sankari bhavas, which begin with nirvida, disappointment, and which have previous described to you, are almost all present in Madhura Rasa. Only agraya, violence, and lasya, laziness, are not present in this rasa. In Madhura Rasa these Sankari bhavas are very wonderful. Vijayakumara, what is the most wonderful thing about them in this situation? Gosvamai, the love for Krishna, Krishna Prema, that Krishna's friends and superiors feel for him in Sakyarasa and the other rasas, becomes Sankari bhava in Madhura Rasa. In other words, what was Sthayi bhava in the other rasas becomes Sankari bhava or Vyabhikari bhava in Madhura Rasa. Vijayakumara, what else is wonderful in this situation? Gosvamai, the Vyabhikari bhavas are not considered direct ingredients of Madhura Rasa. Even Tha Vyabhikaras that begin with marana, death, are not direct ingredients. Instead of being ingredients, the Vyabhikari bhavas are considered the qualities of Madhura Rasa. The Vyabhikari bhavas are the qualities, and Madhura Rasa is the possessor of the qualities. That is the proper conclusion. Vijayakumara, how are the Vyabhikari bhavas manifested in this rasa? Gosvamai, nirvida, disappointment, is born from suffering, unpleasantness, envy, melancholy, calamity, and offense. Vijayakumara, from what is danya, humility, born? Gosvamai, danya is born from unhappiness, fear, and offense. Vijayakumara, from what is glani, guilt, born? Gosvamai, glani is born from fatigue, anxiety, and attraction. Vijayakumara, from what is srama, fatigue, born? Gosvamai, srama is born from losing one's way, dancing, and attraction. Vijayakumara, from what is mata, intoxication, born? Gosvamai, mata is born from drinking liquor. In this way one becomes jubilant and one also loses one's power of discrimination. Vijayakumara, from what is garva, pride, born? Gosvamai, garva is born from good fortune, beauty, virtue, and obtaining what is the best of all. Vijayakumara, from what is sankha, doubt, born? Gosvamti, sankha is born from theft, offense, cruelty to others, lighting, fearsome creatures, and fearsome sounds. Vijayakumara, from what is aviga, intense emotion, born? Gosvamai, aviga is born from seeing the object of love, hearing about the object of love, seeing what is not loved, and hearing about what is not loved. The heart becomes bewildered by these intense emotions. Vijayakumara, from what is unmita, madness, born? Gosvamai, Unmata is born from intense bliss or separation from the beloved. Vijayakumara, from what is apasmara, forgetfulness, born. Gosvamai, apasmara is born from unhappiness, which upsets the body and the mind. Vijayakumara, from what is vyadi, disease, born. Gosvamai, vyadi is born from fever and other like causes. It is also born from anxiety, intense emotion, and other feelings. Vijayakumara, from what is moha, confusion, born. Gosvamai, moha is bewilderment of the mind. Moha is born from joy, separation, and sorrow. Vijayakumara, from what is mrti, death, born. Gosvamti, mrti is not directly manifested in Madhura Rasa. Sometimes there is the desire for death. Vijayakumara, from what is alasia, laziness, born. Gosvamai, alasia is not directly manifested in Madhura Rasa. When a strong person pretends that he is not strong, that is called alasia. Alasia does not exist in devotional service to Lord Krishna. However, it is seen indirectly, as the opposite of true devotional service. Vijayakumara, from what is jadya, inertness, born. Gosvamai, jadya is born from hearing about the beloved, seeing what is unpleasant, and separation from the beloved. Vijayakumara, from what is vrita, bashfulness, born. Gosvamti, vrita is born from first meeting, doing what should not be done, words of praise, and words of insult. Vijayakumara, from what is avahitha, concealment, born. Gosvamai, avahitha, or concealment, is born from treachery, shyness, cleverness, fear, and respect. Vijayakumara, from what is samriti, remembrance, born. Gosvamti, samriti is firm belief based on previous direct perception. Vijayakumara, from what is vitarka, argumentativeness, born. Gosvamai, vitarka is born from melancholy or doubt. Vijayakumara, from what is sinta, anxiety, born. Gosvamai, sinta is born from failing to attain what one desires, or attaining what one does not desire. Vijayakumara, from what is mati, thoughtfulness, born. Gosvamti, mati is giving though to understand something. Vijayakumara, from what is driti, endurance, born. Gosvamai, driti is steadiness of the mind. It born from the absence of suffering and the attainment of the best thing. Vijayakumara, from what is harsa, happiness, born. Gosvamai, when, because of seeing or attaining the object of one's desires, one is pleased, that is called harsa. Vijayakumara, from what is atsukya, eagerness, born. Gosvamai, atsukya is born from the desire to see or attain the beloved. Vijayakumara, from what is agraya, violence, born. Gosvamai, violence is called agraya. As I have already said, it is not manifested in Madhura Rasa. Vijayakumara, from what is amarsa, haughtiness, born. Gosvamti, inability to tolerate disrespect and insult is called amarsa. Vijayakumara, from what is astya, insi, born. Gosvamai, astya is hatred of another person's good fortune. It comes from good fortune and virtue. Vijayakumara, from what is kapila, impudence, born. Gosvamti, lightness of the mind is called kapila. It is born from attraction and revulsion. Vijayakumara, from what is nidra, dizziness, born. Gosvamai, nidra is born from exhaustion. Vijayakumara, what is supti, sleepiness. Gosvamti, supti is sleepiness. Vijayakumara, what is bodha, alertness. Gosvamti, bodha is the opposite of sleepiness. O Baba Vijayakumara, all these vyabhikaras are manifested in 4 ways, 1 utpatti, 2 sandhi, 3 savalya, and 4 santi. When the bhava is first manifested, that is called utpatti. When 2 bhavas join together, that is called bhavasandhi. When two different manifestations of one kind of bhava join together, that is called svarupasandhi. When different kinds of bhavas join together, that is called bhinasandhi. When many different bhavas are mixed together, that is called bhavasavalya. When a bhava disappears, that is called bhavasanti. Thus hearing about the vibhavas, anubhavas, satvikabhavas, and vyabhikarabhavas of Madhura Rasa, Vijayakula could understand the samagris, ingredients, of this rasa. His heart became plunged in prema, pure love. Still, he thought he had no prema. Falling at his spiritual master's feet, and weeping, he said, "O Master, why is my heart not plunged in prema? Please be merciful and tell me." Gopala Guru Gosvami replied, "Come tomorrow, and I will teach you about prema. You have understood the samagris, ingredients, of prema. But prema is still not openly manifested in your heart. The prema that is the same as sthai bhava you have heard from me in a general way. When you hear how prema is manifested in Madhura Rasa, you will attain all perfection." After speaking these words, Gopala Guru Gosvami embraced Vijayakula. Vijayakula offered Dandavat obeisances, and then he returned to his own residence. Chapter 36 Madhura Rasa Vikara Madhura Rasa. Today Vijayakula came at the appointed time and offered Dandavat obeisances to Sri Gopala Guru Gosvami. Seeing that today Vijayakula was very eager to learn about sthai bhava, the spiritual master began to speak. Gosvamti, the sthai bhava of Madhura Rasa is Madhura Rati. Vijayakula, what causes Madhura Rati to become manifested? Gosvami, Madhura Rati is manifested from Abhayoga, Visaya, Sambandha, Abhimana, Tadiyavisa, Upama, and Svabhava. Each item in this list is better than the preceding item. In this way the rati that is manifested from Svabhava is the best of the ratas. Vijayakula, what is Abhayoga? Gosvami, to openly reveal one's love, bhava, is called Abhayoga. One may make the revelation personally, or another person may do it. Vijayakula, what is Visaya? Gosvami, the five Visayas are sound, touch, form, taste, and fragrance. Vijayakula, what is Sambandha? Gosvami, the five glorious Sambandhas are family, beauty, virtue, and pastimes. Vijayakula, what is Abhimana? Gosvami, when, given the choice of many beautiful and pleasing objects, a person conclusively chooses one, and one alone, demanding, "I want that one," that is called Abhimana. Vijayakula, what is Tadiyavisa? Gosvami, the Tadayavisas are footprints, the land of the cows, and dear friends. In this context the land of the cows is the land of Vrindavana, and the dear friends are the devotees who love Krishna deeply. Vijayakumdara, what is Upama? Gosvami, when one thing is somewhat like another, that is called Upama. Vijayakula, what is Svabhava? Gosvami, the nature that manifests spontaneously, without any external cause, is called Svabhava. Svabhava is of two kinds, Nisarga and Svarupa. Vijayakula, what is Nisarga? Gosvami, a habit born from repetition is called Nisarga. Qualities, form, and hearing are included among the causes of Nisarga. The meaning here is that when the soul again and again acts in a certain way, after many births he develops a habit, which is called Nisarga. Therefore, if when hearing about Lord Krishna's qualities and form a person suddenly and passionately, falls in love, bhava, with Krishna, that love is caused not by the immediate circumstances, but by repeated past devotional activities, Nisarga. Vijayakula, what is Svarupa? Gosvami, what is unborn, beginningless, and self-perfect is called Svarupa. Svarupa is of three kinds, 1 Krishnanistha, faith in Krishna, Lalananistha, faith in the gopis, and Abhayanistha, faith in both Krishna and the gopis. Persons of demonic nature do not attain Krishnanistha. On the other hand, persons of godly nature easily attain it. Persons who are spiritually enlightened can attain lalananistha. Sometimes even without seeing or hearing of Krishna's form and other features, a person suddenly develops intense love for him. When one has both Krishnanistha and lalananistha, that is called abhayanistha. Vijayakya is every aspect of Madhura Rasa manifested from the 7 causes: Abhayoga, Visaya, Sambandha, Abhimana, Tadayavisa, Upama, and Svabhava. Gosvamai, the beautiful girls of Gokula love Krishna with a love that is part of their own nature; Svabhava, a love that is naturally perfect; Svartapasiddha, a love that is not caused by on the 7 causes that begin with Abhayoga. Rather, their love is caused by various different pastimes. However, for the sadhana siddha, who attained perfection by engaging in sadhana bhakti, and nisargasiddha siddhaka, who are still striving to attain perfection, devotees, the 7 causes that begin with abhayoga do indeed inspire love for Krishna. Vijayakya, 1 or 2 examples here would be very pleasing to the heart. Gosvamti, this kind of love is attained by practicing Raganuga Bhakti. It cannot be attained by Vaidhi Bhakti. This kind of love stays far away from a person who practices Vaidhi Bhakti. When a devotee engaged in sadhana bhakti sees the loving service the beautiful girls of Vraja offer to Lord Krishna, and when that devotee yearns to serve Krishna in the same way, then the previously mentioned causes, with Priyajana, the dear friends of Krishna, especially prominent, and now numbering only 6 because Svabhava is not present here, become the causes of his ecstatic love for Krishna. In this way the devotee gradually attains rati, spiritual love. When the devotee attains the stage of sadhana siddha, then he may attain lalananistha. Vijayakya, what are the different kinds of rati? Gosvamai, there are 3 kinds of rati: 1 sadharani, ordinary; 2 samavajasa, proper; and 3 samartha, perfect. Kubja is an example of sadharani rati. She yearned for her own personal enjoyment in Krishna's company. Therefore her love is of an inferior nature. The Dvaraka queen's love is samavihasa, proper. And why not? They enjoyed Krishna's company within the religious institution of marriage. The love of the Gokula goddesses, the gopis, is samartha. It exists in a plane above the ordinary activities of the world and the ordinary rules of religion. This samartha love is not improper, asamanjasa. Rather, because it has the power to bring the highest goal of life, it is the most proper, ati samanjasa. Sadharani love is like a jewel, samanajasa love is like a Sintamani jewel, and samartha love, which has no equal, is like a Kaustubha jewel. Vijayakya, weeping and weeping, what a wonderful description this is. I wish to learn more about Sadharani rati. Gosvamai, when by directly seeing Krishna a person yearns to enjoy in his company, and in this way feels a love that is not yet very intense, that love is called sadharani. Because that love is not yet very intense, the desire for one's own enjoyment is still present within it. When the desire for personal enjoyment becomes dwarfed, then what remains to dwarf the growth of real love? Vijayakya, what is samadhijasa rati? Gosvamai, when by hearing the qualities of Krishna a girl yearns to become his wife, her intense love is called samavihasa. Still, in this love there is sometimes the desire for personal enjoyment. However, without this desire the wife will not be under Krishna's dominion. Vijayakya, what is samartha love? Gosvamai, in rati the desire for enjoyment is always present. In Sadharani rati and samavihasa rati the devotee desires her personal enjoyment. When the desire for enjoyment is completely free for the desire for one's own personal enjoyment, and one desires only the enjoyment of the beloved, that kind of love is called samartha. Vijayakya, what is that like? Please explain and make it more clearly understood. Gosvamai, the desire for enjoyment is of 2 kinds. One kind is the desire theta the beloved will please my own senses. The other kind is the desire that I will please the senses of my beloved. The first kind of desire is called kama, lust. And why not? In that situation one is eager only for his own happiness. In the second kind of desire one is eager for the happiness and well-being of the beloved. That desire is the desire of love, prema. In sadharani love the desire for personal enjoyment is strong. In samanjasa love that desire is not strong. In samartha love the desire for enjoyment is of a different nature. It is, as have already said, the desire that the beloved should enjoy. Vijayakya, in loving affairs the touch of the beloved inevitably brings pleasure. How is it possible that in samartha love this pleasure is not desired? Gosvamai, that desire is inevitably difficult to stop. Still, in samartha love that desire of the heart is very weak. In this kind of love the desire to please the beloved is very strong. That desire then embraces the desire for personal enjoyment, and in that embrace both desires become one. Because this is the strongest, samartha, of all kinds of love, it is called samartha. Vijayakya, what are the glories of samartha love? Gosvamai, among the 7 previously described causes beginning with abhayoga, sambandha may be manifested, or tadyavisa may be manifested, or svartupa may be manifested, and in this way samartha love may come into being. Or, forgetting all these, this very powerful love may come into being by itself. Vijayakya, how do the desire for personal enjoyment and the desire that the beloved should enjoy join and become a single desire? Gosvamai, the beautiful girls of Braja love Krishna with samartha love. They desire only for his happiness. When they associate with Krishna, they certainly experience their own happiness. However, they accept only those activities that bring happiness to Krishna. Thus the desire for personal enjoyment and the desire only to please Krishna meet in the waves of sublime and wonderful pastimes. In that condition the desire for personal enjoyment does not exist apart from the desire to please Krishna. In this way the desire for personal enjoyment ceases to exist. Vijayakya, aha! How wonderful is this love! I yearn to hear of its highest glories. Gosvamai, when this love, ratai, matures it reaches the stage called Mahabhava. All the liberated souls seek this stage of love. The 5 kinds of devotees attain it to the degree they are able. Vijayakya, O Master, I request that you explain the different stages of this love. Gosvamai, it is said, Ajay Valanilamani, stay I bhava prakaranasya dresdiyam rata prima protean snahakramat ayamsyan mana pranaya rago nurago bhava ityapi. When rati becomes very intense, it is called prema. As prema gradually manifests its sweetness, it is called sneha, mana, pranaya, raga, anuraga, and bhava. Vijayakya, O Master, please give an example. Gosvamai, as there is a progression in sweetness from sugarcane seed to sugarcane plant, to sugarcane juice, to molasses, to gur, to sugar granules, to rock candy, so there is a progression in love from rati to prema, to sneha, to mana, to pranaya, to raga, to anuraga, and finally to bhava. The word bhava in this progression refers to Mahabhava. Vijayakya, why are so many different stages with so many different names grouped under the general heading of prema? Gosvamai, the 6 kinds of love, which begin with sneha, are all different pastime stages of prema. The Panditas who are learned in this matter call them all by the name prema. In this way prema is manifested. Vijayakya, what are the characteristics of prema? Gosvamai, even though obstacles try to destroy their love, the love the boy and girl feel will not be destroyed. That is prema. Vijayakya, what are the different kinds of prema? Gosvamai, there are 3 kinds of prema, 1 pradha, mature, 2 madhya, intermediate, and 3 manda, slow. Vijayakya, what is pradha prema? Gosvamai, when the lover is anguished to think her delay may worry her beloved, that is pradha prema. Vijayakya, what is madhya prema? Gosvamai, when the lover is not concerned about the beloved's anguish, that is madhya prema. Vijayakya, what is manda prema? Gosvamai, when the lover neither cares nor does not care, that is Manda Prema. This kind of love can inspire one to create obstacles to stop the exalted love of a rival. Ovijayakumara, Pradha, Madhya, and Manda are thus the three divisions of Prema. They can also be described in these words: when the lover cannot tolerate the beloved's suffering, that is Pradha Prema. When the lover can tolerate the beloved's suffering, that is Madhya Prema. When the lover forgets whether the beloved suffers or not, that is Manda Prema. Vijayakumara, now I understand Prema. What are the characteristics of Sneha? Gosvamai, when it reaches its highest stage, Prema is like a brilliant lamp. This is known as Cit Prema, spiritual love. When it makes the heart melt, this spiritual Prema is called Sneha. The byproduct of Sneha is that the lover never becomes satiated or disinterested, even if the lover sees the beloved at every moment. Vijayakumara, are there different kinds of Sneha, some better and some lesser? Gosvamt, in the lowest kind of Sneha, the lover's heart melts at the touch of the beloved. In the intermediate kind of Sneha, the lover's heart melts at the sight of the beloved. In the best kind of Sneha, the lover's heart melts simply by hearing of the beloved. Vijayakumara, what are the other different kinds of Sneha? Gosvamai, Sneha is also of two kinds, one Gradasanya, ghee love, and Madhusneha, honey love. Vijayakumara, what is Gradasneha? Gosvamai, when love is very respectful, for Dharamaya, it is called Gradasneha. When Gradasanya is mixed with Madhusanya, the result is very palatable. Gradasanya is by nature cool. When the respect, adara, is increased, Ganibhita, this love becomes more intense. It is called Gradasanya because it has the qualities of Grada, ghee. Vijayakumara, what is respect, adara? Gosvamai, respect, adara, comes from honoring others, Gaurava. In this way respect and honor are interdependent. When love, rati, is manifested with them, it is called, in this context, Sneha. Vijayakumara, what is Gaurava, honor? Gosvamai, when one thinks of a person as a guru, that is called Gaurava. From Gaurava is manifested Samrama, esteem. This is all said to be included within adara, respect. Adara and Gaurava are interdependent. Vijayakumara, what is Madhusneha? Gosvamai, when the lover thinks, the beloved is my property, then that is called Madhusneha. Many different rasas meet in this sweet love. This love is passionate, and therefore it brings warmth. Because this love is sweet, Madhura, therefore it is called Madhusneha. Vijayakumara, what does it mean to think the beloved is my property? Gosvamti, love is manifested in two ways. In one way the lover thinks, I am the property of my beloved. In the other way the lover thinks, my beloved is the property of me. In Gradasneha the idea I am the property of my beloved is prominent. In Madhusneha the idea my beloved is the property of me is prominent. Khandravala possesses Gradasneha. Radha possesses Madhusneha. Vijayakumara, after offering Dandavat obeisances to his spiritual master. What is Mana? Gosyamtai, when Sneha becomes exalted and manifests a new kind of sweetness, the lover manifests various crooked dealings with the beloved. That is called Mana. Vijayakumara, what are the different kinds of Mana? Gosvamt, there are two kinds of M.Anna, one Udita, and two Lalita. Vijayakumara, what is Udita Mana? Gosvamti, it is of two kinds. In one kind the lover is straightforward, open, and free of diplomacy. In the other kind the lover engages in concealment and crooked diplomacy. Uditamana is manifested in Gradasneha. Vijayakumara, what is Lalitamana? I cannot say why, but somehow I feel attracted to it. Gosvamti, Lalitamana is of two kinds. In Kautilya Lalitamana there is independence and crookedness. In Narmala Lalitamana there are joking words. Both kinds of Lalitamana are manifested in Madhusneha. Vijayakumara, what is Pranaya? Gosvamai, when the lover trusts the beloved and feels one at heart with the beloved, that is called pranaya. Vijayakumara, what does trust, visramha, mean in this situation? Gosvamai, the real nature of pranaya is trust, which is called visramha. Visramha is of two kinds, one maitra, and two sakya. Visramha means firm trust. This trust is not merely the secondary cause of pranaya. It is the original cause of it, the very ingredient of which it is made. Vijayakumara, what is maitra visramha? Gosvamai, when visramha is joined with humility, that is called maitra. Vijayakumara, what is sakya visramha? Gosvamai, when the lover is free from all fear and convinced that the beloved is completely under the lover's control, that is called sakya visramha. Vijayakumara, please clearly explain how pranaya, sneha, and mana are related to each other. Gosvamai, in some situations sneha gives birth to pranaya, and from pranaya mana is manifested. In other situations sneha gives birth to mana, and from mana pranaya is manifested. Therefore mana and pranaya may assume both roles of either cause or effect. Visramha requires a separate explanation. Udita and lalita exist in both maitra and sakya. However, in sakya they are also called sumatra and susakya. Vijayakumara, what is raga? Gosvamai, when pranaya becomes exalted even great suffering is considered happiness. That stage of pranaya is called raga. Vijayakumara, what are the different kinds of raga? Gosvamai, there are two kinds, one nilamaraga and two raktimaraga. Vijayakumara, how many kinds of nilamaraga are there? Gosvamti, there are two kinds of nilamaraga, one niliraga and syamaraga. Vijayakumara, what is niliraga? Gosvamai, in this raga there is no possibility of loss or destruction. Externally there is great glory, and love is concealed within the heart. That is niliraga. Kandravala manifests this raga before Lord Krishna. Vijayakumara, what is yamaraga? Gosvamai, when the beloved's delay makes the worried lover water the forest plants with a stream of tears, that is called syamaraga. Vijayakumara, how many kinds of raktimaraga are there? Gosvamai, raktimaraga is of two kinds, one kusamha, and two mafijasthe samhava. Vijayakumara, what is kusamharaga? Gosvamai, when the other ragas manifest their beauty and glory, that is called kusamharaga. Kusamhara rests in a particular object. When it mixes with mafijastharaga, it produces withering and melancholy in a gopi who loves Krishna, Krishna pranaya. Vijayakumara, what is manijastharaga? Gosvamai, the eternal, unchanging, unalloyed, eternally very glorious love that Sri Sri Radha and Madhava feel for each other is called manijastharaga. The final conclusion is that Krita, Sneha, Udita, Maitra, Sumatra, Nilama, and other like bhavas that have been described here are manifested in Kandravala and by the queens headed by Rukmini. On the other hand, Madhu, Sneha, Lalita, Sakya, Susakya, Raktima, and other like bhavas are manifested in Sri Radha. Sometimes they are also seen in Satyabhama. I have already explained that the beautiful girls of Braja are divided into many rival, Svapaksa and Vipaksa, groups. In this way there is much dissension among them. When they relate to the other bhavas, these create many different features. Only Panditas learned in this particular topic can understand all this. In other words, I will not give a more elaborate explanation of it. Vijayakumara, to which bhavas does the phrase the other bhavas refer? Gosvamai, it refers to Stei Madhura bhava, the 33 Vyabhikari bhavas, and the 7 bhavas that begin with Hajya. Thus it refers to 41 bhavas. These are the other bhavas referred to here. Vijayakumara, now I understand raga. Please explain Anuraga. Gosvamai, the raga that is always newer and makes the beloved newer and newer at every moment is called Anuraga. Vijayakumara, what is the glorious wonder that this raga manifests? Gosvamai, it brings the lover under the beloved's control and the beloved under the lover's control. It creates prema vaidya. It makes one yearn to take birth even as a very lowly being, if that birth is within the holy abode of Sri Vrindavana. It is limitless and most exalted. It makes Krishna present even when the devotee is separated from him. Vijayakula can easily understand how anuraga brings the lover and beloved under each other's control and how it makes one yearn to take birth as a tree or other lowly being, within the holy abode of Sri Vrindavana. But, O Master, what is prema vaidya? Gosvamit, prema vaidya is the love the devotee feels in separation from Krishna. You will learn about that later. Vijayakula, now please describe Mahabhava. Gosvami, O Vijayakula, am a very insignificant person. Am not really qualified to describe the wonders of the rasas of Braja. Whatever Srila Rapa Gosvami and Srila Pandita Gosvami have mercifully taught me, I will now reveal to you. Please consider it their mercy upon you. Vijayakula, O Master, I, the asker of questions, and very fallen and unintelligent. Please explain Mahabhava so even my heart can understand it. Gosvamti, Sri Radha is the Asraya of Anuraga, and Lord Krishna is the Vasaya. Sri Krishna, who is the son of Nanda, is the Vasaya in Madhura Rasa. Sri Radha is the Asraya. Anuraga is the Sthayi Bhava. What that Anuraga reaches its highest, most glorious stage, it is called Mahabhava. Vijayakula, aha! Mahabhava. Mahabhava. Today I can understand something of Mahabhava. The highest point of all the bhavas is Mahabhava. Please place on my ears an example of Mahabhava. Gosvamti, O Vijayakula, you are very fortunate. The following verse is an example of Mahabhava. Radhaya bhavatasi a siddha jatunis vidar vilapyakramat yunjan adrina kufijakya fijarapate nirdayu tabedabitramam citrayas vayam anvarayajayat iha brahmanda harmayadare pyabhir navaraga hinulabare srigarakarukriti Vrindadevi said to Lord Krishna, O regal elephant who wanders in the jungles and mountains, your amorous pastimes have shaken away Radha's sadness in separation from you. With the red color of ever-new love, the artist of your amorous pastimes paints a glorioso picture in the palace of the world. Vijayakula, where does Mahabhava reside? Gosvami, Mahabhava does not reside in the Dvaraka queens. It resides only in the gopis, the goddesses of Braja. Vijayakula, what does all this mean? Gosvami, when the lover and beloved are bound by ties of marriage, the relationship is svaki yarasa, and the love is samafihasa. In this situation samartha love, which brings the possibility of Mahabhava is not present. In Vraja, although svaki yarasa is also present, parakya rasa predominates. In the highest stage of parakya rasa samartha love, Mahabhava is manifested. Vijayakula, how many are the different kinds of Mahabhava? Gosvami, when it appears, Mahabhava floods the heart with nectar. Mahabhava is of two kinds, one Radhadha, and two Adhirdita. Vijayakula, what is Radha Mahabhava? Gosvami, when all the Sattvika bhavas shine very brightly, that is Radha Mahabhava. Vijayakula, please describe the anubhavas in Mahabhava. Gosvami, inability to tolerate the eye's natural activity of blinking, agitating the hearts of those nearby, thinking a kalpa to be as long as a moment, worrying that Krishna may be suffering, even when it is obvious that he is be happy, forgetting everything, thinking a moment to be as long as a kalpa, and although they are not bewildered, they forget everything about themselves. These anubhavas are present in both meeting the beloved, samaga, and separation from the beloved, vipralamha. Vijayakula, what is inability to tolerate the eye's natural activity of blinking? Gosvami, in this bhava the feeling of separation, vipralamha, is present in meeting, samaga. Here the lover is unable to tolerate even a brief moment's separation from the beloved. At Kurukshetra the Vrajagopis cursed the creator Brahma for creating eyelashes that impeded their always seeing Krishna. And why not? The blinking of their eyelashes became an obstacle that stopped them from seeing Krishna for a moment. Vijayakula, what is agitating the hearts of those nearby? Gosvami, when they saw the gopis' ecstatic love, the kings and queens present at Kurukshetra felt deeply moved at heart. Vijayakula, what is thinking a kalpa to be as long as a moment? Gosvami, the Rasa dance lasted for an entire night of Brahma. Still, Hte gopis thought it lasted for only a moment. Vijayakula, what is worrying that Krishna may be suffering, even when it is obvious that he is be happy? Gosvami, in Srimad Bhagavatam, October 31, 19, the gopis worry that Krishna will suffer if he places his lotus feet on their hard breasts. Vijayakula, what is although they are not bewildered, they forget everything about them sleeves? Gosvami, because Krishna is always present before them, they are not bewildered. However, when Krishna is present, they forget everything about their own bodies and about everything else in the material world. Vijayakula, what is thinking a moment to be as long as a kalpa? Gosvami, Krishna said to Uddhava, when I was with the gopis in Vrindavana, all the nights seemed to pass like half moment. But now that I am separated from them, every night seems like a kalpa. This is an example of thinking a moment to be as long as a kalpa. Vijayakula, now understand the Ridhabhavas. Please describe the Adhirdhabhavas. Gosvami, when these Ridhabhava and Abhavas I have just described become very wonderful, they become the Adhirdhabhavas. Vijayakula, how many kinds of Adhirdhabhava are there? Gosyamt, there are two kinds, one Modana, and two Madana. Vijayakula, what is Modana? Gosvami, when Radha and Krishna both feel Adhirdhabhava, and when they both manifest all the Satvikabhavas with the most brilliant glory, that is called Modana. In Modanabhava Radha and Krishna both become very agitated. This condition is the highest good fortune of spiritual love manifested among the gopi lovers of Lord Krishna. Vijayakula, where does Modanabhava reside? Gosvami, Modanabhava does not reside outside of Sri Radha's group. Modanabhava is manifested in the very dear pastimes of the Hladani Sakti. When the lovers are separated, Modana gives birth to Mohana. When there is great distress because of separation, the Satvikabhavas are very brilliantly manifest. Vijayakula, please describe the Anubhavas of Mohana. Gosvami, embraced by his beloved, Krishna falls unconscious. Although she suffers unbearably, a gopi still thinks only of how Krishna will be happy. Thirsting for the touch of Krishna, a gopi becomes mad and decides to commit suicide, thus filling the spiritual and material worlds with anxiety and making the nearby animals weep. Mohanabhava is possible in Sri Radha, the queen of Vrindavana. These Mohana Vyabhikaribhavas are not present in anyone but Radha. Vijayakula, O Master, if you think it is right, then please describe Divyanmata, transcendental madness. Gosvamt, when it enters a certain indescribable state, Mohanabhava becomes like a bewildered condition. This very surprising and wonderful state is called Divyanmata. This state has many different divisions, such as Uchharna, agitation, and Citrajalpa, surprising talk. Vijayakula, what is Uchtirna? Gosvami, many different kinds of activities can be called Uchtirna. When Krishna went to Mathura, Sri Radha manifested Ujarna. Vijayakula, what is Citrajalpa? Gosvami, seeing one of the beloved's friends, with wonderful anger the lover harshly expresses her anxiety and longing. This is called Citrajalpa. Vijayakula, what are the different kinds of Citrajalpa? Gosvami, the 10 kinds of Citrajalpa are, 1 Prajalpa, 2 Parajapada, 3 Vijalpa, 4 Ajajalpa, 5 Sanjalpa, 6 Avahalpa, 7 Abhijalpa, 8 Ajalpa, 9 Pratijalpa, and 10 Sujalpa. All these different kinds of Citrajalpa are manifested in the Bhaitramarajita chapter of Srimad Bhagavatam's 10th canto. Vijayakula, what is Prajalpa? Gosvamti, Citrajalpa has numberless wonderful forms. Therefore it is very difficult to describe it with any kind of completeness. When the lover spitefully, maliciously, and passionately insults the beloved, that is called prajalpa. Vijayakumara, what is parajalpada? Gosvamt, when the lover claims that the beloved, who is the master of her heart, is merciless, crooked, and fickle, is called parajalpada. Vijayakumara, what is Vijalpa? Gosvamai, when in the heart one honors and loves Krishna, although externally one casts spiteful glances and speaks spiteful words, is called Vijalpa. Vijayakumara, what is Ajajalpa? Gosvamai, when the lover angrily, arrogantly, and spitefully insults Krishna, calling him a rake and a rogue, that is called Ajajalpa. Vijayakumara, what is Sajalpa? Gosvamai, when the lover mocks Krishna with many sarcastic words and asserts that Krishna is ungrateful, that is called Safijalpa. Vijayakumara, what is Avahalpa? Gosvamai, when the lover says that because Krishna is harsh, lusty, and crooked, she is afraid of what loving Krishna may bring, that is called Avahalpa. Vijayakumara, what is Abhijalpa? Gosvamai, when the lover says, it is foolish and useless to fall in love with Krishna. He is so cruel he tortures even the innocent birds, these crooked words are called Abhijalpa. Vijayakumara, what is Ajalpa? Gosvamai, when the lover, filled with disgust, declares, Krishna is crooked and deceptive. He only gives us pain. We should stop talking of him, and instead talk about something else, something more pleasant. That is called Ajalpa. Vijayakumara, what is Pratijalpa? Gosvamai, when the lover declares, Krishna is a highwayman in loving affairs. He is a rake who likes to enjoy pastimes with many girls. Therefore he should not come anywhere near me. That is called Pratijalpa. Vijayakumara, what is Sujalpa? Gosvamai, when the lover sincerely, deeply, humbly, and restlessly asks many questions about Krishna, that is called Sujalpa. Vijayakumara, O Master, am I qualified to understand Madana? Gosvamti, when the most exalted love of the Hladnisakti, a love that is the best of all the bhavas, is splendidly manifested, that is called Madana. Madana bhava is eternally manifested in Sri Radha. Vijayakumara, does envy exist in Madana bhava? Gosvamai, envy is very prominent in Madana bhava. It is seen that even inanimate objects are envied. Again, sometimes it is seen that words of praise are offered to all who have a relationship with Krishna. Words describing envy of the Krishna's flute and words praising the Pulanda girls may be cited as examples here. Vijayakumara, at what stage is Madana seen? Gosvamai, the wonderful Madana bhava is manifested when the lovers meet and enjoy pastimes together. Madana bhava is manifested in thousands of ways in the eternal pastimes. Vijayakumara, O Master, do the great sages give a description of Madana bhava? Gosvamai, Madana rasa is limitless. Even Lord Krishna himself could not understand everything about the spiritual Madana rasa. The great sage Sukadeva Gosvamai found himself unable to describe it completely. The Rasa-acharya Bharata Muni and many others were also unable to properly describe Madana rasa. Vijayakumara, what wonderful things have I heard. Even Lord Krishna himself, the enjoyer of Madana rasa, cannot understand it completely. Why is that? Gosvamti, Lord Krishna is rasa personified. He is limitless, all-knowing, and all-powerful. Nothing is unknown by him, unattainable for him, or impossible for him to do. He is inconceivably and simultaneously one and different from the rasas. He is each rasa and he is all rasas. He accepts each rasa. In this way he is Atmarama, the enjoyer of the spiritual rasas. Nothing in the rasas is apart from him. He is present in all the rasas simultaneously. Aside from Krishna's own, Atma, rasa, there is also the rasa of others, para. Both these kinds of rasas bring the experience of the happiness of spiritual pastimes. When the rasa of others, para, is manifest in its highest stage, it is called Parakya Rasa. This highest stage is manifested in all its glory in the land of Vrindavana. When the Atmarasa, Svaki Rasa, is completely unknown, and only Parakya Rasa is known, that is the highest stage of Madana Rasa. In this way Madanatasa is purely manifested in the Lord's aprakata, invisible to materialize, pastimes in Goloka. It is also manifested in the land of Brajas situated in the material world. Vijayakumara, O Master, your mercy to me has no limit. Request that you please give a summary of the whole Madhura Rasa. Gosvami, the various bhavas manifested by the Vrajagopis are all spiritual, beyond the touch of the material world. They are beyond the understanding of material logic. Therefore the human intelligence cannot describe them completely. Have heard in the scriptures that Sri Radha had raga, love, for Krishna was manifested even in her purvaraga, the beginnings of love. From this raga came the anuraga sneha. From that came mana and pranaya. These topics cannot be understood completely. In Sadharani Ratai is manifested Dhaimayata. Sanya, mana, pranaya, raga, and anuraga are manifested in Samafi Hazaratai. From that comes splendid Diptaratai. Then are manifested Ridha, Udipta, Modana, and Syudiptaratai. Please know that this is merely a general summary. And why not? There may be exceptions according to time, place, and object. Sadharani Ratai culminates in Prema. Samajasaratai culminates in Anuraga. Samartharatai culminates in Mahabhava. Vijayakumara, what is the extent of Ratai in Sakyarasa? Gosvami, the highest stage of the Narmasakas is Anuraga. However, Subala and some others among them attain Mahabhava. Vijayakumara, I have already described Sthayi Bhava. Sthayi Bhava culminates in Mahabhava. Why are different rasas seen in Sthayi Bhava, even though it has only one nature? Gosvami, Sthayi Bhava is manifested in the different rasas. The secret activities of Sthayi Bhava are not openly manifested. When there is contact with the samagris, then the different rasas may be seen. The appropriate samagris are manifested in Sthayi Bhava. Vijayakumara, are Svaki Rasa and Parakya Rasa both eternally manifested in Madhura Rasa? Gosvami, yes. Svaki and Parakya are both eternal. The difference between them is not merely a material designation. If the difference between them were material, the Madhura Rasa and the other rasas would all be material in nature. The rasas are eternal, and they are manifested eternally. In the rasas there are rusai, attraction to Krishna, bhajana, service to Krishna, and prapti, attainment of Krishna. Svaki Rasa is also present in Vraja. In that rasa the devotee thinks of Krishna as her husband. In that rasa, rusai, sadhana, spiritual practice, bhajana, and prapti are all manifested. The Svaki Rasa manifest in Dvaraka is the same as that of Vaikuntha. However, please know that the Svaki Rasa of Vraja is different from the rasas of Goloka. In other words, Lord Krishna, the master of Vraja, resides in the highest portion of the Vaikuntha world. With great love Vijayakumara offered Dandavat obeisances and returned to his residence. Chapter 37 Sringararasa Vikarasringararasa, Madhura Rasa, again and again relishing the sweetness of the bhavas, Vijayakumara offered Dandavat obeisances to his spiritual master's lotus feet. He asked, O Master, I have understood Vibhava, Anubhava, Satvikabhava, and Vyabhikari Bhava. Have also understood Sthayi Bhava. However, the rasa that comes from the meeting of the Sthayi Bhava with the previously described four ingredients has not yet manifested within me. Why is that? Gosvami, O Vijayakumara, you should understand about the rasa called Dalarimgara Rasa. Only then will you be able to understand the sweetness of Sthayi Bhava. Vijayakumara, what is Srigara Rasa? Gosvami, when Madhura Rasa becomes very beautiful, it is called Sringara Rasa. This rasa is of two kinds, one vipralamha, separation, and two samaga, enjoyment. Vijayakumara, I wish to learn about Vipralamha. Gosvamai, whether they meet or not, the two youthful lovers yearn to embrace and enjoy many pastimes. When these desires remain unfulfilled, their love, bhava, becomes very great. This most intense emotional state, which make the happiness of meeting all the greater, is called Vipralamha. The word Vipralamha means parting, viraha, or separation, vyaga. Vijayakumara, how does Vipralamha make the happiness of samaga, meeting, greater? Gosvamai, when a red cloth is policed again into red dye, the cloth is made even more red. In the same way, Vipralamha increases the enjoyment of the lovers when they finally meet. Without Vipralamha, the enjoyment of samaga does not become increased. Vijayakumara, what are the different kinds of Vipralamha? Gosvamai, there are 4 kinds of Vipralamha, 1 Tirvaraga, 2 Mana, 3 Premavayasiddhya, and 4 Pravasa. Vijayakumara, what is Tirvaraga? Gosvamti, before the young lovers meet they may somehow see each other, hear of each other, or in some other way come to know of each other. When, by these activities they become attracted to each other and begin to fall in love, that is called Tirvaraga. Vijayakumara, what are the different ways they may see each other? Gosvamai, the lover may see Krishna directly, see a picture of him, or see him in a dream. These ways of seeing him are called darsana. Vijayakumara, what are the different ways they may hear of each other? Gosvamai, they may hear from the mouth of a poet reciting prayers, from the mouth of a gopi friend, from the mouth of a gopi messenger, or from a song, or in some other way. That is called sravana. Vijayakumara, what causes them to be attracted and fall in love? Ratai. Gosvamai, have already described the many causes of ratai, causes that begin with abhayoga. These are said to be the causes in Tirvaraga also. Vijayakumara, who attains Trivaraga first, Krishna or the gopis? Gosvamai, this may be considered in different ways. In the material world women are shy and possess other feminine qualities. For this reason it is the man who pursues the woman. However, it is also said that women are naturally more attracted to the affairs of love, and therefore doe-eyed women feel Tirvaraga first. In the Bhaktisastras it is said that the devotee feels Tirva_raga first, and the Supreme Personality of Godhead feels Purvaraga afterward. Therefore it is said that the Vrajagopis feel Tirvaraga most intensely, and they feel it first. Vijayakumara, what are the Vyabhikari bhavas in Purvaraga? Gosvamti, included among the Vyabhikari bhavas in Trivaraga are disease, doubt, envy, fatigue, disappointment, eagerness, humility, anxiety, dizziness, alertness, lamentation, inertness, madness, confusion, and death. Vijayakumara, how many different kinds of Tirvaraga are there? Gosvamai, there are 3 kinds of pure viraga, 1 pradha, 2 samadhijasa, and 3 sadharana. Vijayakumara, what is pradha Tirvaraga? Gosvamai, when it is manifested in samartharatai, Tirvaraga is manifested as pradha purvaraga. In this kind of Trivaraga, yearning, death, and other conditions of life are manifested. The Vyabhikari bhavas are filled with yearnings. Vijayakumara, please describe these different conditions of life. Gosvamai, it is said in the Ujjay Valanilamani, Lalazad Gajagar Yatnavam Jadai Mitra Tu Vayagrayam Vyadhir Unmadu Mohom Rudes Dasa yearning, anxiety, wakefulness, emaciation, being stunned, bewilderment, disease, madness, illusion, and death are the 10 conditions present in Tirvaraga. Vijayakumara, what is yearning? Gosvamti, yearning is an intense desire to attain the beloved. In it eagerness, restlessness, moving to and fro, sighing, and other like symptoms are manifested. Vijayakumara, what is anxiety? Gosvamai, anxiety is when the mind is restless. In this condition there are deep sighs, restlessness, being stunned, worry, tears, becoming pale, perspiring, and other like symptoms. Vijayakumara, what is wakefulness? Gosvamai, wakefulness is when sleep is destroyed. In this condition there are being stunned, being withered, being angry, and other like symptoms. Vijayakumara, what is emaciation? Gosvamai, emaciation is when the body becomes very thin. In this condition there are weakness, giddiness, and other like symptoms. In some texts the word vilapa, lamentation is read here. Vijayakumara, what is being stunned? Gosvamai, inability to see any difference between what is desirable and what is not desirable, failure to answer questions, and the inability to see or hear are present when one is stunned. Inarticulate sounds made suddenly and for no reason, inertness, long sighs, and bewilderment are also included among the symptoms here. Vijayakumara, what is bewilderment? Gosvamai, the state of being deeply upset and thus unable to cope is called bewilderment. In this condition there are disappointment, melancholy, envy, and loss of discrimination. Vijayakumara, what is disease? Gosvamti, disease is when, because of being unable to attain the beloved, one become pale and feverish. In that condition one yearns for coolness, one is bewildered, one sighs, and one falls to the ground. Vijayakumara, what is madness? Gosvamai, when, in every place, every condition, and every time one is bewildered and says things are other than they actually are, that is called madness. Hatred of the beloved, sighing, blinking of the eyes, and separation from the beloved are included in madness. Vijayakumara, what is illusion? Gosvamai, when the mind acts in a contrary, improper way, that is called illusion. Being motionless and fainting occur in illusion. Vijayakumara, what is death? Gosvamai, when, in spite of all efforts to make him return, the beloved does not return, the lover, tormented by love, yearns for her own death. She bequeaths to her friends all her favorite things, the bumblebees, the gentle breeze, the moonlight, and the kadamba flowers. This is the anubhava. Vijayakumara, what is samafihasa tirvaraga? Gosvamai, samajasa pure viraga is manifested in samafijasarati. In it are manifested desire, thoughtfulness, remembrance, glorifying the beloved's virtues, passion, lamentation, madness, disease, being stunned, and death. Vijayakumara, in this context what is desire? Gosvamai, to yearn for the touch of the beloved is called desire. To attain this desire the lover decorates herself with ornaments and reveals her passion. Vijayakumara, in this context what is thoughtfulness? Gosvamai, to think of different ways to attain the beloved is called thoughtfulness. In this situation the lover carefully arranges the bed, sighs, and anxiously looks to see the beloved's arrival. Vijayakumara, in this context what is remembrance? Gosvamai, to think of the beloved and things in relation to him is called remembrance. In this situation the lover trembles, has a seizure where she loses control of her limbs, weeps, sighs, and performs other like activities. Vijayakumara, what is glorifying the beloved's virtues? Gosvamti, to praise the beloved's handsomeness and other virtues is called glorifying the beloved's virtues. In this situation the anubhavas include trembling, standing up of the body's hairs, and choking of the voice. In this situation anxiety, mad lamentation, disease, being stunned, and death are manifested in samafihasa tirvaraga as they are also in samafihasarati. Vijayakumara, O Master, please describe sadharana tirvaraga. Gosvamti, sadharana samafihasa tirvaraga is like sadharana rati. In it are manifested the 6 conditions beginning with lamentation, only their manifestation is softer. The situation is natural, so there is no need to give any examples. In this Trivaraga the lovers send love letters, garlands, and other things to be placed in each other's hands. Vijayakumara, what are the love letters? Gosvamai, love letters are of 2 kinds, one those that are not written with words, and 2 those that are written with words. Because in them the author reveals his or her love, they are called love letters. Vijayakumara, What are the love letters that are not written with words? Gosvamai, without writing any words, the author may use her fingernail to draw a half moon on a red flower petal or leaf. That is called a letter written without any words. Vijayakumara, what is a love letter that is written with words? Gosvamai, when the lover personally writes with his or her own hand verses in the Prakrit language, that is called a love letter that is written with words. The ink for the letter may be red hingula, musk, or black ashes and water. The pages of the letter are extraordinarily large flower petals. The stamp to seal the letter is made of kunkuma. Lotus fibers are the string to tie the pages together. Vijayakumara, what is the sequence of events in Tirvaraga? Gosvamai, first there is the sight of something pleasing to the eye. Then there is thinking of what one has seen. Then there is attachment, then yearning, then loss of sleep, then becoming emaciated, then renouncing all else, then destruction of shyness, then madness, then falling unconscious, and then death. These are the stages of love. These stages are manifested in both the hero and the heroine. However, they are manifested first in the heroines, and only later in Krishna. Vijayakumara, what is jealous anger? Gosvamti, when the lovers meet, but the heroine will not allow her lover to touch her, that is called jealous anger. Disgust, anxiety, restlessness, arrogance, envy, concealment, loss, and worry are included among the Safakari bhavas in jealous anger. Vijayakumara, where does jealous anger rest? Gosvamai, jealous anger rests in pranaya, love. Before pranaya exists, jealous anger cannot be said truly to exist. If it exists at all, it is very stunted. Jealous anger is of two kinds, one with a cause, and two without a cause. Vijayakumara, what is jealous anger with a cause? Gosvamai, when the beloved gives his affection to a rival, and the lover feels jealous anger mixed with love, pranaya, that is called jealous anger with a cause. The ancient sages affirm that without sneha fear is not possible, and without pranaya, jealous anger is not possible. Therefore, when jealous anger is manifested, this reveals the love felt by the hero and heroine. A girl who sincerely loves her beloved cannot bear the idea of a rival for her beloved's affections. When the Dvaraka queens heard that Krishna had given a parijata flower to Rukmini, jealous anger arose only in the heart of Satyabhama and not in the heart of any other queen. Vijayakumara, in what different ways is the rival, vipaksa, discovered? Gosvamai, there are three ways: 1. The lover hears about her rival, 2. She suspects the rival's existence, and 3. She sees the rival in a dream. Vijayakumara, what is hearing about the rival? Gosvamai, the lover may hear from the mouth of one of her friends, from the mouth of a parrot, or from the mouth of someone else. In these ways she hears about her rival. Vijayakumara, how does she suspect her rival's existence? Gosvamti, she may see the marks of amorous enjoyment, hear the name of her rival accidentally spoken, or see her rival in a dream. In these ways she may suspect the existence of a rival. On the limbs of her beloved she may see various signs of his having enjoyed with another girl. That is called seeing the marks of enjoyment. Her beloved may accidentally speak the name of a rival. That is called hearing the name of her rival accidentally spoken. These things make the heroine so sad that she wishes she were dead. In a dream the lover may see Krishna and a rival beloved. This is called seeing the rival in a dream. Vijayakumara, what is directly seeing the rival? Gosvamai, the girl may directly see her beloved enjoying pastimes with a rival. That is called directly seeing the rival. Vijayakumara, what is jealous anger without a cause? Gosvamai, when there is no real cause, but there is only a flimsy reflection of a cause, and the heroine takes shelter of pranaya, love, the result is jealous anger without a cause. Jealous anger with a cause is itself a transformation of pranaya. When the pastimes of pranaya are manifested, one byproduct is the creation of jealous anger without a cause. This kind of jealous anger is called pranayamana. The ancient Panditas declare that spiritual love moves in a crooked way, like the movements of a snake. That is way the heroine manifests these two kinds of jealous anger, anger with and without a cause. This rasa has many vyabhikara bhavas. Among them concealment is the most important. Vijayakya, how does the beloved pacify jealous anger without a cause? Gosvamai, jealous anger without a cause will be pacified spontaneously. No effort is needed to pacify it. In the course of joking and other like pastimes, it will go away. Jealous anger with a cause will be pacified when there are conciliation, quarrel, giving a gift, and bowing down to offer respects. Jealous anger may also be pacified by shedding tears, by joking pastimes, or in other ways also. Vijayakya, what is conciliation? Gosvamti, speaking affectionate words is called conciliation. Vijayakya, what is quarrel? Gosvamti, quarrel is of two kinds, 1. Crookedly praising one's own glories, and 2. Using a friend to criticize the beloved. Vijayakya, what is giving a gift? Gosvamai, when on some pretext an ornament of other gift is given to the jealous beloved, that is called giving a gift. Vijayakya, what is bowing down to offer respects? Gosvamai, when the lover humbly falls at the feet of the jealous beloved, that is called bowing down to offer respects. Vijayakya, what is upeksa? Gosvamai, when, seeing that neither conciliation nor any other means will pacify his jealous beloved, the lover simply remains silent, that is called upeksa. Some scholars say that upeksa here means that by speaking joking words the lover pacifies his jealous beloved. Vijayakya, you used the word raisantara. What does that word mean? Gosvamti, to speak words that bring sudden fear to the jealous beloved is called raisantara. Raisantara is of two kinds, 1 yadrechika, and 2 buddhidravaka. When it occurs accidentally it is called yadrechika. When it happens because of the lover's great intelligence it is called buddhipurvaka. Vijayakya, in what other ways can the lover break his beloved's jealous anger? Gosvamai, one way is to play the flute at an appropriate time and place. There are also other ways to remove the jealous anger of the Vrajagopis. A small amount of jealous anger may be easily pacified. A moderate amount of jealous anger may require some effort. Intense jealous anger is difficult to pacify, even with great effort. When a gopi expresses her jealous anger at Krishna, she may say, O crooked one, O crest jewel of the malicious, O king of cheaters, O king of the deceivers, O best of the wicked, O great demon, O hard-hearted one, O shameless one, O rake whose playing is a host of sins, O lecher who hunts out the gopis, O thief of beautiful girls' hearts, O destroyer of the gopis' piety, O rake who mocks the saintly gopis, O king of the debauches, O great darkness of sins, O thief of the gopis' garments, O highwayman who lurks in the valley of Govardhana hill. Vijayakya, what is premavayasiddhya? Gosvamai, when, even though her beloved is present before her, a girl suffers, mistakenly thinking he is far away, that is called premavayasiddhya. When she is so overwhelmed with intense love that her mind mistakenly thinks her beloved is far away, that is called vayasiddhya. Vijayakya, what is pravasa? Gosvamai, when, although previously they were together, the hero and heroine now stay in different countries, different towns, different rasas, or different localities, that is called pravasa. The vyabhikaras of the pravasa separation are all the vyabhivaras of Srimgadra rasa except for joy, pride, passion, and shyness. Pravasa is of two kinds, 1 buddhipurvaka, and 2 abuddhitirvaka. Vijayakya, what is buddhitirvaka pravasa? Gosvamai, when the beloved goes far away to perform a specific duty, that is called buddhitirvaka pravasa. Krishna's duty in this situation is to give pleasure to his devotees. This kind of pravasa is of two kinds, 1 going a short distance, and 2 going far away. When the journey is far away, it is of 3 kinds, 1 future, 2 present, and 3 past. When the journey is far away, the lovers exchange letters. Vijayakya, What is a buddhi-purvaka pravasa? Gosvamai, when fate forces the beloved to live far away, that is called a buddhi-purvaka pravasa. In the grip of the demigods or other forces, the lovers are forced into many different situations. Anxiety, sleeplessness, agitation, being emaciated, bodily limbs becoming discolored, wild talking, disease, madness, bewilderment, and death are the 10 conditions of life in this kind of pravasa. When Krishna goes far away, all these 10 conditions of life are manifested. O Vijayakumara, these different kinds of spiritual love, prema, and these 10 conditions of life can be understood only by mercy. With mercy they cannot be understood. Vijayakumara, when my heart thinks about this description of separation, it says that separation is not an end in itself. Rather, it is meant to increase the ocean of pleasure the lovers feel when they meet. Although a soul imprisoned by Maya will prefer the ocean of happiness obtained in meeting and think it better than the rasa of separation, still, the rasax of separation is eternally manifested. The Lord's pastimes would not be so wonderful if it were absent. Chapter 38 Sringararasa Sringararasa folding his palms, Vijayakumara asked his spiritual master about samaga, enjoyment in meeting. Gosvamti, Sri Krishna's pastimes are of 2 kinds, 1 prakata, manifested, and 2 aprakata, unmanifest. Separation from Krishna I described occurs in the prakata pastimes. In Vrindavana Krishna eternally enjoys the rasa dance and other pastimes with the gopis. Therefore, because these pastimes are eternal, Krishna and the gopis are never separated. In the Madhura Mahatmya it is said that Krishna eternally enjoys pastimes the gopas and gopis. There the verb kridati, enjoys pastimes, which is in the present tense, affirms that Lord Krishna eternally enjoys pastimes in Vrindavana. Therefore in Goloka or in Vrindavana, in Lord Krishna's aparakata, unmanifest, pastimes, Krishna and the gopis always enjoy together. Krishna never goes to a faraway place. There is no separation. Gazing at each other, embracing, and enjoying many pastimes, Krishna eternally enjoys, samaga, with the gopis. This enjoyment, samaga, is of 2 kinds, 1 mukhya, primary, and 2 gana, secondary. Vijayakumara, what is mukhya samaga? Gosvamai, when Krishna and the gopis enjoy while they are awake, that is called mukhya samaga. Mukhya samaga is of 4 kinds. The samaga that occurs soon after the purvaraga is called sanksipta, brief. The samaga that occurs after jealous anger is called sankarna, narrow. The samaga that occurs after a nearby pravasa, journey, is called sampanna, fortunate. The samaga that occurs after a faraway journey is called samriddhiman, opulent. Vijayakumara, what is sanksipta samaga? Gosvamai, when fear, shyness and other like emotions keep the meeting brief, that is called sanksipta samaga. Vijayakumara, what is sankarna samhoga? Gosvamai, when the lovers worry that an unpleasant obstacle may thwart their pastimes, and therefore their enjoyment becomes like drinking hot sugar cane juice, that is called sankarna samaga. Vijayakumara, what is sampanna samaga? Gosvamai, when, after a long journey the lover meets his beloved, their enjoyment is called sampanna samaga. This samaga is of 2 kinds, 1 agati, and 2 pradhurbhava. An ordinary meeting is called forgati. When the 2 passionate lovers accidentally and suddenly come face to face, that is called pradurbhava. Pradurbhava brings a great festival of the best transcendental happiness. Vijayakumara, what is samriddhiman samaga? Gosvamai, this is when the young lovers have a rare opportunity to see each other. And why not? Because they are under the control of others, this does not always happen. Now that they are free from the control of others, they can enjoy without any obstacles. This is called samriddhiman samaga. This samaga is of 2 kinds, 1 concealed, and 2 openly manifested. I need not describe them now. Vijayakumara, what is gana samaga? Gosvamai, when one enjoys pastimes with Krishna in a dream, that is called Ganasamagga. These dreams are of two kinds, one samanya, general, and two Vaisa, specific. This Ganasamagga is of two kinds. When the Vyabhikari Bhava sleep is prominent, it is Samanya Ganasamagga. Vaisa Ganasamagga is when one wakens from the dream and sees that the waking reality is exactly the same as the dream. Thus the meeting with Krishna in the waking state is exactly like the meeting with him in the dream. This rasa is filled with the yearnings of love. The four divisions of Sanksipta, Sankirna, Sampanna, and Samriddhiman also exist in Ganasamagga. Vijayakilmara, dreams aren't real. How can Samriddhiman Samagga occur in a dream? Gosvamai, in the spiritual world waking and dreaming are the same. Usa and Anuradha met in a dream. In the same way Krishna and his beloved gopis can meet in their dreams. Perfected devotees, Siddhabhakta, sometimes have very wonderful dreams, and when they awaken they attain an ornament or something else that they first saw in their dream. These dreams are of two kinds, one being awake when one is dreaming, and two dreaming when one is awake. The gopis' dreams, which are filled with spiritual love, are in the fifth condition of life, far beyond the yogi's samadhi, which is in the fourth condition of life. Thus the gopis' dreams are not at all like material dreams, which are born from the mode of passion. This means that the gopis' dreams are not material and are not impelled by the material modes of nature. Rather, they are eternal spiritual reality. Therefore Lord Krishna can certainly enjoy wonderful pastimes with the gopis in their dreams. Vijayakilmara, please describe Vaisa Ganasamagga. Gosvamai, the following are all the Vaisa Ganasamagga, special situations of meeting, seeing, talking, touching, blocking the path, putting an obstacle on the path, pastimes in a house, pastimes in Vrindavana forest, pastimes in the Yamunda's waters, pastimes in a boat, pastimes of stealing flowers, pastimes at Agata, the Danakeli pastime, playing hide and seek in the forest, drinking madhu nectar, Krishna disguising himself as a woman, pretending to be asleep, gambling with dice, tugging at garments, kissing, embracing, scratching with fingernails, drinking the nectar of each other's bimba fruit lips, and enjoying amorous pastimes. Vijayakilmara, O Master, playful pastimes, lil for vilasa, is one thing, meeting, samprayaga, is another thing. Of the two, which brings the most happiness? Gosvamai, playful pastimes, lila vilasa, bring more happiness than meeting, samprayaga. Vijayakilmara, with what affectionate names do the gopis address Krishna? Gosvamai, the gopis address Krishna with the following affectionate names: Gokulananda, O bliss of Gokula; Govinda, O pleasure of the cows, land, and senses; Gosthendrakula Kandra, O moon born from the king of Braja; Pransvara, O master of our lives; Sundaradharnsa, O crown of all handsome men; Nagarasarmoani, O crest jewel of amorous heroes; Vrindavana Kandra, O moon of Vrindavana; Gokula Raja, O king of Gokula; and Manohara, O enchanter of our hearts. There are many other names also. Vijayakilmara, O Master, Lord Krishna's pastimes are of two kinds, one prakata, manifested, and two aprakata, unmanifest. Still, all his pastimes are the same spiritual reality. What are the different kinds of his prakata pastimes in Vraja? Gosvamai, the Lord's prakata pastimes in Vraja are of two kinds, one nitya, regular, and two namatika, for some special occasion. The Lord's Astakaliya Lila, pastimes in the 8 periods of the day, in Vraja are his nitya pastimes. Other pastimes, like his killing Patana and other demons, and his going far away on a journey, are his namatika pastimes. Vijayakilmara, O Master, I wish to learn about the Lord's nitya pastimes. Gosvamai, O Vijayakilmara, would you like to hear the description given by the ancient sages, or would you like to hear the description given by the 6 Gosvamis? Vijayakilmara, I would like to hear the description given by the ancient sages. Gosvamai, it is said, Nisanta Pradatirvano Madhyanasi Paranikasayam Pradosaratri Ca Kalastasi Yathakramam Madhyano Yamini Kobhau Sanmuhi Itramatasam Ratatri Muturtamidagi Nisanta Pramakapare. The 8 periods of the day are, 1 the end of night, 2 the early morning, 3 the late morning, 4 midday, 5 the afternoon, 6 sunset, 7 evening, and 8 night. Midday and night last for 6 muhurtas each. Evening and the other periods last for 3 muhurtas each. 2 dandas, 24 minutes, equal 1 muhurta, 48 minutes. In the Sanatkumara Samhita, Lord Sadasiva described Lord Krishna's pastimes in these 8 periods of the day. Vijayakumara, O Master, am I qualified to hear these words of Lord Sadasiva, the spiritual master of the universe? Gosvamit, please listen. Lord Sadasiva said, Sanat Kumdara Samhita 183 to 188 Parakiyabhamananyas Tathatajya Prijana Prakanina Eva Bhavanaramayanti Najam Priyam. Thinking of him as their paramour, with hidden love the gopis please their beloved Krishna. Etnam Sintayat Tatra Tazam Madhai Manoramam Ryapa Yavanasampanam Kisaram Pramadakritim Nanasilpa Kalabhajanam Krishna Bhaganari Ipinam Prarthidam Api Krishnina Tato Bhagaparanmukam. One should think of oneself as a beautiful young gopi girl expert in various arts, pleasing to Lord Krishna, reluctant to directly enjoy with Lord Krishna even if he were personally to invite you. FN2 Radhakanya Karim Nityar Tatsavanaparanam Krishnad Apiad Hikam Prema Radhakayam Prakarvatam, a follower of Sri Radha, always devoted to her service, more affectionate to Sri Radha than to Lord Krishna himself. Prityanudave Samyatnat Teo Saragamakaranam Tatsavanasukas Vedabharanti Sunarvardam, every day carefully and affectionately arranging the meeting of Sri Radha Krishna, and becoming happy to see them pleased by your service. Ity Damanam Vasintya Eva Tatrasavam Samakarad Brahmamuturdam Arabhya Yavat Santa Mahanisa. Thinking of oneself in this way, one should serve Sri Radhakrishna from the early morning of Brahma Muhurta to the end of night. Vijayakumara, what are the pastimes at the end of night? Gosvamai, Sri Vrindadevi said, Sri Sanatkumara Samhita 196 to 201 Madhai Vrindavani Ramai Pankasat Kufijamandite Kulpavarkasana Kunaj 2 Divyaratnam Agrhe. In the middle of beautiful Vrindavana forest, which is decorated with 50 groves, in a grove of Kulpavarkasa trees, in a glittering jewel palace. Nidratotas Thatas Talpnavidlangatamita Madajanakarabhipaskat Paksabhir Bodhatav Api, on a graceful bed, the sleeping, tightly embracing divine couple were awakened by birds following my command. Gadhalingananir Badam Aptau Tad Bonagakatarau Na Manas Kuridas Talpat Samat Thidam Manag Api. Their firm embrace broken, the divine couple became unhappy at the thought of their impending separation. They had no wish to rise even slightly from their bed. Tata Cas Drikt Sarai Sukpyadir Api Talmuda Bodhata Vividhar Vakya Isvatal Padudatas. The Tam awakened by the cheerful words of many parrots and other birds, Sri Radhakrishna rose from their bed. Yopavi Statato Drisvasakyas Talpmudan Vita Pravijyakakrir Savam Tat Kadle Geosidam Teo. Seeing that the divine couple had happily risen from bed, the gopis entered and served them in ways appropriate to that time. Puna Ca Sarak Vakyayir Uth Diataus Vital Patagakatas Visvabhavanam Hadi Utkanthad Kulaumitha. When the female parrots spoke, the divine couple rose from their bed. Very anxious, they returned to their homes. Vijayakumdara, what are the pastimes in the early morning? Gosvamai, there it is said, Sri Sanatkumara Samhita 202 to 218 Prada Ca Bodhito Matra Talpat Uthaya Sat Varam Kritva Krishno Dantakastham Baladavasamanvatam. Wakened by his mother in the early morning, Lord Krishna rose from bed. Then he and Balarama brushed their teeth. Matranumodito Yatai Gosglamda Hanatsukarad Happy Bodhata Verdavayas Yabhis Vitalpata. With his mother's permission, Lord Krishna eagerly went to the barn to milk the cows. Then Sri Radha, wakened by the elder gopis, also rose from her bed. Uthaya Danya Kasthadi Kritvabhyangam Samdakaret Tindnavadim Tato Gatvasnapita Lalatatabhis. Sri Radha rose, brushed her teeth, anointed herself with fragrant oils, and then went to the bathing room, where Lalita and the other gopis bathed her. Pious gram vrajet tatravayas yab hi isayanti api bisanair vivid hair devyahir gandhamalyanulapani. Then she went to the decorating room, where her friends decorated her with garlands, scents, oils, and many glittering ornaments. Tata cas vajanas tajyas vasram samprarthya yatnata paktamahi yatirnam sa saki sa Yasodaya. Then, after first speaking to Radha's mother-in-law, Yasoda called Radha and her friends to cook breakfast for Lord Krishna. Dalarari Andradovika Katham Diyat Devi Pakartham sa Yasodaya Sadasupakakartri Surohini Pramukdas Vapi Sri Narada said, O goddess, why did Yasoda call Sri Radha to cook when Rohini and so many other expert cooks were present in her home? Sri Vrindovika Durvasas Svayam Ditovaras Tajya Maharsanad iti Katya Yant Vaktrak Krudamas and Mayapura. Sri Vrinda said, the great sage Durvasa gave Radha a boon that she would be the best of cooks. This I heard from the mouth of Katyayani. Tivayat Pasayat Devi Tadanam Matanugrahamistam Svadvamritasparti Bhaktur Auskaram Tatha. Durvasa said to Radha, O goddess, by my mercy whatever you cook will be more delicious than nectar. It will increase the life of whoever eats it. Ity abhayati tam nityam Yasoda putravatsala aosmanmi bhaves putras vedalabhat tatha sati. That is why every day Yasoda calls Radha to cook. Yasoda thinks, eager to eat this delicious food, my son will live a very long life. Svasras kanumadita sapi our stanandlayam vrajet sa sakaprakara tatragatva pakam karati ca. Receiving permission from her mother-in-law, Radha becomes very happy. Accompanied by a host of friends, she goes to Krishna's home to cook. Krishno pi dugd vagakasid dahayat vajana para agakati pitar vachyats sakibhir vrta. Meanwhile, Lord Krishna milked some cows and had the other boys milk the others. Then, called by his father, he and his friends returned home. Abhangamardanam Kritva dase samsnapito muta datavastrad haras ragvi kandanakta. Then the servants happily massaged Lord Krishna, bathed him, dressed him in clean garments, garlanded him, and anointed his body with sandal paste. Dvi Phalabadakasa ca Grivabide Paris Furan Kandrakira Sparad Balatilak Lakarafajita. Then the servants gathered Lord Krishna's hair from his forehead to his neck and tied it in a top knot. They made the moon of his forehead splendid with tilaka and curling locks of hair. Kankandangadaki Iraratna Madralazat Karamutaharas Furat Vaksa Makarakrati Kundala. They decorated Lord Krishna with armlets and bracelets. They made his hands splendid with jewel rings. They placed a necklace of pearls across his chest and decorated his ears with shark-shaped earrings. Muhur Akdrado Matra Pravast Bhojanale Avalamyakaram Midhar Baladavamanavrata. Again and again called by his mother, Lord Krishna, holding his mother's hand, finally followed Balarama into the breakfast room. Bhutva ca Vividanani Matra ca Sakibhir Vrtahase and Vivid Hair Vakya e Sakims Tair Hsidis Vayam. Accompanied by his mother and his friends, Lord Krishna ate a breakfast feast of many different kinds of foods. He told many jokes, laughing and making his friends laugh. Itham Bhutva Tathakamaya Divyakato Parikasanat Visramat Sevakair Datam Tumbayalam Vibhajan Adan. Then the servants brought betel nuts. After sharing them with his friends and chewing some himself, Lord Krishna rested for a moment on a splendid bed. Vijayakumara, please describe the pastimes of the late morning. Gosvamai, it is said, Sri Sanat Kumarasahita 220-223 Gopaves 8 Hara Krishnodanavindaparasara Vrajavasi Janapritya Sarvara Nugata Patha. When, dressed as a cowherd boy, Lord Krishna followed the cows to the pasture, all the people of Braja affectionately followed him on the path. Pitaram Mataram Natva Netrantina Priyagananyatha Yagyam Tatha Kenyan Sunivartyavanam Vrajet. Bowing down before his father and mother, casting sidelong glances at his gopi beloveds, and dealing appropriately with all the others, Lord Krishna sent them all back. Then he again proceeded to the forest. Vanam Pravijyase Kibhikritit Vasi Kasanam Tata Vanakayat Vasi Tansarvan Dvi Itre Priya Sakar Yuddha. Lord Krishna entered the forest, played for a while with his friends, and then slipped away with 2 or 3 especially close friends. Sankatakam Vraj Darsat Priya Sandarsanatsuka. Eager to see his beloved, Lord Krishna happily went to meet her. Vijayakumara, please describe the pastimes of midday. Gosvami, it is said, Sri Sanatkum Darasamita 223-262 Sapi Krsn Evanam Yatristvatam Gram Agata. When she saw that Lord Krishna had gone to the forest, Sri Radha returned to her home Siryati Pijavayajina Kusumati Artikalatva Kayadvagurian Yatai Priya Sangakayavanam. Then, on the pretext of gathering flowers and other things for the worship of the sun god and other purposes, Sri Radha tricks her superiors and, yearning to meet her beloved, goes to the forest Itham Taubahuyatnina. Milit Vasvagan Erverta Vidrayar Vividhis Tatravane Vikridito Muta. Finally meeting after a great effort, the divine couple enjoy many happy pastimes in the forest with their associates. Andalika Sakarded House Sakibhir Dolatak Vasit Vasidvanar Karas Rostam Priya Koritam Hari. Sometimes Radha and Krishna enjoy pastimes on a swing hanging from a tree branch and pushed by the gopis. Sometimes Radha steals the flute from Lord Krishna's hand. Anvisayan uplabdo vipralabda priyagana hasito bahadhatabhir hirdasva evatasthati. Sometimes the gopis hid and made him search after them. Sometimes they teased and scolded him. Sometimes they joked with him and made him laugh. In these ways they charmed Lord Krishna and stole his heart. Vasantartun justum vanakhandam kvasan muta pravijyakandanam hobhit kunkumadai jalar api visavkato yantramutayas tatpankana pitamitha sakya payavam visificanti tasca tausificatapana. Sometimes Lord Krishna happily enters the forest in the beautiful springtime and with a sprinkler sprinkles the gopis with water mixed with sandal, kunkuma and other colorful scents. The gopis respond by sprinkling him. Then Radha and Krishna sprinkle each other again and again. Tathanyarto sujustiso kridito vanaraji sutat tat kalasitir nanaviharai sa ganadvija o brahmana. In the forest groves the divine couple enjoy many different pastimes with their associates, pastimes appropriate to the different times and seasons. Srantok vasid brakasamilamasadhi amuni satamayupavijyazandavi mutupan amprakakrata. O best of sages, sometimes they become tired. Then, sitting on a splendid throne under a tree, they drink nectar. Tato mutupadan mato nidrade militexana mithopanam samalamya kamabanavasam gata. Intoxicated by drinking nectar, their eyes become closed with sleepiness. Holding hands, they are attacked by Kamadava's arrows. Riramsi I visita kufijam kalatpadab jako patha tato vikradatas tatrakarani yathapayatha. Desiring to enjoy, they place their lotus feet in a forest grove. There they enjoy pastimes like two regal elephants. Sakya pi madhubhir matan nidraya piatexana abhada kufijapufajisu sarva eva villalir. Intoxicated by drinking nectar, and their eyes closed with sleepiness, the gopis entered the nearby forest groves. Pirthagiknavapusa Krishno pi yugapad vibha sarvasam sanidham gakat priyanam parito muha. Expanding into many forms, all-powerful Lord Krishna approached each gopi individually. Ramayadvasi sarvakari nidragajarad eva prayad ca tathatab. His saravaram athavrajat. As an elephant king enjoys with his many wives, so Lord Krishna enjoyed with the gopis. Then Lord Krishna, his beloved Radha, and all the gopis entered a lake. Srinarada Abdkavin Srinandaputrajya Madhuryakradane Katham Isvaryajya Prakaso Bhyad. Srinarada said, O Vrindadevi, if his pastimes of sweetness are like this, then when does Lord Krishna manifest his pastimes of opulence? Please cut apart my doubt. Sri Vindovikamune Madhuryamayasti Lila Saktir Harar Dressed Datta Yapirthak Kradakrided. Sri Vrinda said, O sage, the powerful potency of the pastimes of sweetness is one of Lord Hari's potencies. With that potency Lord Hari enjoys pastimes with the gopis. Radhaya Saharai Ipananajina Ramates Vayam Iti Madhuryalilaya Saktir Nazata Hari. When in his original form Lord Krishna enjoys pastimes with Sri Radha, he manifests the potency of his pastimes of sweetness. At that time he does not manifest the potency of his pastimes of opulence. Jalasikar Mithas Tatra Kriditva Sa Ganatata Vitsas Rakkandanar Divyabhasanar Api Bhyizata. Accompanied by their gopi friends, the divine couple enjoy pastimes of splashing each other in the water. Then they are decorated with splendid garments, ornaments, garlands, and sandal paste. Tatrava sarasas tire divyaratnam agreis nida phalamilani kalpatani maya eva. Hi then, in a jewel cottage by the lake shore, the divine couple eat a snack of delicious fruits and roots carefully prepared by me. Haris tu prathamam bhakivakantaya parivisatam dvi trabhis sevato gakekshayam puspavinirmatam. After their snack, Lord Hari and his beloved recline on a couch of flowers. There 2 or 3 gopis serve them. Tumbialavyajaniz tatraputasamba handadabhis sevyamano by tir samtabhim adita presayam smaran. Served by the gopis who offer him betel nuts, fan him, and massage his feet, Lord Krishna, his thoughts fixed on his beloved, becomes filled with happiness. Sri Radhapi Harasupt Sagana Muditantara Kadantadatam Pradamand Akistam Bubhui Tata. As Lord Krishna slept, Sri Radha and her associates happily ate the remnants of his meal. Kinsad eva tato butvavrajekshayadnikatanam drastam kantamuksam hojam kakoravanist karam. After eating, Sri Radha went to the bed to gaze on her beloved's lotus face as a kakora bird gazes at the moon. Tumtilakarsitam tajya tatratyabhir nivditam tambilani api kasnada vibhajanti prayalisu. The gopis there gave her the remnants of betel nuts chewed by Lord Krishna. Some she chewed and some she gave to her friends. Krishno pitazam sisrusath svakandabasatam mitha praptanidra ivabhati vinidro pi patavrata. Eager to hear what the gopis said, Lord Krishna only pretended to be asleep as he lay under the covers. Tasca Kasevalim Kasanam Kritva Mitha Kantakathasraya Vyajanidram Harar Jainatva Kyutasid and Umanita. As they playfully joked about their beloved Hari, they could gradually understand that he was only pretending to sleep. Vimrasaya Vadanam Drugpipajyanti Anyonyam Dinanam Lind Evilajayasya Kasanam Takur na Kipkana. Seeing the signs of wakefulness on Lord Krishna's face, they looked at each other and suddenly became silent out of embarrassment. Kasand eva tato vastram diarikrityatat and gata sadhu nidram gato siddhi hasayantiya hasanti tam. Suddenly pulling the blanket from his limbs and exclaiming, "My, you must have had a pleasant sleep," they laughed and make Lord Krishna laugh also. Ivam tau vividhare hadase ramamanau gana saha anubhirya kasanam nidrasuksam ca muni satama. O best of sages, in this way the divine couple enjoyed a pleasant nap and a host of happy joking words. Yupavijyazandavi Saganavastrati muta panikrityumitho harakam baslisa parakatan. Sitting on a splendid throne and surrounded by their associates, the divine couple gamble at dice, with garlands, kisses, and embraces as the winner's prize. Aksar Vikradataprina Narmalapaparasaram Parajito Pi Priyajitam Ity Avadan Mrsa. Joking with words of love, Radha and Krishna gamble with dice. Defeated by his beloved, Lord Krishna slowly pronounces, "I have lost." Harati Grahanatagya Pravartas Diatade Tathivam Tadita Krishna Karnat Palasarorahai. Taking the necklace and other prizes, Sri Radha struck Lord Krishna with a lotus flower. Visanavadano Bhitva Gatasva even Arata Jito Smi Catvaya Devi Griyatam Yat Panikritamon Arata. His unhappiness showing on his face, Lord Krishna felt as if he had lost a great treasure. "O goddess, you have defeated me," he said. "Please take the winner's prize." Cum bandati maya datam ity anitva ca tathakaret kodalyatad by truvo drastam srotam tadbart vaka. To see Radha's crooked raised eyebrows and hear her words of rebuke, Lord Krishna declared, "Now I will give you the kiss and the other prizes." Then he gave her all the prizes. Tata sarisukhanam ca srutva vatgavam mitha nirgakatas tata snanad gantukad gram prati. Then, hearing the parrots calling, Radha and Krishna bathed and decided to return to their homes. Krishnakantam anajapyapyagavam abhamuksam vrajet sd2 styryagram gakat sakamandala samayuta. Taking leave of his beloved, Lord Krishna returns to the cows. Accompanied by her friends, Sri Radha goes to the temple of the sun god. Kiyad ditram tato gatva paravartya harapuna vipravasam samasthapya yati siryagram prati. Lord Krishna goes a short distance, disguises himself as a brahmana, and then goes to the temple of the sun god. Siryam ca plijayat tatra prarthitas tat sakajanatateva kalpatir vide paradzayavagarbhite. Requested by the gopis, the disguised Krishna worships the sun god. Lord Krishna then recites a host of imaginary Vedic prayers made up on the spot and filled with a host of errors. Tatas ta api tam cantum parajvyaya vikaksana anandastgurland na vijasvam na kaparam. Finally understanding that this person was their beloved Krishna, the intelligent gopis became plunged in an ocean of bliss. Intoxicated with bliss, they did not know who they were or who anyone else was. Viharayar vividhar evam sardham yamadvayam mun nitvagram vrajyasta saca Krishno gavam vrajet o sage. In this way the divine couple and their associates passed 6 hours enjoying many pastimes. Finally the gopis returned to their homes and Lord Krishna returned to the cows. Vijayakumara, what are the afternoon pastimes? Gosvamai, it is said, Sri Sanatkumara Samhita 263-270 Sangamiya 2 Sakan Krishno Gritvat Gosamantata Agakati Vrajam Karsan Tatratayan Murali Rave. Meeting with his Gopa friends, taking the cows with him, and attracting everyone with the music of his flute, Lord Krishna returned to Vraja village. Tato Nandayasarv Srutva Veneravam Hari Godaya Lipatalair Vyaptam Drstve Kapi Nabhasthalam Krishnas Yabhamuksam Yantai Tad Darsana Samatsuka. Hearing the sound of Krishna's flute and seeing the sky filled with the dust raised by the cows, King Nanda and all the men, women, and children of Vraja stopped all they were doing and ran to see Krishna. Radhakapi Samagatya Grhe Snatva Vibhizita Sampadiyakantam Bhagartham Bhuksyani Vividhani Ca Sakasunga Yudayatai Kantam Drastam Samatsuka. Sri Radha, bathed and decorated, came, bringing many delicious foods for her beloved. She and her friends were all eager to see Krishna. Rajamarj Vrajat Variyatra Sarv Vrajau Kaza Krishno Payatan Samagamaya Yathavat and Uptirvasa. On the royal road at the entrance to Vraja village, Lord Krishna met all the people of Vraja one after another. Darsanai Sparzanair Vapi Smita Purvavi Lokanai Gopavardan Namaskare Kayakare Vachikare Api. He met them with embraces, glances, and smiling glances. He bowed before the elder Gopas and he honored them with his words. Stengapate Pitaroro Anime Api Narada Shiran Tastisatena Evavane and Apriyas Tatha. Copyright Sri Narada. Lord Krishna prostrated his entire body to show respect to his parents and to Rohini Devi. From the corner of his eye he shyly glanced at his gopi beloveds. Ivamtai Cayatha Yagyam Wajaukabhiprapiyajitagavalayam Tatha Gas Ca Samravzaya. Then, in the ways proper for each, all the people of Vraja worshipped Lord Krishna. Then Lord Krishna took the cows into the barn. Pidrabyam Arthito Yatai Matra Saha Nijalayam Snatva Pitva Tatha Kifasid Bakiva Matra Namadadagavalayam Punar Yatai Dogdakomo Gavam Pay are requested by his parents. Lord Krishna went home with Mother Yasoda. Requested by her, he bathed and then he ate and drank, and then he went to milk the cows. Vijayakumara, what are the sunset pastimes? Gosvamai, it is said, Sri Sanatkumara Samhita 271-272 Tasca Dugdvadahayat Vapayat Vasiya Kiskana Pitra Sardham Gram Yatai Payo Burasatanuga. After milking some of the cows, having the other gopas milk the other cows, and allowing the calves to also drink some of the milk, Lord Krishna, accompanied by his father and by servants carrying the milk, returned home. Tatrapai Matravrandaya Ca Tatputraya Ca Balasaha Samhunkt Vividanani Karvayatijyatakani Ca. Then, accompanied by Lord Balarama, the Gopa boys, and the boys' mothers, Lord Krishna ate a feast of many different kinds of foods, foods to be chewed, licked, or consumed in other ways. Vijayakumara, what are the evening pastimes? Gosvamai, it is said, Sri Sanatkumara Samhita 273-277 Tanmata Prarthanat Purvam Radhayapi Tadeva Hi Prasthapyanti Sakadvara Pakvanani Tadalayam. On Mother Yasoda's request, Sri Radha and her friends had cooked this feast. Slagayam Ca Haris Tani Butva Pitradabhis Saha Savagram Vrajetai Ca Justam Vandi Janadabhit. After enjoying the feast in the company of his father and the others, Lord Krishna praises in with many words. Then, accompanied by the poets and reciters, Lord Krishna goes to the assembly house. Pakvanani Gritvaya Sakyas Tatra Samagita Bhaini Ca Punas Tani Pradatani Yasodaya. Then Mother Yasoda gave abundant remnants from the feast to the gopis who had brought it in the first place. Sakya Tatrata Yadadam Krishna Kistam Tathara Hasarvam Tabhisamani Yaradaik Dianivdayat. Mother Yasoda gives them the remnants from Lord Krishna's plate. The gopis take it and in a secluded place present it before Sri Radha. Sapi butva sakavargayodatatnuptirvasa sakibhir manditatasthit abhisardam mutan vita. Then Sri Radha and her friends honor Lord Krishna's remnants. Then, to prepare for her meeting with Lord Krishna, the gopis decorate joyful Radha. Vijayakumara, O Master, I yearn to hear the pastimes of night. Gosvami, Sri Vrindadevi described them in these words, Sri Sanat Kumare Samhita 278-277 Prasthapyatnaya Kasadita Eva Tata Saka Yamunaya Samapeta. One of the gopis has already made arrangements for Sri Radha's secret meeting with Lord Krishna by the Yamuna's shore. Kulpavarkasana Kufaisman Divyaratname Grhe Siddhakrishnanisa Yagyavsyatai Saka Yuda. Accompanied by her friends and dressed in garments suitable for a bright or a dark night, Sri Radha goes to a jewel palace in a Kulpavarkasa grove. Krishno Pai Vividham Tatra Drstve Kodihalam Tata Kavitvani Mano Jainani Srutva Cagidakani Api. Meanwhile Lord Krishna saw many festive ceremonies and heard many beautiful poems and songs. Dhanat Hanayatis Tam Ca Prina Yitva Vidhanata Janard Garato Matra Yatai Sayanikatanam. Then Lord Krishna pleases the artists and performers with many valuable gifts and then, called by his mother, he goes to bed. Matari Prasthitayam Tu Bhojayat Vatato Grand Sankatakam Kantatra Samagakta Loksita. When, after giving him a nighttime snack, Mother Yasoda left the bedroom, unseen by anyone, Lord Krishna left his home and went to meet his beloved. Milat Vataf Ubhavatra Kriditava Nardaji Suvidrayar Vividhai Rasalasia Jita Parasarai. Meeting in the forest groves, Sri Radha and Krishna enjoy singing, dancing, and many other pastimes. Sartha Yamadvayam Nitvaratrar Evar Vidrata Susap Serviset Kufijam Pafikasabhir Alaksate. After enjoying pastimes for 7.5 hours of the night, Lord Krishna becomes sleepy. Accompanied by 5 or 6 gopis and unseen by the others, he enters another forest. Nirvaniya Kusumake Kali Talp Mano Hair Subtivatastham Tatra Savayamana Lib is served by their dear gopi friends. The divine couple sleeps there on a beautiful pastime bed made of unstemmed flowers. O Vijayakumara, these are the Astakalya pastimes. They have all the samagris, ingredients, of the rasas. All these pastimes have been described in the books of the ancient sages. In every time, place, and situation, you should meditate on these pastimes and engage in devotional service. Hearing these pastimes, the learned Pandita Vijayakumara became plunged into the nectar of ecstatic love. Streams of tears flowed from his eyes. The hairs of his body stood up. He spoke 1 or 2 broken words in a choked voice. He fell before Sri Gopalaguru's Gosvami's feet, offering obeisances for a long time. Then he rose up and slowly walked home. Day and night these words about the rasas stayed in his heart. Chapter 39 Lila Prave Savikara. Entering the Lord's pastimes. Now Vijayakumara was always eager to hear about these pastimes. He did not like to hear about anything else. When he went to see Lord Jagannatha, Vijayakumara could not remain peaceful and composed. For many days now he had studied the rasas. He had learned about Madhura Rasa, Sthayi-bhava, Vibhava, Anubhava, Satvikabhava, and Vyabhikaribhava. One by one, the different kinds of ecstatic love entered his heart. They would bring him great delight, and then they would go away. Some days passed in this way. He did not understand how the presence of ecstatic love had changed him. One day, with tears in his eyes, he fell down before his spiritual master's feet and said, "O Master, by your mercy have learned everything. However, am not able to make spiritual advancement. Have not attained Sthayi-bhava and have not entered Lord Krishna's pastimes. Please teach me what I should do." Seeing how his disciple was wrapped in ecstatic love, Gopalaguru Gosvami was very pleased. In his heart he thought, love for Krishna, Krishna Prema, is such that its happiness brings distress, and its distress brings happiness. Then he openly said, "I will tell you how to enter Lord Krishna's pastimes." Vijayakumara, how can I enter them? Gosvami, Srila Raghunatha Dasa Gosvami has revealed the way in these words, Manasiksa tu na dermam nadharmam sruti gananiruktam kila kuru vraj radhakrishna prakura parikaryam ihatana sasi stinam nandasvarapati sutadv guru varam yakanda priesthadv smarapadam ajas ram nanu mana mind, don't do the pious and impious deeds described in the Vedas. Intently serve Sri Sri Radhakrishna in Vraja. Always remember that Lord Chaitanya is Lord Krishna, the son of Maharaja Nanda, and my spiritual master is most dear to Lord Mukunda. Don't perform the pious and impious deeds described in the Vedas. Reject this part of the Vedas and instead earnestly engage in Raganuga Bhakti. Again and again serve Sri Sri Radhakrishna in Vraja. Serve the Lord according to the rasas of Vraja. If you ask, who will teach me how to serve the Lord according to the rasas of Vraja, then I will tell you. Please listen. Sridhama Navadvipa, where Lord Chaitanya appeared in Sasi Devi's womb, is a manifestation of Vrindavana. Lord Chaitanya is Krishna himself, Krishna the son of Nandasvara's king. Lord Chaitanya is not different from Krishna. Thinking that Lord Krishna has descended to Navadvipa to enjoy pastimes as Lord Chaitanya, one should not reject the worship of Lord Krishna as the amorous hero of Vraja and instead worship Lord Chaitanya as the amorous hero of the young girls in Navadvipa. Lord Chaitanya is Lord Krishna himself. Still, one should not criticize the devotees who worship him with different mantras and meditate on him separately. In the path of the rasas one should worship only Krishna, the beloved of Radha, and Lord Chaitanya one should worship as the spiritual master of the rasas of Vraja. One should meditate on Lord Chaitanya's pastimes and on Lord Krishna's Astakalya pastimes. One should not think that one's spiritual master is not a Sakhi or a Yathesvari in Vraja. By worshipping in this way one will be able to enter Lord Krishna's pastimes in Vraja. Vijayakumara, O Master, I understand that one should reject other scriptures and other paths, worship Lord Chaitanya, and serve one's spiritual master, aware that the spiritual master is a Sakhi in Lord Krishna's pastimes. How can one make his heart steady and determined to follow this path? Gosvamai, two things should be understood, 1 Upasaka Paraskriti, the worshipper, and 2 Upasya Paraskriti, the object of worship. You have learned about the rasas. Therefore you have learned about Upasya Paraskriti. The Upasaka Paraskriti has 11 bhavas. Almost all of them you have already learned. Only one remains for you to learn. Vijayakumara, please describe these 11 bhavas. Gosvamai, these 11 bhavas are, 1 Sambandha, relationship, 2 Vyasa, age, 3 Nama, name, 4 Rapa, form, 5 Yatha, group, 6 Vesa, garams, 7 Aya, command, 8 Vesa, residence, 9 Seva, service, 10 Parakasthasvasa, highest aspiration, and 11 Palyadasi Bhava, the nature of a maidservant. Vijayakumara, what is Sambandha? Gosvamai, Sambandha is the foundation of spiritual attainments. When one has a relationship with Krishna, then thr bhavas are manifested. The final goal one attains is based on that relationship. Souls who address Krishna as master become servants of Krishna. Souls who address Krishna as friend become friends of Krishna. Souls who address Krishna as son become the mother or father of Krishna. Souls who address Krishna as husband become queens at Dvaraka. In Vraja there is no Santarasa, and Dajirasa is curtailed. Each devotee attains a relationship according to his own natural inclination. You are naturally attracted to Paraki Arasa. Therefore you are a follower of Vraja's queen. In your relationship you say, I am a maidservant of Sri Radha's maidservant. Sri is the controller of my life. Krishna is the controller of Radha's life, and therefore Krishna, the beloved of Radha, is the controller of my life also. Vijayakumara, I have heard that the great Acharya Srila Jiva Gosvami preferred Svaki Yarasa. Is that true? Gosvami, not one of the true followers of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu rejected the pure Parakya Rasa. Who can be a better teacher of this rasa than Srila Svartapa Damodara Goswami? He taught the truth of the pure Parakya rasa. Srila Jiva Goswami and Srila Ripa Goswami and Srila Sanatana Goswami all accepted his teachings in this matter. In his own personal devotional service, Srila Jiva Goswami did not accept Svaki rasa. However, he did explain that even in Vraja some devotees manifest a scent of Svaki rasa. When Samartharati carries a scent of Samapihazarati, then Svaki rasa is present in Vraja. Therefore, when a slight sense of Svaki rasa is present, the devotee may be called a worshipper in Svaki rasa. Still, Jiva Goswami had two kinds of disciples. One group of his disciples was situated in pure Parakya rasa. Another group of his disciples was situated in Parakya rasa mixed with Svaki rasa. According to the different inclinations of his different disciples, he gave different appropriate instructions. This he clearly explained when he wrote the words, Svekchayalikatam Kipsid. What have written is appropriate for devotees who are inclined in a certain way. Vijayakumara, now I clearly understand that the pure Gaudiya Vaisnava philosophy teaches the pure Parakya rasa. Now that I understand Sambandha, please describe Vyasa. Goswami, when you attain your relationship with Krishna, you will have a wonderful form. In your case it will be the form of a beautiful girl in Vraja. That form will be manifested in a specific age appropriate to your service. The age from 10 to 16 years is called Kaisara. That is generally the appropriate age in this situation. Therefore in your spiritual form your age begins at 10 and, as you make advancement in service, increases up to the age of 16. That is called Vyasandi. Balya, childhood, Paganda, pre-adolescence, and Verda, old age, do not exist among the beautiful girls of Braja. Therefore you should know that your spiritual form is situated in the Kaisara age. Vijayakumara, O Master, what is Nama? I have already received a name. Please clearly explain name to me. Gosvami, you naturally become the follower of a maidservant friend of Sri Radha. That friend's name is your name. Examining your nature, your spiritual master gives you a name. Please know that is your name eternally. The beautiful girls of Braja will delight in addressing you by that name. Vijayakumara, O Master, please explain Ripa. Gosvami, your spiritual master reveals to you the nature of the beautiful and youthful Kaisara age form that, according to your own enunciation, is your own form. You have an inconceivable beautiful spiritual form. If that were not so, then how could you be a maidservant of Sri Radha? Vijayakumara, please clearly describe Yutha. Gosvami, Sri Radha is your Yuthesvari. You belong to a Gana, subgroup, presided over by one of Sri Radha's 8 closest friends, Astasakya. Your spiritual master has placed you in Lalita's Gana. Therefore, following Lalita's orders you will serve your Yuthesvari, Sri Radha, and playful Lord Krishna, who enjoys pastimes with her. Vijayakumara, O Master, who are the devotees that follow Khandravala as their Yuthesvari? Gosvami, after many births a soul will become a fortunate and desire to be the follower of a Yuthesvari. A soul who has all good fortune enters the group led by Sri Radha. The gopis led by Khandravala strive to increase the bliss that Sri Radha and Lord Krishna enjoy in their pastimes. Therefore the rival groups, called Paksa and Vipaksa, make the taste of rasas sweeter. In truth Sri Radha is the only real Yuthesvari. Because she enjoys wonderful pastimes with Krishna, she is glorious, and a soul who serves her becomes glorious also. Vijayakumara, please explain Vesa. Gosvamti, you spiritual master describes to you your garments, personal qualities, and the skills you have to perform various kinds of service. Vijayakumara, please describe Ajiya. Gosvami, Ajiyas are of 2 kinds, 1 Nitya, regular, and 2 Namatika, occasional. A merciful Saki orders you to engage in a certain regular, Nitya, service. This service you should diligently execute during the 8 periods of the day. Any other service she may give to you is Namatika service. That also you should execute diligently. Vijayakula, what is Vasa? Gosvami, your eternal residence in Vraja is called Vasa. Vijayakula, you will take birth as a certain gopi in a certain village within the land of Vraja. Within that village you will be married to a certain gopa. However, you will be attracted by the sound of Krishna's flute. You will be the follower of a certain Sakya. Her cottage at Radhakunda will be your residence also. In this way your eternal nature is situated in Parakya Rasa. Vijayakula, please describe Seva. Gosvami, you are a follower of Sri Radha. Your service is to serve her. If, when she sends you with a message, and you meet Krishna in a secluded place, Krishna expresses his love for you and proposes that you enjoy with him, you should not accept his proposal. You are Radha's maidservant, and without her permission you cannot serve Krishna. You are not independent. Although you love Radha and Krishna both, your love and service to Radha is more important to you than your love and service to Krishna. That is the explanation of the word Seva. Your service is to serve Sri Radha throughout the 8 periods of the day. Following the descriptions in Srila Svaripa Damodara's Kataka, notebook, Srila Raghunatha Dasa Gosvami describes these services in his poem Vilapakosumajayalai. Vijayakula, what is Parakasthasvasa? Gosvami, in the following 2 verses, Vilapakosumanjali 102 and 100, Srila Raghunatha Dasa Gosvami describes Parakasthasvasa, Asa Barayer Amrita Sindhu Maya Katha Fasit Kalo Mayati Gamata Kila Sampratam Hitivam Set Kripam Mai Vidyasi Na Evakim Mi Pranar Vrajana Ca Vero Rabakaranapaya Radha, for me somehow the present moment is flooded by a nectar ocean of many hopes. If you do not give your mercy, then of what use to me are this life, the land of Vraja, and Sri Krishna, the enemy of Baka. Hinatha Gokula Sudkara Suprasanavakara Ravinda Madhurasmita Hi Kripardrya Tritiva Aviharate Pranaya Priyarat Tatrava Mamapi Naya Priya Savanaya. O Lord Krishna, O nectar moon of Gokula, O Lord whose cheerful face is a lotus flower, O sweetly smiling one, O Lord melting with compassion, so may serve you both with love. Please lead me to the place where your beloved enjoys loving pastimes with you. Vijayakula, please describe Palyadasi Bhava. Gosvami, in the following words of Brajavilasastava, text 29, Srila Raghunatha Dasa Gosvami describes Palyadasi Bhava, Sandra Primarase Pluta Priyata Yapragalbyam Aptateo Pranapristhavayas Yair Anudanam Lalabasaram Krame Vedagdhyena Tathi Sakim Prati Sata Madnasya Siksam Raser Yayam Karayati Hahanta Lalita Granadu Sa Mamgana flooded with the nectar of intense love for her 2 friends, Sri Sri Radha Krishna, who are more dear to her than her own life, affectionately arrogant in their presence, and daily arranging for their rendezvous, Lalita Devi expertly teaches her friend Radha the art of jealous anger. Pray Lalita Dev. I will one day accept me as one of her associates. Vijayakula, how should such a Palyadasi, maidservant, act in relation to the other gopis who are companions of Sri Lalita? Gosvamti, Srila Raghunatha Dasa Gosvami studied all the Rasasastras under Srila Svartapa Damodara Gosvami. Srila Raghunatha Dasa Gosvami has written, Vrajavilasastava, text 38 Tumbialar Panapadamardanapayodanabistaradabhirundaranyamahesvaram Priyataya yards tosayanti priya pranapristhasaikakulad api kilasan kasadabhimaka kelibhyamasarayapamanajarri mukas ta dasika samsray. By offering her betel nuts, by massaging her feet, by bringing her water, by arranging for her secret meeting with Lord Krishna, and by performing many other services, many gopi maidservants affectionately please Sri Radha, the great queen of Vrindavana forest. When the divine couple enjoy their pastimes, these maidservants are not at all shy, even in the presence of the great gopis for whom Sri Radha is more dear than life. I take shelter of these gopi maidservants, who have Srimati Ripamanjari as their leader. Vijayakula, what is the nature of the other prominent Sakais? Gosvami, Srila Raghunatha Dasa Gosvami gives this hint about their nature, Vrajavilasastava, Text 30 Pranaya Lalitanarmas Farabhyamis Tayur Va Wajapuranavayanorya Ca Kanthan Pakanam Nayatai Param Adhastat Divyaganan Atusti Aprthayadu Mama Dixam Hanta Siam Vizaka Devi is the place where the youthful divine couple enjoys affectionate and playful joking pastimes. Her sweet transcendental singing eclipses the voices of the cuckoos. Pray that Vizaka Devi may become pleased with me and accept me as her student. Vijayakumara, what is the nature of the Vipaksa, rival, gopis? Gosvamti, Srila Raghunatha Dasa Gosvami describes them. Please hear his description, Vrajavilasastava, text 41 Spatnyakaya Rajiada JJ Valores Asia Case Samat Verde Sabhajiad Badagarva Vitrama Viterta Sri Radikayas Fudam Govinda Smarafula Balavavati Varjana Yena Kasanam Kradati Esa Tam Atra Vistrata Mahapunyam Ca Vandamahe. In order to increase the splendid and nectarian jealous love of Srimati Radharani, who sometimes becomes proud of her own good fortune, Lord Krishna briefly enjoys pastimes with other gopis, who blossom with many amorous desires. Let us offer our respectful obeisances to these gopis, who must have performed many great pious activities in their previous births in order to play this role in the Lord's pastimes. That is how you should think about the rival groups of gopis, Paksa and Vipaksa. However, when you are serving the Lord directly in the spiritual world, there may be a situation where mocking gopi rivals is appropriate. This direct service in the spiritual world is described in Srila Raghunatha Dasa Gosvami Sri Vilapakosumajvajayalai. The proper way to relate to the other liberated associates of the Lord is described in Srila Raghunatha Dasa Gosvami Sri Vrajavilasastava. The divine couple's pastimes are seen in Srila Raghunatha Dasa Gosvami Sri Visakanandabhid Hastatra and other prayers. You should see the Astakalya pastimes in those poems. The proper method of worship, padati, is seen in Srila Raghunatha Dasa Gosvami Sri Manasiksa. By following that method of worship you will become wrapped in meditation on the divine couple's pastimes. Ecstatic love, bhava, is seen in Srila Raghunatha Dasa Gosvami Svanayamadasaka. You should carefully observe the vows described in that poem. Srila Ripa Gosvami described the rasas in his books. Lord Chaitanya gave that task to him. However, still Ripa Gosvami did not describe how an aspiring devotee can enter into these rasas. That Srila Raghunatha Dasa Gosvami, following the teachings in Srila Svartipa Damodara's Kataka, described. Lord Chaitanya gave these specific tasks to these devotees, and they all followed his order. Vijayakumara, please describe the tasks Lord Mahaprabhu ordered these devotees to perform. Gosvami, the Lord ordered Srila Svarapadaimodara Gosvami to describe the method of worship according to the rasas. Following that order, Srila Svarapadaimodara Gosvami wrote his Kataka, which is divided into two parts, one part describing the internal path, Antapantha, of worship according to the rasas, and the other part describing the external path, Vyapantha, of worship according to the rasas. The internal path he placed around the neck of Srila Raghunatha Dasa Gosvami, who described that path in his writings. The external path Srila Svarapadaimodara Gosvami gave to Srila Vakresvara Pandita. That teaching is the great treasure of this temple. That treasure I have given to Srila Dhyanakandra Gosvami, and he has written that treasure into a book. You already have a copy of that book. Lord Mahaprabhu ordered Lord Nityananda and Lord Advaita to preach the glories of the holy name, and he also gave them the power to do it. Lord Mahaprabhu gave Srila Ripa Gosvami the order to write books about the rasas, and he also gave him the power to do it. Lord Mahaprabhu gave Srila Sanatana Gosvami the order to write about Vaidhi Bhakti and the relationship between Vaidhi Bhakti and Raga Bhakti. The Lord also gave Srila Sanatana Gosvami the order to write about the Lord's Prakata and Aprakata pastimes in Gokula. Lord Nityananda Prabhu and Srila Sanatana Gosvami gave Srila Jiva Gosvami the order to write books about Sambandha, Abhidhya, and Prayahana, and they also gave him the power to do it. All of these great devotees fulfilled the orders they were given. Vijayakumara, O Master, what task was given to Srila Ramananda Raya? Gosvami, Lord Mahaprabhu gave Srila Ramanandaraya the task of expanding the rasas. Srila Ramanandaraya used Srila Ripa Gosvami as his instrument in fulfilling this task. Vijayakumara, O Master, what task was given to Srila Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya? Gosvami, to Srila Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya he gave the task of explaining philosophy. Srila Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya executed that task by having one of his disciples teach Srila Jiva Gosvami. Vijayakumara, what task did the Lord give to the great devotees in Bengal? Gosvami, to the great devotees in Bengal the Lord gave the task of teaching the truth about Lord Chaitanya and showing the people how to have faith in Lord Chaitanya's descriptions of Krishna Rasa. These devotees fulfilled that order by writing many books glorifying the rasas. Vijayakumara, what task was given to Srila Raghunatha Bhatta Gosvami? Gosvamt, to him was given the task of preaching the glories of Srimad Bhagavatam. Vijayakumara, what task was given to Srila Gopala Bhatta Gosvami? Gosvami, to Srila Gopala Bhatta Gosvami was given the task of stopping perverted misinterpretations of pure Dala Rigorarasa and also stopping the tendency not to have faith in Vadi Bhakti. Vijayakumara, Srila Prabodhananda Sarasvati was the uncle and spiritual master of Srila Gopala Bhatta Gosvami. What task was given to him? Gosvami, to Srila Prabodhananda Sarasvati was given the task of showing the world that the path of the rasas and anubhavas in Vraja is the highest of all paths. Hearing all this, Vijayakumara thought himself very fortunate. Chapter 40 Sampati Vikara the greatest good fortune Vijayakumara decided that by hearing about the Lord's pastimes in Vraja, one gradually attains the greatest good fortune. Thinking in this way, he posed a question. Vijayakumara, O Master, would like to know how many stages there are between first hearing about the Lord and finally attaining the greatest good fortune. Gosvami, there are 5 stages. 1. Sravanadasa, hearing. 2. Varanadasa, desiring. 3. Smaranadasa, remembering. 4. Bhavapanadasa, attaining ecstasy, and 5. Premasampati dasa, the greatest good fortune of spiritual love. Vijayakumara, please describe Sravanadasa. Gosvami, when he attains faith in hearing about Krishna, Krishna Katha, a soul throws materialism, Vairmukhadasa, far away. In that stage the soul yearns to hear about Krishna. Such a soul intently hears about Krishna from an exalted devotee. This is described in Srimad Bhagavatam, April 29, 40 Tasmin Mahanmukarita Madhubhi Karatrapidasas Sesasarita Parita Sravanti Tayapabanti Avidraso Enrapagad Hakarnayas 10 Na Sparsantias Anati Ardibasakamo Ha my dear king, in the place where pure devotees live, following the rules and regulations and thus purely conscious and engaged with great eagerness in hearing and chanting the glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, in that place if one gets a chance to hear their constant flow of nectar, which is exactly like the waves of a river, one will forget the necessities of life namely hunger and thirst and become immune to all kinds of fear, lamentation, and illusion. Asterisk. Vijayakumara, sometimes the people hear about Krishna from materialists. What is the result of that hearing? Gosvami, one may hear about Krishna from a materialist, or one may hear about Krishna from a devotee. These two kinds of hearing are different in many ways. By hearing about Krishna from a materialist, the hearer does not gradually attain faith. On the other hand, by hearing about Krishna from a devotee eager to engage in devotional service, the hearer attains spiritual piety. In some future birth spiritual faith will rise within him. When he attains this faith, a soul is eager to hear the glories of Krishna only from the mouths of great devotees. This stage is called Sravanadasa. Sravanadasa is of 2 kinds, 1 Krmasutta Sravanadasa, and 2 Kramahina Sravanadasa. Vijayakumara, what is Kramahina Sravanadasa? Gosvami, when the hearing is done without determination, and when it does not touch Lord Krishna's pastimes, it is called Kramahina. If there is no touch of Lord Krishna's pastimes, the rasas will not become manifested. Vijayakumara, What is Krimasudis Ravanadasa? Gosvami, when hearing is done with great determination, and when it touches on Lord Krishna's pastimes, then the rasas will become manifested. Herein about Lord Krishna's Astakalya Nityalila, regular pastimes in the 8 periods of the day, and his birth pastime and other Namatika Lila, occasional pastimes, is called Krimasudis Ravanadasa. To properly engage in devotional service one must perform Krimasudis Ravana. By again and again engaging in Krimasudis Ravanadasa and hearing the Lord's pastimes, one perceives how sweet the Lord's pastimes are. At that time the activities of Raganuga Bhakti rise in the heart of the hearer. Then the hearer thinks in his heart, aha! Subala has such wonderful ecstatic love. Should serve Krishna in Sakyarasa, as Subala does. This kind of activity is called labha, greedy desire. To thus worship Krishna by greedily following the liberated residents of Braja is called Raganuga Bhakti. I have given an example in Sakyarasa. Raganuga Bhakti exists in the 4 rasas that begin with Dejya Rasa. By the mercy of Lord Chaitanya, who is the master of our lives, you have become qualified for Sringara Rasa. Seeing the beautiful gopis of Braja, you have yearned to become like them. That yearning will lead you to the path of fulfilling that yearning. In truth, this is revealed in the conversation of the spiritual master and the disciple. That is Sravanadasa. Vijayakumara, how does one attain the perfection of Sravanadasa? Gosvami, when one understands that Lord Krishna's pastimes are eternal, and when one declares that they are pure and spiritual, one's heart will become enchanted by them. Then one will become agitated with an intense desire to enter those pastimes. When he sees that the disciple is qualified, the spiritual master will show him the 11 bhavas described in the scriptures. When the disciple's heart is passionately devoted to the Lord's pastimes, that is the perfection of Sravanadasa. When he is greatly agitated in this way, the disciple attains Varanadasa. Vijayakumara, O Master, what is Varanadasa? Goes yammed, bound with the shackles of the 11 bhavas, the heart becomes passionately attached to the Lord's pastimes. Weeping, the disciple falls before his spiritual master's feet. Then the spiritual master's original form as a Sakya is manifested and the disciple manifests his original form as a gopi maidservant. This disciple is agitated to engage in devotional service as a gopi. By serving the spiritual master, the disciple attains the supreme goal of his life and becomes a beautiful girl in Vraja. The disciple speaks these words, Srila Raghunatha Dasa Gosvami Sri Premam Ho J. Amarandakya Stavaraja 11-12 Tvam Natva Yakate Driva Trinam Dantire Ayam Janis Vadasyamrita Sakena Jivayamam Sudukatam. Taking a straw in his mouth, this person offers respectful obeisances unto you. This person is very unhappy. Please bring him to life by sprinkling him with the nectar of service to you. Na mufasek karanatam api dustam de amaya ado rad like haha mufakanam na eva tadrasam. Copyright Gopi friend of Sri Radha, as merciful Lord Krishna never rejects a surrendered soul, even a soul who has performed many misdeeds, in the same way request that you please do not reject a person like me. This state is called Varanadasa. Then, in his form as a Sakya, the spiritual master gives to his disciple residence in Vraja and orders him to take shelter of Lord Krishna's holy name and meditate on Lord Krishna's pastimes. Then the spiritual master gives encouragement, saying, soon you will attain what your heart desires. Vijayakumara, what is Smaranadasa? Gosvami, Srila Ripa Gosvami gives this description, Bhaktirasamrita Sindhu 1.2.150-152 Krishnam Smaranjanam Kajya Prestam Nijasamahidam Tat Tat Katharadas Kazakuryad Vasam Braj Sada. Always meditating on Krishna as the object of one's love, and always engaged in hearing and chanting his glories, a devotee should always live in the land of Braja. Seva Sadhakarai Ipana Siddharai Ipana Kitra Hitad Babalipsuna Karita Vrajalokanus Dreda. Desiring to become like them, the Sadhaka and Siddha devotees should follow in the footsteps of the liberated residents of Braja. Sravanat Kirtanadini Vedha Bhakti Udatani Tuyani Atigni Catani Atraviflani Mansibhi. In this way the wise understand the activities of Vedi Bhakti, which begin with hearing and chanting. After hearing these two verses, Vijayakumara asked, what do the words Kuryat Vasath Vraj Sata, a devotee should always live in the land of Vraja, mean? Gosvami, Srila Jiva Gosvami explains to place one's body in the circle of Vraja means to place it is the circle of the Lord's pastimes. If one is not able to place his physical body in Vraja, one can meditate on living in Vraja. By this meditation one attains the final goal. Then one becomes the follower of a particular Sakya. One serves that Sakya in the forest, and one always meditates on that Sakya and her particular kind of love for Lord Krishna. Thus you should engage your gross material body in the activities of Vaidhi Bhakti, which begin with hearing and chanting, and also, with the 11 bhavas, you should meditate on the pastimes of a liberated Sakya is Vraja. In this way you should engage in devotional service. Thus you should engage your material body in the activities of Vaidhi Bhakti. When your spiritual body becomes manifest, you will become averse to all that is not related to Vraja. Vijayakumara, please clearly describe this path. Gosvami, the word Vrajavasa means to avoid the company of materialists. One should chant a certain prescribed number of holy names of Lord Hari and also meditate on the Lord's Astakaliya pastimes. Do not think of your material body as an enemy. Rather, use it and all in relationship with it in favorable service to the Lord. Vijayakumara, after deep thought, O Master, these descriptions are very pleasing to my heart. How can make my heart determined to follow this path? Gosvami, when it attains Raganuga Bhakti, the heart will be determined. And why not? If there is even a slight scent of Raganuga Bhakti, then one will be inclined to Vraja. Then one will not longer be attracted to material things. If you are worried that you will stray from the path, then at first proceed gradually. When you become steady you will not be able to stray from the path. Vijayakumara, please describe this gradual path. Gosvami, every day, for a certain amount of time, one should, avoiding all material interruptions, chant the holy name with sincere love. The time spent in this way should be gradually increased. When one finally spends all his time in this way, he will attain very wonderful love for the Lord. At that time one will dread any external thing that may come to interrupt these activities. Vijayakumara, for how many days should one practice in this way? Goes yamt, until, one is free from all material obstacles, or until material obstacles no longer arise in one's meditation. Vijayakumara, what does it mean to remember the holy name with love? Please clearly explain. Gosvami, in the beginning one joyfully chants the holy name. That joy leads one to think, the holy name is mine. From that feeling of possessiveness one attains love for the holy name. Gradually pure ecstatic love, bhava, becomes manifested. This is called bhavapanadasa. At the stage of smaranadasa, love is merely an external imposition. However, in the stage of bhavapanadasa genuine, pure love is manifested. In this way the devotee finally attains prema, the highest love. This is called upsakanistha. There is also another path, which is called upasianistha. Vijayakumara, what is upasianistha? Gosvami, if one wholeheartedly yearns to attain prema, he should honor this advice given by Srila Raghunatha Dasa Gosvami, Manasiksa, Text 3 Yadakar Avasam Vrajabhavai Sa Ragam Prati Janar Yuvadvanvam Takset Parikaradam Arad Abhile Svartapam Sri Rayapam Sa Ganam Iha Tajiagrajam Api Isfutter Premed Nityam Smaranamate Tvarnsranumana mind, listen to me. If you desire to reside in Vraja birth after birth, and if you desire to directly serve the youthful divine couple, then with great love always remember and bow down before Srila Svartapa Damodara Gosvami, Srila Ripa Gosvami, his elder brother, Srila Sanatana Gosvami, and all their associates and followers. Vijayakumara, how does one gradually become purified? By meditating on the Lord's Astakaliya pastimes. Gosvamti, please consider what Srila Ripa Gosvami has said, Ajay Valanilamani, Ganasamaga Prakarana, about the great wonder of the rasas manifested in the Lord's Astakalya pastimes, Achalatvad Aparatvad Apto Sao Durvagahatam Sparstam Param Tatasthana Rasabdi Maduro Maya, because it is shoreless, peerless, and unfathomable, merely stand on the shore of the ocean of rasa and touch only one drop of its sweetness. Why should this not be so? The ocean of rasa is spurti-ual, wonderful, all-pervading, and shoreless. If one tries to describe that spiritual ocean of rasa with words, his words will inevitably be both impure and incomplete. Even if the Supreme Lord himself describes it, the hearers and readers, still bearing the faults that the material world impresses on them, will not be able to understand it perfectly. Therefore, because the ocean of rasa cannot be fathomed, one can merely stand at its shore and understand only a single drop of it. Vijayakumara, O Master, if this is so, then how can have any conception at all of the spiritual rasas? Gosvamti, the Madhura rasa is shoreless, peerless, and unfathomable. Lord Krishna's pastimes are like that. However, Lord Krishna has two transcendental qualities that give us hope: he is all-powerful, and he can do whatever he likes. Therefore, even though the ocean of rasa is peerless, shoreless, and unfathomable, Lord Krishna can shrink it so that it fits within the material world. The material world is indeed a very small place. Still, if Krishna wishes, he can bring his supremely glorious rasas to the small and insignificant material world. In this way he mercifully descends to the material world, and he takes his spiritual and eternal rasas and pastimes with him. When he descends to the material world, he brings with him his own spiritual world of Madhura Mandala, which is beyond the touch of matter. One cannot ask how the Lord does all this. Why not? All this is down by his inconceivable potency. Even the demigods and other exalted beings are not intelligent enough to understand how it is done. In this way the Lord manifested his Vraja pastimes, which are the best of all pastimes, and which are beyond the touch of matter. I do not lament merely because I cannot understand them perfectly or completely. Vijayakumara, if the Lord's prakata, manifested, and aprakata, unmanifest, pastimes are the same pastimes, then why are the aprakata pastimes considered superior? Gosvami, these two kinds of pastimes are identical. Of this there is no doubt. They are both perfect, complete, glorious, and beyond the touch of matter. However, the prakata pastimes can be seen and remembered by conditioned souls imprisoned in the material world, but the aprakata pastimes can be seen only by purified souls who are mature in devotional service and who have attained the stage of bhavapanadasa. O Vijayakumara, to you I can disclose the secret. And why not? You are qualified to hear it. By practicing smaranadasa for a long time, one eventually become qualified for bhavapanadasa. During smaranadasa one begins to become cleansed of material contamination, but that cleansing is not complete until one attains bhavapanadasa. By following smaranadasa one attains pure sadhana bhakti. In this way, by the Lord's mercy, pure devotional service is manifested in the devotee's heart. That pure devotion attracts Krishna. In this way, by Lord Krishna's mercy, the devotee advances beyond smaranadasa. This is described by the Supreme Lord himself in these words: Srimad Bhagavatam November 14, 26 Yatha Yathatma Paramrjate Saumat Punyagathas Ravanabhidhanai Tatha Tatha Pajyati Vastustiks Mam Kaksar Yathivaya Prayuktam. When a diseased eye is treated with medicinal ointment, it gradually recovers its power to see. Similarly, as a conscious living entity cleanses himself of material contamination by hearing and chanting the pious narrations of my glories, he regains his ability to see me, the Absolute Truth, in my subtle spiritual form. This is also described in the following words of Brahma Samhita 5.38 Prima Fajanakya Rita Bhaktivi Lokanana Santa Sadeva Hirdai Suvi Lokayanti Yam Syimasandaram Asantyagunas Varapam Govindam Adi Purasam Tamaham Bajamai. I worship the primeval Lord, Govinda, who is always seen by the devotee whose eyes are anointed with the pulp of love. He is seen in his eternal form of Syamasandara, situated within the heart of the devotee. Asterisk. A person who has attained the stage of Bhavapanadasa attains spiritual vision and thus can see his spiritual master as a Sakhi and Yathesvari. He can also see Lord Krishna, the master of Goloka. Still, until his Lingasarara, subtle material body, is at last dissolved, he does not attain Sampati Dasa, the greatest good fortune, and he does not see Krishna at every moment. When he attains Bhavapanadasa, the pure soul has complete control over his gross and subtle material bodies. However, only when he attains Lord Krishna's complete and full mercy will the soul attain the final spiritual goal, where the soul completely breaks off all relationship with the material world of 5 elements. Bhavapanadasa is also called Svarapasiddhi, and Sampati Dasa is also called Vastusiddhi. Vijayakumara, when one attains Vastusiddhi, in what way will he see Lord Krishna's name, form, qualities, pastimes, and abode? Gosvami, I cannot answer. When I myself attain Vastusiddhi, I will be able to see and tell. When you attain Sampati Dasa, you will certainly be able to understand. You will understand without any struggle. And why not? You will see it all before your eyes. You will not need to ask questions. Even what the soul sees at the stage of Svarapasiddhi or Bhavapanadasa an ordinary person cannot understand. And why not? Even if he hears a person in Bhavapanadasa describe what he sees, an ordinary person will not understand the description. The nature of a soul situated in Svarapasiddhi is described by Srila Rupa Gosvami in these words, Bhaktirasamrita Sindhu January 3, 29 and January 4, 12 Jain Sej Jatave Pi Vaganyam Evadrasayat Karatathapi Nasas Yakradartha Sarvadhivasa. If a person is completely detached from material enjoyment and has developed pure ecstatic devotion, even if he is sometimes accidentally found not living up to the standard of devotional service, one should not be envious of him. Asterisk. Dhanyajyayam Navaprima Yajian Miladi Kadasi Antarvanapir Apiyasiya Madrasas Chasudargama. Only the most fortunate persons can achieve such success in life. Those who are simply academic students of the Vedic scriptures cannot appreciate how such a development takes place. Asterisk. Vijayakumara, if this is so, then why do the Brahma Samhita and other scriptures try to describe the world of Goloka? Gosvami, when by the Lord's mercy they attain the stage of Svarapasiddhi, Brahma and the demigods speak many prayers to describe what they have seen. However, ordinary persons who are less spiritually advanced cannot understand these prayers very well. Still, there is no need for the devotees to understand all these points. By Lord Krishna's mercy his prakata pastimes are manifested, and you can worship him. By doing that you will attain all perfection. Within a short time you will attain great spiritual faith, and then the spiritual world of Goloka will be manifested before you. Gokula is the same as Goloka. And why not? Gokula and Goloka are not different places. That spiritual realm is not seen by the eyes of materialists. Materialists do not attain the stage of Svarapasiddhi. Only persons who are qualified can see these spiritual truths. Please Krishna by engaging in his devotional service. Follow Krishna's commands. By following Krishna's commands, you will gradually attain his mercy. Then your vision will be pure and perfect. Vijayakumara had no longer any doubts. He followed the 11 bhavas. He meditated on Lord Krishna's handsome form and pastimes. Staying in a cottage by the seashore, he always tasted the sweetness of pure spiritual love, prema. Meanwhile, Vrajanatha's mother fell sick with cholera and died. Vrajanatha and his grandmother returned home. In Vrajanatha's pure heart was manifested pure love, prema, in Sakyarasa. He passed his days staying among the Vaisnavas by the Ganges shore at Sridhamanavadvipa. Vijayakumara renounced household life and accepted the kopana of a sannyasi. He lived by taking a little mahaprasadam he obtained by Madhukari begging. During the 8 periods of the day he meditated on Sri Sri Radhakrishna. At night he briefly slept. He honored a little prasadam. While he was awake he served the divine couple in ways appropriate to the particular time of day. On japa beads he always chanted the holy names of Lord Hari. Sometimes he danced, sometimes he wept, and sometimes he smiled to see the waves in the ocean. Who can understand the symptoms of his devotional life? He accepted the name Nime Dasa Babaji. He would neither hear nor speak gossip. He was very humble. His actions were pure. He was fixed in devotional service. When someone offered him Mahaprasadam or cloth for his kopana, he accepted only what he actually needed. He never accepted any more than that. When he chanted the holy names of Lord Hari, tears would stream from his eyes, his voice would become choked, and the hairs of his body would stand erect. After only a few days he became perfect in devotional service. He obtained Lord Krishna's mercy, and thus he became qualified to enter the Lord's aprakata pastimes. Like Haridasa Thakura, when he died his material body was placed in a tomb by the seashore. Haribol. Guru Krishna Bayonabara Kripabalad Hari Bhaktivinoda Dina Bahujatnikari, bearing with him the mercy of his spiritual master, Lord Krishna, and the Vaisnavas, a poor person named Bhaktivinoda labored greatly to write this book. Virasila Jaiva Dharma Gaudiya Yabase Samprana Hala Grantha Magitirname Kaitanyabdakari Sada Des Nabadwipe Gadra Masurab Haikanya Yanavi Samipi. This book, the Jaiva Dharma, written in the Bengali language, was completed by the Ganges shore, at Surabhaikoiaja, in Gadrama, at Navadvipa, on the full moon day of the month of Magha in the 410th year after Lord Chaitanya's appearance in this world. Sri Kalipavanagorapadyanra as e Grantha Patunatini Kariya Bisvas. Persons who yearn to attain the feet of Lord Gaura, the deliverer of the Kali Yuga, will have faith in this book. Gaurdanj Janhara Na Janmila Sradale e Grantha Padai Tana Sapatha Bisa's place occurs on any person who does not have even the smallest particle of faith, but still reads this book. Siskamati Bade Krishna Kabuna He Pe Sradabane Brajalila Sudarai Ipe. Persons who speak the theory of dry impersonal liberation cannot understand Krishna. Only faithful persons can purely understand Lord Krishna's pastimes in Vraja. The end.